Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? How is your day going so far? Have you got the pies made? Have you got the turkey unthawing? Like, are you doing what you're supposed to be doing the day before Thanksgiving? I hope that you do. Let's do roll call here. Let's do roll call here real quick, okay? We have myself. We have Karen. Karen's in here. Mary's in here. Cato, good to see you. Lee, Christoph, it's good to see you. Deanna, Charles, always a pleasure. Mountain Girl down south, good to see you. Rake's Funny Farm, good to see you. Faith, hey Shaby, good to see you, baby. Angels are here. And Honey Child, Mama Bear, thank you for taking your time out today to come and mod. It won't be a super long live. We're just going to go over the facts and jump off because I know today's a busy day, right? But Mama Bear, thank you so much for taking your time out today from your family to come over here. TNT, good to see you. Karen, good to see you. Barb, good to see you. DMJ, good to see you. Tracy, good to see you. Just me. And Bonnie, good to see you. It's always a pleasure to have you guys in the chat. All right. Did you guys see what I saw? Did you see what I saw? I said, Lord Jesus. We're going to watch it. Okay. I did drop, hey, Bobby, I did drop the link to, and Christy, good to see you. I did drop the link of Tottie's channel in the chat. I will copy it again because I'm right here. Mama Bear, no worries. I've already got it. We're going to watch the first video because it's about 6-7 hours long. I don't like to share the newest one, but I will give you a hypothesis of my point of view of the last one she did. I like for the content creator to at least get her views, and you know, I don't like to take that away from anyone. That's just not a good way to do business. But I want to make sure that I drop the link. This is not my content. And before we get started, let's do this. Everything that I say and state today is my observation and point of view. It's not factual information. All individuals discussed are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Viewers must do their own research on all topics covered. Content is used under the Fair Copyright Act, Section 107, for purposes like commentary and news reporting. Do not harass, bully, or show hate towards any person that we discuss today. I am not responsible for anyone on panel and what their opinion is. I am not also responsible for any comments made in the comment section. Please do your own self a favor and show kindness in the chat. All right, there we go. Got that out of the way. All right, so Here we go. And you can find all that information in my disclaimer if you'd like. That is always on every video that I do use for legal purposes. All right, per attorney. All right, so today, early this morning, and I didn't see it, someone actually brought this to my attention, and I was like, okay, let me hop on over and check this out. Um, I have not ever heard of this guy. See, I'm not in the know. Okay, oh, I don't know why. Okay, I'm just gonna not even start this crap with this damn computer today. So I'm going to pull it down and I'll pull it back up because my computer sometimes gets stuck on stupid. And I'm not going to try to maneuver it. I want it to be an easy stream. No crap. You know what I mean? Holy Batmobiles, Robin. All right. So let's go back. Probably after the first of the year, I'm going to get myself a new computer. I think this one, it's a laptop. And I think it's that time. I think it's that time if I'm going to continue on doing content. You know what I mean? All right, so let's go back here to the live and pull it up here. I did drop the link in the chat, and we're going to watch it now. I do not know who this Justin Morris is. I haven't did any research on the guy or the name, okay? Because I just found out about it watching. I was like, yeah, let's share this information, okay? Bring it up to YouTube. All right. So I do not know who this person is. I've never this is new to me, like for real guys. I do not communicate behind the scenes with people unless they reach out to me and then I usually, do my digging then. Could you let me know how the sound is, Mama Bear, so I don't know if I'm sounding crazy. Hey, Runaway Truth, Pam, and Little Miss, good to see you. Leslie, it's always a good to see you. And if you're late, it's okay. No worries. Make sure that the mic, the audio is okay. All right. So make sure we have it turned up. We're going to turn it on a different speed here. And I'm also going to be putting up the banner for copyright because this, like I said, this is not my content and I need to do what's right. So this is Justin Morse here and then Toddy One Skip. And I've never heard of this Toddy One Skip, okay? A person that made a lot of phone calls and communication to be able to involve himself for sure. I mean, apparently there's a lot of work that's this gentleman has done behind the scenes. Have I verified this information and who this guy is? Absolutely not. I'm sharing information from her video. Have I did my research on this person to say, yeah, I kind of checked him out and he checks. No, I have not. No, I have not. I want to make that very, very clear. All right. So if you guys want me to stop anytime, just put stop and we'll stop, okay?
And I just got that. I just got that.
I sent you October the 7th date.
Yeah.
And
go ahead. Right. Okay. So let me just, I just went ahead and did it. So hang on one second. I want to remove it right now. We're going to talk about that for a minute. So guys, hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. So it's been a busy night while I was sleeping, but I'm speaking to Justin Morris, who's kind of been behind the scenes here, but has a lot of information about things that are going on. And I would like him to explain a little bit. And then, of course, I know that there's going to be a lot of questions because it's a complex story as it is. So, Justin, first of all, start off with how you got involved with the family. You have no affiliation with this family at all. How did you get involved with them, please?
None whatsoever. I've been watching the Whitaker family since 2004, since Mark had them going. And then Patrick come along with Timmy. I thought that was great. I thought it was wonderful. But the minute Eric appeared, I knew there were problems. I really did know there were problems. I tried to reach out all month July and August to try to get a hold of Patrick and let him know he's in a bad position. I couldn't get a hold of him.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would agree with that statement. Yeah, we're introducing a new character here. I do not know if that's the name that he's just using. I did not cross-check reference any of this information, guys. So we're just listening to it. So this is a new character in the situation. And uh I don't know, we're gonna listen together. Like sometimes I have to listen to things a couple times, think about it, reason it out a little bit here and there, you know what I mean? I know, you know what I mean? So I'm not saying that this person isn't legit or doesn't know he does have a lot of information. He does show screenshots, but the communication between him and Patrick. So there is a line of communication between Mr. Morris and Patrick. That's for sure because we see it, right? I think, unless it's mock freaking messages, but that's a little weird. But I don't know. Let's go ahead.
So when everything blew up in September, I finally was able to get a hold of Patrick the end of September. And I made up my mind then. When I did, our very first conversation was, Patrick, don't worry about anything. If they lock you up, I'll make sure you get out of jail. I'll make sure you
Thank
have an
you so
attorney.
much for the
That's how much
$4.99.
faith I had in Patrick Roark at the time.
I do have a goal set. So thank you for that. That's one. I do have a goal set because we have to pay StreamYard. I do have don't feel obligated if you cannot listen. I want to make something very clear. If you do not have money to give to people, do not give it. Okay. I set a goal just because. Okay. If you cannot do it, please do not feel like you're not wanted or I don't see you because I do. All right. Please don't ever think that. Don't. And that means to any doggone chat you go to. Okay. So, but thank you very much. It's very kind of you, Katniss. Very kind. And we'll play you something after we're done here, and I'll leave you up there because that's very kind of you.
Okay.
I've had several conversations with him since that point in time. I've had several text messages with him, and in the last 3 weeks has been awful bad. Things took a U-turn for the worse. And Patrick Roark, I hope you are watching this live because the Whitakers will get their money. I
Oh boy,
promise you
Donna.
they're going to get it.
So Donna's like, she trusts Toddy, but this guy may be fooling her. I hope not, man. Because people have different feelings about Toddy, but I think she does put a lot of work into her content. I think she does try to get accurate information from her videos. That's just my opinion. But sometimes I think people can be laid as, they want to trust and they want to believe. And then sometimes when it's not the truth, it makes that person look like an ass. But it's really not the content creator's fault by letting someone up on their panel. If it comes to fruition that this guy isn't who he says he is, no one should hold it against her for letting, you know what I'm saying? I know I come off as negative Nancy too, running away truth. Don't, I suspect everybody. Listen, I know I come off as negative Nancy, but subs have been through some, I know much already in this mess, and every single person that has professed to want to, girl, I'm right there with you. Like I am suspect because we have been duped by people. Hey, Ida May, it's good to see you. Hope your Thanksgiving's well. Nice to see you back in the chat. Ready, it's good to see you too. I don't think I said hi to you. Look, at a lot of that I have family up there, and I knew Patrick. This guy is legit. This guy is legit. So Reddy says she has family up there. This guy is legit. I really hope so because he has been a big part of this. Okay. I just don't want anyone to feel like they have that take it out on the content creator. You know what I mean? People rolled me across the damn coals when I had Patrick up here. I said, I'm not on the team. I'm on Let's Find Out the Truth team. Beezer, thank you so much, honey. I appreciate you. She said, Happy Thanksgiving to all. I appreciate you, Beezer. Very kind of you. And like again, please, if you guys cannot, please don't ever feel obligated. Okay. If we don't hit the goal, it's okay. We'll try again tomorrow. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I promise, guys. I promise. Okay. But what I'm saying to you is, I hope this guy is good and legit. All right. I really do. but don't, start taking the whipping board to old Toddy if it's not. She's just sharing the information.
You're no good.
Oh, he said
Show
you're
him
no
the
good.
text, Dottie.
Okay. I sure will. Hang on one second. I just am
Okay.
trying to move so I can put my coconut milk next to my coffee.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I might not so I'm gonna start with well, you'll explain it. I'm gonna put them up. I'll put it up here.
So she's getting ready to put the text messages up, and they're not nice. Bed bugs and bad decisions. She's been working hard behind that Chili's, girl. Been working hard behind that Chili's. You could throw $20 around, girl. I love you, girl. But could you take a day off tomorrow? Bed bugs and bad decisions. Bed bugs and Chili's. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Beezer, everybody, I'm gonna give you guys a little something after we're done here. And just hang tight, okay? Oh my, this is terrible. This text message set me for a loop, y'all. Like for real. Okay, like I'm like, wow, listen to Patrick Roark being mean. I mean, in my opinion.
So hang on one second. So this is the first one.
So I'm going to stop it there in case anyone wants to take a screenshot of it. I can roll it up. Let me see if I can. No, I can't, but I can. If anyone wants to, like take it and they can read it for themselves, whatever, you can go to Toddy's and do it as well. But this is not a good exchange in my opinion.
I don't know if you can read it. I'll read it.
Go ahead and read it.
Okay, this is the one that you sent me yesterday about you going there and basically about how much money I guess Patrick's going to do. So this is the message that you sent him apparently yesterday.
Okay.
This is very simple. Are you into getting Betty a home with me? It's like you're not even wanting to communicate with me, Patrick. I can do this alone, but Betty needs to be paid one way or the other, and I'm praying for you that it's not the other. You have over 250,000 followers because of Betty and the family. I've said nothing but good things about you to the investigator. Please don't make me out like I worked for Georgia Investigations for many years and I have a very good reputation to go forward with. I'm working very hard in the background. Even me fighting for this in the background is hard for me. I'm fighting to stay alive. I'm not ready to leave. My work is not done. But
So this guy claims that he's been, in investigations for over 25 years. I cannot verify that. I hope it's true.
Sickness, you have no idea what I've done. I've flown to New York and to Atlanta, meeting a lot of people about all of the situation.
So that's what I find interesting. So some of the statements that have been made make me wonder, like, why would he need to go to these two places? Let's see, exactly what did he say? New York? Because I mean, he's going to expect people to like review this, right? Okay, let's go back 20 seconds and listen again.
For me, I'm fighting to stay alive. I'm not ready to leave. My work is not done. But my sickness, you have no idea what I've done. I've flown to New York and to Atlanta, meeting a lot.
Okay, so to New York and to Atlanta. Georgia would make some sense because, maybe that's where Mr. Eric Roark or Mr. Eric Carroll lives. But I don't understand the New York part. Maybe someone can fill me in the chat.
The people about all of the situation, and believe me, the storm hasn't hit there yet. But it's brewing. I'm sorry, it's coming. And when it hits, I pray you're on my side, the good side. Please don't make the mistake of not doing the right thing. You have told me you don't give a shit a few times. Let them lock me up. Hang on.
So there's Jessica. She has a lot of information too from Patrick.
And I wonder every single day why you would.
I invited Patrick to this stream if he wanted to come up here. And I'm not to discredit either person, but I think it's only fair if someone comes out, is Mark in New York, maybe Pam, that's a good, I didn't even think about Mark. Maybe because I know that his daughter was going to school in New York, Mark Latea's daughter. But I can't verify that. But I did invite Mr. Patrick to the stream just to, I don't know what his feeling is about me, but, I do make video and it is what it is. I'm looking for the truth, but I always want to give the other person that's being talked about an opportunity to come up here. And that's just the way it is. So if he would happen to choose to come up here, we're going to treat him with respect because that's what we do. If you like him or not, we're looking for we're looking for the facts, right? That's all we're doing. And at the end of the day, the Whitakers need to be paid their money.
Kind of statements I've told you repeatedly every time I talk to you, but I love you and I don't tell that to everybody that I have never met. So please don't make me out a liar. Do the right thing, Patrick. It's bad enough for what Eric did. You have over 250,000 followers. Please don't mess this up. I've got so many ideas for you. You will make millions, but you can't mess this up. If you do, you will never come back. I promise. I love you, man. Get in touch with me. So Patrick's reply, because
So
he
we're
replied,
going to
get in touch,
do it
but you
again.
can't 50,000 followers. Please don't say why you would make those. And I wonder every single day why you would make those kind of statements. I've told you repeatedly every time I talk to you, but I love you and I day.
Okay, here we go.
And I wonder every shit a few times, but it's brewing. I'm sorry. It's fighting to stay alive. I'm not ready to live back for many years, and I have a very good reputation. 1,000 fun.
Okay.
This is very simple. Are you into getting Betty a home with me? It's like you're not even wanting to communicate with me, Patrick. I can do this alone, but Betty needs to be paid one way or the other, and I'm praying for you that it's not the other. You have over 250,000 followers because of Betty and the family. I've said nothing but good things about you to the investigator. Please don't make me out like I worked for Georgia Investigations for many years and I have a very good reputation to go forward with.
Yep, this is Justin Moore. I don't know who this fella is. He's on Toddy. On Toddy's.
I'm working very hard in the background. Even me fighting for this in the background is hard for me. I'm fighting to stay alive. I'm not ready to leave. My work is not done. But my sickness, you have no idea what I've done. I've flown to New York and to Atlanta, meeting a lot of people about all of the situation. And believe me, the storm hasn't hit there yet. But it's brewing. I'm sorry. It's coming. And when it hits, I pray you're on my side, the good side. Please don't make the mistake of not doing the right thing. You have told me you don't give a shit a few times. Let them lock me up. Hang on. There's more. And I wonder every single day why you would make those kind of statements. I've told you repeatedly every time I talk to you, but I love you and I don't tell that to everybody that I have never met. So please don't make me out a liar. Do the right thing, Patrick. It's bad enough for what Eric did. You have over 250,000 followers. Please don't mess this up. I've got so many ideas for you. You will make millions, but you can't mess this up. If you do, you will never come back. I promise. I love you, man.
Okay.
Get in touch with me.
Okay, so that's the entire one in its whole. Yeah, if there's people in the chat that you don't see eye to eye with, that's all right. Let's keep it like we're at the Thanksgiving table with people. Pretty Bird has become a new member. I appreciate you very much. And you got a membership in the right time because I'll be traveling and I do all of my travel lives will be members only just because that's the safest way to do it. And it'll be in real time, not, um, you know, pre-recorded videos. And you'll get to have a good time with me and my husband and my little tinky tink dog as we go down the road. So Pretty Bird, thank you. Perfect timing, honey. All right. And I'm also working on a Discord so we can get a Discord. When we can all communicate that way, it seems to be easier to communicate with members that way. But I'm not real handy at Discord, so I'm going to need some pros.
So Patrick's reply, because he replied, Patrick's reply was this. I'm going to tell you this. Don't be leaving me threatening messages. I'm not that kind of effing guy. Secondly, is the holidays and I don't want to be taking phone calls. I'm not going to. You pulled this shit nice with me. I'll block your ass if you ever.
So this was super recent, right? And in my opinion, I didn't really find that threatening per se. But I mean, he could have interpreted my interpretation. Well, depending on where my mind is, right? So I guess I got to say that depending where my mind is, then maybe I would take it to be threatening. But for me, I don't see it threatening. But I don't know where Mr. Patrick's mind is at, right? I don't know. So, you know.
send me another message that caliber again. I don't see the threat in that message. I vouched for his character too, but his character is going to be his character.
Tommy, I'm completely done with it. Completely.
I understand. And listen, he needs to pay them. And he does have a future, but only if he pays them. It would be the stupidest thing for him to not pay them, because that's his future. As soon as he doesn't pay them, that's his future. That's what he's going to be known for. So to me, my reputation is priceless. You know what I mean? So if his reputation is worth $15,000, that shows you what kind of character. I was wrong about him then.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And that's okay. That's okay. I said if I'm
Well, okay.
wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. He needs to pay them. And I've been patient. He's been paid at least once or twice since the conversation I had with him on Lady K's channel, where I said, what he was doing, I felt was just as bad as Eric, just not to the extreme because the money amount. And also, I definitely don't think that Patrick went in there with the intention of all of this happening. I think money got the best of him, but still, that's no excuse. So let's continue on with the messages, right? Because you sent a message after this one.
Yep.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I believe the same. I don't think Mr. Patrick went into this to do any harm to the Whitaker family. I think that he went into it for both him and the Whitakers to benefit from it. And there's nothing bad in that. Okay. In my opinion, if they're both gonna benefit from it, then there's no harm, no foul. And I think it just grew its own legs and it took off in a different direction. Now that's just my own opinion. I could be completely off base, but but we can't undo what's done.
So you wrote back, Patrick, I'm just trying to get the 3 back home and get Betty in the house so they can come home. And I did not threaten anyone. I had been as nice as I can to you. I even told you how many times I love you. And then you're going to send me a message like that. We need to talk about this house and furniture, Patrick. If you want to be a part of that with me, that's fine. If you don't, but I'll do it. I won't. I'm not looking for what you call me torch carrier. I'm not looking to be praised for doing this for Betty. I'm doing it out of the goodness of my heart. God knows that. And then he doesn't respond. I also understand it's close to Thanksgiving, but I'm flying there in a few days and trying to figure out how much cash to bring with me. I don't want to wait till the very last minute to talk to you to see what we can come up with. It's no problem if you don't want me to be a part of it. I won't be mad. Just tell me that we're going to do it, or tell me to do it alone. Not trying to make you mad or upset. Love you, brother. I mean, you're just asking him if he's going to pitch in with the money that's owed to the Whitakers.
And that's where it kind of gets suspicious with me. So Justin should just bring the money and do it himself, right? I mean, if that's, but we're going to keep listening because I got some suspicious. So, the 3 can come back home. He's trying to sell people something that can't happen. I want everyone just to keep listening, okay? I just want everyone to keep listening. Okay, just keep listening.
To help you pay for something that you shouldn't even be paying for. And then you write back, your third reply is, you're a smart guy, Patrick. I just pray you do right with all this and move forward with over 250,000 followers. I have great ideas for you that print more revenue. Yeah.
See, here's the thing, that this whole thing right here, in my opinion, I don't trust anybody. Okay. I trust my husband. All right. But he keeps going back to this 250,000 followers. I have great ideas for you. This is what keeps stumping me. Okay. What's the there? That's an underlying motive to me. Do you guys understand? And I'm not trying to call this guy a fake, nothing, whatever. That is what it's always back to that. Okay, if he's wanting to do the right thing for the Whitakers, then screw the 200. Well, he almost has 300,000 followers, to be honest with you. He has like 297,000 followers. So, anyway, this is what stumps me. If you're going to do the right thing for the Whitakers, it shouldn't matter how many followers he has. But maybe he's thinking on a different level, different way than I am. But the thing with the okay, let's go.
You're not the only one. I know that there's a lot of behind the scenes promises for Patrick. And there's something here that says that there's an indictment confirmed for January 12th.
Right, Charles? Like,
Yes.
I'm like, what?
The week of, it's actually the week of the 12th. They start on the 12th. They have probably between 75 and 100 cases.
I mean,
then indict from
Pringles.
Monday the 12th till Friday the 16th.
Okay.
So during that week,
So
they
you guys
will
are
be bringing the
okay.
indictments.
Okay. Okay. Because originally it was the first week I had thought.
Yes.
But that's when they do indictments, man. That's when they do indictments, but no one knows who's on the indictment list. Okay, so this is what I have a problem with. First of all, no, oh my God. I'm glad you guys are thinking on the same level as me over here in this chat. I thought maybe I was going cuckoo for cuckoo puffs. Okay, because I'm like, am I reading too much into this? Am I, but and I have a tendency to do because I look at everything as speculative. Like this could be or could not be, right? Whenever I go into something. So, people get indicted, yeah, but we don't know who's on the indictment list.
Said.
That's my
And I say
mistake.
this because we went through this shit before in another case that we followed, and who's been here for a long time, who's an OG, they know that we also thought another couple was going to be indicted during a grand jury indictment. It never happened. Yeah, they come into and do indictments, but no one knows who's on that damn list.
My note with me, and on top of that, hopefully the investigators will have everything back so they can move forward with this grand jury. But there's a lot of investigation work with this. They have to get subpoenas. They have to get court orders for them to turn over YouTube, Facebook, whatever platform Eric had. They have to order the records for that. And then not only that, they order all information that's any messages or anything, any video.
Right,
They
I
have
feel
to
you.
go completely through that stuff.
Right.
And that's not an easy job. You're talking about thousands of messages, and they're going to get to the bottom of every bit of it. You can't hide. I mean, it's all there.
Right. And you said you have law enforcement experience behind you?
Yeah, I've been I was in investigations for 25 years.
Okay.
And I worked for Georgia Investigation, which is a private investigation firm. But I worked with different sheriff's departments and everything, serving court orders and all that kind of stuff.
Right. Okay. So here's a message that you said you sent to Patrick on October 8th. This one that says just got off. So this is you saying just got off the phone with attorney. Please stop giving anyone a copy or anything or make any more statements of any kind. I spent over a month trying to get in touch with you, the family, and you are number one to me. We can do.
That might have been whenever he was up here with us on my panel when Patrick spoke. I'm assuming then because I asked for a few things so I could show my community over here, a balance, an ATM receipt, whatnot, what have you, with no account information. You can do that. There's a way to do it. We all go to the ATM and get a available balance. I mean, that's all that was being asked. It wasn't, I don't want any account numbers. I'm not going to withdraw any money from you. Just, take a black marker and marky it out. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, then this was probably said. I'll have to go back and look at the date that live was given and then compare it to this. I did not do that because, like I said, I watched and was like, oh yeah, we got to talk about it.
Anything you want once this is cleared up. I have very weak. I'm very weak at the moment. We'll talk tomorrow. Please text me now so I'll know that you got this. I'll go over everything tomorrow. Urgent, no copies, no statements of any kind. I'm trying to fix this for you. Patrick.
And this whole thing, I'm sick, and God bless him if he is. You know what I'm saying? Like, hopefully he's not. Hopefully whatever's ailing him, he gets better. But I mean, I guess this is between two people that are considered friends. And whenever I don't feel good, like I've told my friends, like I'm not feeling too good, but it's not a consistent conversation. I don't know. It's just weird.
I got it. I think that's about when he was talking to me though, right?
Yep.
I didn't realize that. I'm just getting these messages, guys, to be honest with you.
My text around that time.
Yeah. And so you wrote back and said, waited on you a few hours to call me back. I must not mean much to you. Guess I'll slow down in helping you. I thought we'd become really good friends getting through this together to show people you were right all along. I'll put it in your hands if you move forward, and me if they bring bogus.
Right, run away.
I don't know if I have anything more to this. Do I?
Uh,
Let me see. Oh, bogus charges kind of bothers me, not calling me back. I always do what I tell anyone. Patrick is bad about corresponding.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he wants to be honest. He will call and text, but some
Let's see. I got a message here. Let's see if it's any of importance. Okay.
sometimes it takes him a while to get back. I don't think that's me or you. I think that's just Patrick. And I mean, listen, you're right
me
about you
share
trying
this
to do
again.
everything and him not getting back to you. I get there. I get that.
everything's there.
So Patrick writes back and says, listen, Justin, I have a bunch going on. I've been very transparent. I have a life beyond Facebook. So don't make me feel like you're the one carrying the torch here. If you decide you're not interested in being part of the solution, then move on. I'll remove you from my contacts. So, yeah.
I should have took the hint back in October the 7th and 8th. I should have just, he is worthless. And I hope you're listening, Patrick.
Well, he's probably not up
worthless.
this time of the morning, but
He'll eventually
somebody will
see it.
send it to him. Somebody will.
He might be
I'm sure
listening
send it to him.
now.
I don't like calling anybody worthless, but
You just don't really know what all I've been through with him.
no, I listen. I don't know, but I do understand. So here's somebody
Trying to
asking.
pin that.
So I'll let you answer this, Justin. They want to know, why don't you help the Whitakers with the lawyer instead of Patrick? I don't think you were trying to help Patrick with a lawyer, were you?
No. Well, I was going to if they.
Well, he kind of said that he was going to get him out of jail, and I would say that they need an attorney too, in my opinion. But oh my gosh. Let me get caught up in the chat here while I put this disclaimer up here. I dropped Toddy's link in the chat. Again, this is not my content. I'm using it underneath the Fair Use Act. Let me get back in this chat. Listen, I think both Eric and Patrick are guilty and should be investigated and punished if it's found they are guilty. Exploiting and stealing, absolutely. If anyone that is going to be, if they've done something, then we would be held accountable. You would be held accountable, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? The message is manipulative on Justin's part. He was the real deal. He wouldn't have come to the internet. Shake my head. He's just like the rest. Yeah, a lot of people have different opinions about this. GBI is not a PVT firm, private firm, or they'd be subject to FOIA in my cousin's former missing person, now unsolved murder case. They are a government entity, not opinion fact. Runaways, not my opinion. He's doing something weird with his mouth. Is it nerves or no? I think it's no teeth, but no disrespect. Okay. No disrespect. I mean, dental work's freaking expensive as hell. What does Patrick do to Justin to be worthless? Right? Because and from what I'm gathering thus far, he's not doing what he wants him to do. He's not answering him back as fast as he wants him to. I don't know. That's what I'm. And how did they get involved? Like, I have so many like, how did this guy just insert himself? Is he a family friend? Does he know Mr. Patrick? Like, how did you get involved? Is somebody that just decided to get involved in this? Well, won't January be interesting? All right, can't wait. Now, what if this comes to pass that no one is indicted, right? You know what I'm saying? And then what? I don't know. This is just, oh my gosh. Every day I feel like I'm being trolled. Okay. Every day I feel like I'm being trolled with this type of information. Okay. I'm just like, what are you? We have 7 weeks and we'll know, right? So 7 weeks. Okay. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut about that, Bambi. Bambi, I'm hushing it. Bambi, I'm going to be good. This guy has strange adoration for Patrick. He could help Betty more by leaving Patrick out and getting her rented up himself. He wants Patrick users knowing that they will donate even if he says not to. This will be a damn shame. Okay, guys, do your research before you donate large amounts of even $5. Okay, over here when we do our goals for our StreamYard, I have StreamYard. I'm using it. We have uncommercial YouTube. We're using it. Okay, it's very relevant of what we use it for. So proofs in the pudding. You can Google how much the shit costs yourself if you'd like. All right. So I don't lie. I don't have to. Um, I don't know, man. This is just if this ends up coming to be, I got you. Yeah, I'm. I'm just. I feel like I'm being trolled every day when I'm Truth and Bath. I'm like, Jesus criminy. You know, uh, just watch your pockets, guys. Watch your pockets. And I usually tell my subscribers, go buy somebody an ice cream cone, just some random stranger, and let me know you did. And that gives me more enjoyment than getting money. I love to hear stories of some things that people do things good. Absolutely. If you send me a picture of you doing a good deed, I'm going to send it up here and be like, look at this. This is doing some good. Like, that's my character, though.
What if they arrested him at the time that I thought he was a good guy?
Right.
And her house is going to have to come first, and then the attorney comes second. But the part of the attorney, we're not going to be asking anybody for any donation or money to either you or I, either one, Toddy. But
I'm not asking anybody for any donation.
You damn right. Me neither. Me neither. I am not standing beside, behind, or in front of this man. This is a new character on the scene, and we're reviewing it, and we're making our own opinions. And I'm telling you to watch your pocketbooks, people.
But, man, I just want to be clear on that.
But what we're going to do, we're going to hire the attorney.
There you go, buddy.
Then we're going to ask people to help us and send money straight to the attorney.
I don't care. Let me tell you what. Beer, if the man didn't his card, I wouldn't give it. You did a good deed. I don't give a damn what kind of beer. What was it? Good beer though? Was it fucking cheap beer? Damn it! You better buy him some good beer.
And that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know that I'm going to be part of that unless I see something with an attorney, and I would just tell people where to send it. Nothing about me.
I have it on the letterhead and everything, and send it to you, Toddy. That they'll send it directly, made out to the attorney with the attorney's address.
See,
the attorney will give an update every week where he stands, how much money's come in, and he'll count for everything.
All right. Only messages from
so okay, so Patrick. Right now nobody's asking for money. No. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for money. I'm not going to say that a million times. I'm not asking for a dime. He's not asking for a dime.
About 10 cents.
Not asking for anything to do with the family and how that's going to work out, so people understand, because I don't know how many people are going to send money for anything.
We're coming out of our pocket to get Betty a house.
Okay, so if it's coming out of your pocket, then what do you, hey Rebecca, then why would you ask for money? I'm just asking, like, I'm trying to understand.
No, I'm saying it's probably going to cost at least between 12 and 15,000 to get them in a house and get them brand new furniture completely throughout the house. And I will be asking.
Okay, guys, I want to have good faith in men. I want to have the good faith in men. My opinion is also to stay away from lawyer funds. Girl, I mean, we come from a whole nother sector. Okay, that's why we're so suspicious. My opinion, stay away from lawyer funds. We've seen them go bad too many times, but that, my opinion too. I am like nervous. I'm nervous. Is that is it only me, or are you guys feeling a little nervous? Not with Toddy, with the gentleman. Oh, Lord Jesus.
Once we know what the price is, once we know the attorney, once we have the address, once we have a letterhead and you can verify, then we're going to ask for money.
See, I don't even care about a letterhead. You got to interview like Lesniak. Okay, we got to see, and he was a joke. All right, in my opinion. We got to see the man up in the attorney in the courthouse doing courthouse stuff. Okay, before we trust anything, we need receipt, and receipts aren't always paper. It's meaning I'm at the courthouse and I'm in front of the judge handling a case type of receipt. Okay, I'm just saying, people, like, been buffaloed too much.
To help with the attorney fees.
Okay, so who's buying the house for the Whitakers so that they can move?
We're not buying a house. We're going to rent it.
Okay.
They're going to have a rental house to get the family back home.
Okay.
Dallas,
Then
Go
we'll
ahead.
take
we're all going
another
to hell.
step down the road.
Cajun girl.
Okay, so once their home is, I'm trying to figure out, because I got a bunch of people here panicking about money. So that's got to be 1,000%
So maybe
clear.
someone in the chat will give you a rundown. I'm personally not going to give a rundown. I'm going to keep moving on with the stream. But if someone wants to take the time, they can.
There's no money right now. I'm not going to be a part in
No,
asking
no.
anybody for money. I want to be 1,000% clear here. I'm not
Yeah.
asking any. I'm not asking my subscribers for
No.
anything.
Nope. Absolutely not.
Too much,
Yeah.
Mom. Happy Thanksgiving.
So again, this is not coming out very clear. This is a little cloudy. So break it down. What's the first plan that you're going to do?
Right, Tanya? I
Get a
had
house.
that question too.
Well, you
Get
got to get there first. Are you going to get there? I need you to really break it down for these people because they're not even sure who you are.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep,
I know
I'm
you
gonna-
can't read the comments, but they're not
I'm-
sure who you are. So let me do this. Let me just simplify this. I'm sorry, Justin. Justin, I need you to be. You heard about them. You watched them on YouTube. You became
For 20 years.
For 20 years, right?
Yep.
Okay. And so the
I'm
videos haven't
going
been out
there.
that long, but
No, how did you get in connection with Patrick? Toddy, back it up, please. How did you get I want to know that. Mr. Whatever the hell your name is, open invite. Come on over here. If anyone knows this guy or how to get a hold of him, tell him that I got some more questions. And I'll be prepared this time to ask the questions.
anyway, so you reached out to them
done
when this
banged
whole
on my
thing was
damn
happening, and
table.
originally you felt like Patrick was being thrown under the bus, and
Yes.
you wanted to help him and the family kind of
Yes.
make things right, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And you still want to help the family. You just no longer interested in helping Patrick at all. Is that correct?
None at all.
Okay. And I understand that. Okay. So you helping the family is on other people's dime or on your dime?
Well, it's really me and another guy, and he don't want to be mentioned whatsoever.
Okay.
So we're renting a house. We're going to do what's necessary. The state requires, because EPS wants it basically set up like
Amen
a
to that,
mini
Tiny.
assisted living house is the way they want it, up to code and everything.
Right.
And then the second step will be furnishing it with brand new furniture, nothing used, brand new. Once that's done, and Betty alone.
You know that Habitat for Humanity has really nice used furniture.
But the second thing is to furnish the house, get her moved in it alone, period. No
Betty.
Larry, no BJ, no nothing.
And what do you think? And honestly, now I know that Angel forced for you. Just hang on, because he's actually spoken to people. I know I've been speaking to him for a minute here. So just let's hang on. Okay. Yeah, he's going to talk about that, Pam. I do know about that. So Justin can't read the comments. They're really small for him, and he's really not part of like YouTube and such like that. So these are
But he acts like he has big plans for Mr. Patrick. So how would he know big plans for Mr. Patrick? Okay, he's like, I got big plans. Got 250. He knows how to. I have questions, and this isn't any disrespect to Toddy at all. None. She's just interviewing the guy, and that's what it is. Okay. But
these are really small comments, so I'm trying to do both. So I know that you've spoken to Betty. I know you've spoken to Larry, and you've spoken to somebody at APS or something. Explain who you've spoken to, please.
I spoke with a supervisor, but his name is Jason.
Don't give out his last name, please.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
And then he put me in touch with Andrea, and then Jason called me yesterday, and he's going to have Andrea's supervisor, and the name is Jason.
So I know that you've spoken to Betty. I know you've spoken to Larry, and you've spoken to somebody at APS or something. Explain who you've spoken to.
I'm hoping just the activities director is who I'm hoping. Okay, because this I question, because I don't think just any old somebody, XLE or XPI, is going to be able just to come in and say, hey, I needed some information on the Whitakers. With that, I hope. I don't know. Guys, how you feeling? Tell me how you're feeling in the chat.
Please.
I spoke with a supervisor, but his name is Jason,
Don't give out his last name, please.
No, I'm not.
Okay, okay.
Hey, D.
And then he put me in touch with Andrea. And then Jason called me yesterday, and
Betty,
he's
Pretty
going to
Bird.
have
I'm telling you, baby.
Andrea's supervisor to call me today by lunchtime to let me know whether this Thanksgiving dinner is going to happen or not.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear. Ernie Evans is still very much involved in the Thanksgiving, guys.
He absolutely is.
He's not on the panel here, but and he hasn't asked for a dime. He's not asking for a dime.
No, he's
And
going to pay for all this.
he's going to pay for the whole thing without asking anybody for anything. And no, he's not even going to go. I don't think that they're going to let him go, but he's still willing to pay for this dinner.
Well, I've always said that he shouldn't go. Okay, no one from social media, in my opinion, should go, because that means that somebody has the potential to know their location and could accidentally leak it out. And then what does that mean? Then they're going to have to relocate again for it's adult protective services. That's the word that everyone tends to leave out of this fucking shit. Okay, I'm starting to get a little angry. Not at anyone particular, just at the situation. Everyone knows that me and damn Ernie Evans don't get along. Ernie Evans does not need to know where their location is. And I say this because of the fact of the video that was given to another beginner content creator, fucking greenhorn content creator, made a big deal about this quote, video that Ernie Evans gave to this greenhorn content creator and made a big ruckus about it, saying that somebody in that video was being abused while they're in the adult protective services. So that's why I have a bad taste in my mouth with Mr. Evans. Okay, I don't trust him. Why? Because of his first damn episode on YouTube with the alleged abuse video. Okay, and if anyone doesn't like it, well, I'm sorry to hear about your fucking problem. All right. Oh, honey child, I need to thank you for saying that. Oh Lord, let's take a moment of let's take a break. Let's take a break. Okay, it's Thanksgiving. I don't want to take blood pressure pills. Okay? Lord help us all. Why can't Betty go with the 3? She's needing a break, and please save the right, Beth? Oh boy.
Providing the family could be together, and he's going to allow them to decide, because it's not up to us, guys, to decide who could go there to spend Thanksgiving with their family. So Ernie's paying for it. Hang on one second. Ernie's paying for this. So Ernie has made no stipulations about who can come. He's counting on people to do their job to find out who can come in and be part of the Thanksgiving. And if it's only Betty, then it's only Betty. So we're going to find out about that today. And I just want to give credit where it's due for Ernie, because Ernie, he's not asking for anything. He's just willing to put his credit card on the line and have them pay for them to have not a facility Thanksgiving, but to actually have it catered in and have. And he's already got that. All we need is the approval to do that, which is
because Ernie can't call the caterers until we find out.
Right.
And there's a certain time tomorrow.
Today.
So in my opinion,
time, he's not going to be able to get it done.
Yeah, that's today. That's not tomorrow. This is now Wednesday.
Yeah.
In my opinion, this guy is working with Ernie Evans. In my opinion. He knows a lot about what Ernie Evans is doing. And he says everyone's saying that he's from Florida. I don't know if he's from Florida. Did someone say he was from Florida? I don't know this guy.
Yeah, otherwise the caterers aren't going to do it. I mean, come on. Like, you got to know in advance. But anyway, so go ahead. I just wanted to talk about the Thanksgiving because I know people wanted to know about that. So please continue with Whitaker hashtag. It's too late for a petition. And that I'm not going to. That's something that needed to be handled on the other side that we had no control over. And unfortunately, they didn't handle it in enough time now, from my understanding.
If everybody knew what I've really been through the last 48 hours, I have a 50-name list with 50 different phone numbers that I have talked to people with the human health services at every telephone number, trying to get in touch with a true person that I need to speak with about a Thanksgiving dinner. So hopefully today, around 12 o'clock, we will definitely know whether this is going to happen or not.
Yeah, so you'll let me know, please. I'll be looking at stuff.
You'll be first.
And so there's a question here, and I know the answer to this, but I'm just going to ask you, has Benny been able to see the 3 yet?
No.
Yeah, I know that.
So he's saying that, and I don't know how he would know this. I don't know if anyone knows this. Hey, Howard, I'm late as usual, but I'm glad I caught you. Me too. I am going to drop Toddy's link in the chat. Again, this is from Toddy One Skip earlier today, about 6-7 hours ago. This is not my content. I'm using it under the Copyright Act of 107. Well, if Betty don't want to move to a rental house, I don't think that's the right thing to do anyways. Betty needs real help to get her family back, not bullshit. Does Betty even know where they are now? That's crazy. She hasn't seen them in months. I know it's sad, isn't it? And I'll tell you what, my point of view is it's because people keep meddling in this woman's business. Okay, people can, what they should do is hire her attorney and walk away. If someone wants to do Betty a fucking favor, get her a family attorney, a lawyer, and walk away and just pay the fund. Don't ask any questions to Betty. Leave Betty alone and let APS, the state of West Virginia, and Betty Whitaker figure out what they need to do. Because everybody is getting their nose in this and they don't even know the Whitakers. They don't even live in West freaking Virginia. Oh my gosh. In my understanding, not confirmed, federal has stepped in and she's lost all monthly benefits. See, look what's happening here. Look what's happening here, people. This is sad. Super fucking sad. Now we got a new player in the house. Lord Jesus.
I knew that. So I want to know so can you tell me why the family has been separated, please? Can we just figure, do you know 100% sure why the family is separated?
Neglect in the house.
Neglect in the house.
Yeah.
And what does that, what
For an example, race being in feces and urine all day long before he finally gets a bath at night.
right,
Sometimes he don't even get a bath at night. Poor Betty.
right.
There's no way she can take care of this.
So what he's saying here, now how would he know this? Yeah, let's go back a little bit and listen again. And my doggone computer, I have to go back and forth from screen, so it might take me a minute. Like, not as quick as normal.
Neglect in the house.
Neglect in the house.
Yep.
And what does that, so can you tell me why the family has been separated, please? Can we just figure, do you know 100% sure why the family is separated?
Neglect in the house.
Neglect in the house.
Yep.
And what does that,
for an example, race being in feces and urine all day long before he finally gets a bath at night.
right,
Sometimes he don't even get a bath at night. Poor Betty.
right,
There's no way she can take care of this by herself.
right,
But one
right.
thing left out about the house.
Hang on 1 second. So, all right, guys, I appreciate wanting to know.
So do you guys think that has been confirmed? Like, how would someone know that? Listen, TG is TG, but logically it is just another meal. You're right. Dinner would be nice, but most facilities provide. They are no more special than any other client guest at that facility, in just my opinion. It sounds like he's just regurgitating what Eric said. All stuff we heard. If they aren't telling Betty why, I want to know what they are telling all these other people who aren't even family. I call bullshit. That's what I'm having a trouble with. Like, how do you know? I wish this guy would come up here, because we're not gonna skip around some shit. Like, I want to know, sir, if you happen to be listening right now, drop a link for you. You're gonna come up here and we're going to have a conversation. Okay. And we're gonna ask you some questions. If Betty or Larry told him, he would know. I can see that. If Betty and Larry told him, then he would know. But if there is we'll keep listening.
Who Justin is. We kind of said it at the beginning and then we said it again. I can't say it every time somebody comes in. I appreciate it. Justin's just a good-hearted guy that has 25 years of. Go ahead, Justin. Again, just and yeah.
I'm just trying to get the Whitakers back together and get them in a house so they can come back home.
And you have like investigative experience
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
Over 25 years.
So he knows who to talk to about things.
Know who to talk to. I know how law enforcement works all the way around. And this investigation is not easy. It's I'm praying that they do have everything ready by January the 12th for that week to move forward with the cases.
Right.
And it's coming. Believe me, it's coming.
Yeah, no, I do believe it because, I mean, it would be something if you could just go ahead and steal from a family and take their money and get away with it with millions of people watching it online and the state not standing up and taking what's rightly back to them.
Exactly. Because if Eric had any good intentions, he would have cashed out. He would have divided the money before he even left with.
Well, before there was even money being exchanged and anyone profited, then it would have been in a trust or handled differently. And that's a no-brainer there. Anyone with any damn God-given sense knows that they would have been handled completely different. It doesn't take that long to set up a trust. Okay, it just doesn't. Honey, he claims that he talks to Betty every day. But he says in here too that there is like an order. But we'll listen. We'll keep listening.
Virginia. No one ever coming back.
Right.
But all he can do is say, oh, I was trying to figure out a way to put it in trust, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that. Everything that man said is a bunch of shit. That's
Eric
what
Carroll, right.
Everything.
He doesn't need anything, Bambi. I'm just trying to share, guys, what's going on and that the indictment's coming. And Justin has spoken to Betty several times and Larry several times and knows the situation. He's spoken to Patrick. He's spoken to all the players except Eric Carroll. He's reached out to Eric Carroll. Eric Carroll has not at all reached out to him.
Yeah, I only called him twice. I didn't want him to call the police and tell him that I'm not harassing him or anything like that because Georgia laws are a lot different than the state I'm living in now. And they will put a charge against you. Only a misdemeanor charge, but I don't want to get harassment or anything.
Right. So do you want to go into what you were sharing with me about the car for the Whitakers? And
so right here, he's going to get in about the vehicle. Okay, he's going to get in here about the vehicle, which I find very interesting. Okay, have I verified it? No. Okay, all the information we're hearing today is from someone else, and we're taking it like a grain of salt. We do not know anything over here as a fact. We are listening to it and we're making up our own conclusions. Okay, everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I do not suggest anyone to bully, harass, or mess with anyone that we speak about over here, okay? And be nice to each other, which you guys are. I'm just saying that, you know.
And about that Land Rover, do you want to share that?
Sure can.
Okay, so this is some information that you guys don't know. So you can listen to this, and I would go into the guitar situation.
I will.
Okay. All right. So guys.
Patrick approached the guy about buying this Range Rover for $8,000. Well, they got two.
This is the Range Rover that was given to the Whitakers, guys, just so you know.
So we're going to slow it down so we can.
Different donors to donate $2,000 apiece, which is $4,000.
Right.
He took the $4,000, went to the man.
So did you guys catch that? He got two. Well, we'll go back.
Donors to donate $2,000 apiece. Well, they got two.
This is the Range Rover that was given to the Whitakers, guys, just so you know.
He got two different donors to donate $2,000 apiece, which is $4,000.
Right.
He took the $4,000, went to the man, told the man into taking the $4,000 and him come back on the 23rd and pay the balance.
Which would be another $4,000.
Yep. And so the same day, the two ladies that Betty went to South Carolina with,
yes,
actually went with him to pick the truck up once it was all clear. They went and got the truck. They drove it back for Patrick and brought it back to Betty's.
Okay.
Well, you guys following the story so far? Jessica, do you know if 411 on the car? I don't. Oh, Jessica, lady, when over, can you send me an invite to come up? Absolutely, Jessica. Like I said, you're always more than welcome. And hopefully everyone is being kind to her in the chat. I know everyone has an opinion, but we can't hate the person for their opinion. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We can't hate the person for their opinion. I'll go ahead and drop you a link here. That's no problem. So it's done. But I found this very interesting. And like I said, none of this has been confirmed. It just hasn't. I have no way to confirm it. I do not talk to anyone behind the scenes. If someone wants to talk to me, they reach out to me. All right. And then they say, I don't share this. And then I don't even mention it over here because I don't tease people like that. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. So let's continue.
That's when he made the
Video.
video acting like he's going to give somebody a card. And then he wanted to put stipulations on it. And then he finally just said, okay, I'm just going to give it to you.
Right.
All that was a big scam anyway, because the bottom line is he went to the man, told the man that the car had been wrecked before, the motor's knocking in it. And the guy was an honest guy. So if you had that kind of problem, I had no idea about it been wrecked before. Didn't ask Patrick for no evidence or anything. And the guy sends him the title.
So he got the car for $4,000. Thank you,
It's-
Jamie. I wasn't going to wake you up, Jamie. This was a surprise for me. So that's just mom talking to my wrench.
So I don't know how true this is.
My moderator. So anyway,
So he scammed the guy on the vehicle for $4,000.
see, the reason why I want this to be said is because this shows character. This shows a pattern. And this is the same thing that I said about Eric Carroll. So those people that have said, hey, Toddy, no matter what Patrick can do. No. No, what's right is right. And what's not right is not right. So
the only
this person says their name is Elizabeth. I'm going to need to let me put up a screen here. I don't know if this person has anything to do with it. I'm going to need to see your face real quick to make sure you're not porn bombing me. So I'm going to add you to stage. Okay, thank you, darling. Turn your camera off. Okay, so here. Okay. You're up on the thing, Elizabeth. So what do you have to add in right here?
Okay. I can't see myself. All I see is a copyright disclaimer. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Okay, so I have tried to stay out of this, and I still want out of this. So nobody come after me. Do not come after me. What what I do have to add is the guy that the older man right there that was on there with Toddy. He is the guy who is claiming that he has cancer, and I'm not saying claiming as in he don't or does. I'm not his doctor. I don't know. But he has offered several people, several creators to come in and get a lawyer to get the Whitakers a house. He says that he's like unaliving and that he wants to leave the Whitakers what he has. He's done this with Brian. He's done this with Patrick. He's done it with a lot. But the thing is nobody has gotten anything from him. He reached out and contacted and wanted like set me up with an Airbnb, set me up with an airplane ticket, set me up with this, set me up with that. But then, when the day comes, he doesn't show up, he doesn't come, he doesn't utilize any of that. I'm not sure if that guy is telling the truth or if he's just another scammer, another pick me, hey, look at me, let me be in the limelight for a moment. And I hate that because truly if he is sick with cancer, that sucks. It sucks horribly. And I don't want to bring any harm to this man or make his life any miserable than what it is. But we can't be out here frauding people or faking or making claims that we're going to help and do this and do that and then just not,
Right, I agree.
That's the problem with all of this anyways, is people are making these claims, saying they're going to do something and then not doing it or whatever.
Yeah, and that's why, if you notice in my chat, I don't know if you've been over here before, but people are very suspicious because we have heard it, we've seen it, we're like, no, we don't believe it. You have to show us a lot of information before we start believing anything. And not that we don't want to believe people, we just have a hard time believing people. You know what I mean? Because so far this guy has said a lot of things that we already know, you know.
Yes, yes. And so I live right here in West Virginia. I'm 45 minutes from the Whitakers. And I personally have taken things to them. I don't want fame about it. I don't care. That's not the point, and nobody come after me over it. I do what God tells me to do. And if that day I feel like getting up and spending $20 on groceries and cleaning supplies and driving it down there, then that's what I do. I talk to the Whitakers a few times here and there, a little bit, little chit chat, nothing serious. I've never really kind of gotten into whatever they got going on.
Right.
I have met Patrick. I've met him. I've had a small, slight conversation with him. Nothing too intriguing or deep or intellectual that would be like, oh, let me get on here and talk about him or say things about him
Right.
that are this or that. There's nothing there that I can help y'all with. I did clear up the fact there was a problem with people believing him with the building that he had bought for the Whitakers and them all trying to say he never spent a dime on it. It was all donated. I fixed that. I found the truth out for that. And like I said, I can only state what I know to be truth. And what I know to be truth is Patrick is paying on that. He is getting that for them. A partial part of it was donated from a lady because she donated her earnings that she would have earned from it. She gave them up. So she earned nothing in that sale because, people get commission for selling things like that. Right. She gave hers up. So that's where the confusion came in. And everybody's like, no, she said she donated it and he's not paying for it. No,
and I was one that said that too. And until I seen Mr. Patrick did give me the receipt. I couldn't share it all on here because it had his private information on there. And I'm not going to give it out. I have Mr. Patrick's phone number.
I'm very close friends with the girl that he did all that business through. So that's why when people was talking, I was like, well, I can fix this for everybody. Like I said, I can only comment on what I know to be fact, what I know to be true.
What I do too. Like I seen the receipt and it said like how much he was going to pay a month, that he did pay for it, that it did have, it was under like basically it was like a little mini contract. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was signed by him, so I could verify that. I won't ever get on here and say I know for a fact unless I see something like that, obviously.
Yes.
But yeah,
unless I was physically there and witnessed it, like if then I know for a fact because I was there. Or if I literally can prove it by like I did with that building, I was like, wait a minute, I know who he got it through. Me and her are very close friends. I'm just gonna go straight to the horse's mouth and I will fix this for everybody so we know,
Right.
And that's what I did. And the same thing with Brian. Like with Brian, there's things that I can tell you that are truth. I do know Brian in real life. He has went to the Whitakers and did a few donation things. And I was there for it with him while I was donating some stuff. There's things that, go on with Brian and everybody has their opinion about it. I'm not out here I'm not a witch hunter. I'm not going to help you hate somebody who didn't do anything to me unless they do something serious. And in this case, the cops aren't looking at Brian. Brian hasn't done anything serious. Has he done some things that's questionable? Obviously, and we all have opinions on that, but I'm not here to hate on him. But there is things that I can say to be fact to clear up a few things. One, he did buy a load of wood that I know for a fact to be $170. I don't know about the second load. The first load he bought was $170. The second, I do know that there was 2 loads of wood delivered, and I was at the Whitakers and I had asked Larry, and Larry did tell me that Brian had dropped that off. So it was there. Those are the 2 things that I know for fact and can verify for people who are confused about it. The rest of the stuff with him and the messages between people and hey, send me 300, I'm not involved in none of that. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not holding his hand. I cannot tell you.
Right. And I think, I think I did see some information that you had put in there on, I think maybe, are you on Facebook underneath Elizabeth?
Yes.
And I don't ever comment, right? But I was looking around. I'm like, this person does things, but she isn't looking for any type of yada girls. You know what I mean? She just kind of just randomly does it. And I did read some stuff.
Random things that I do for people out in the neighborhood. I don't just go help the Whitakers. I help other people, but I don't need the ada girls. When I post it because I'm trying to convince others that hey, sometimes a hand up, not a handout, is really good for people.
Absolutely. So do you know anything about the car that they're discussing here? like? Do you know
The
anything about?
car. So I saw some screenshots. I will tell you that I saw some screenshots. Some screenshots of a conversation was sent to me. I am not 100% sure what is going on with the car. All we know is assumptions, accusations. We can all come up with opinions and stuff like that. We're assuming this from what information we got. It's an accusation saying that that's what we're doing. That's what we're all doing because we don't have the proof.
Right,
But I did
right,
see some screenshots. I saw some screenshots, and there's something there of a guy claiming that. Okay, here's where I get confused. The guy is saying that Patrick came out there and gave him $400, right? Okay, so does anybody know if Patrick has the title? Because if I told you you can take this car home now, but I'm going to hold that title. I'm not going to send it to you. You're not getting that title until I get the rest of my money. So if Patrick does have the title, and I'm assuming he does from what I thought I understood, so if he does have that, then is this guy really telling us the truth, or is he just another attention seeker? Like, I don't know.
right. I agree. Like, we don't know. I mean, I would hold a title if someone only paid me half the money. The title's staying with me, or the car, and is staying there too. But people do business differently, and I get
I
that.
did see the messages from the guy, and I do know what he claimed happened. There is messages. He has talked to a few creators, and he has told people like, "Oh, he came out here with these people, and he borrowed some money from these people, and they were supposed to pay me, and they didn't. He's supposed to pay them back. He's supposed to pay me, but then Patrick was online and he was talking about the title coming in and stuff, and he was like, "Oh yeah, when the title gets here." So the thing is to easily clear this up, if Patrick does have the title, I would say that guy's not telling the truth. And if
Right,
he is telling the truth, unfortunately for him, lesson learned the hard way. Let's not do that no more.
right, right. Exactly. But I haven't seen anybody on any social media that's claiming the guy with the title, or maybe not have the title, the seller of the vehicle. I haven't personally seen any of that either, for my own self. But like I said, I do have phone numbers. I don't utilize them because then I get in the mix. You know what I'm saying? And I just want people to come to me as they want and then get up here and it's done live. I don't do behind the scenes crap. I just don't. That's where you find yourself in trouble, in my opinion. I'm not from there, so I don't know them personally. So what do you think about with Mr. Patrick? Do you think Mr. Patrick has the money to pay the Whitakers?
He has stated several times that he has money for them, but the problem with that is, hold on one second. What'd you say? You're going hunting? Okay, I love you. The problem with that is that he stated several times he doesn't owe the Whitakers off of his personal page, and everyone thinks that he does.
Right.
And again, if a contract is written up, and whether now everybody has their opinion, whether we like that contract, we agree with it or disagree,
Right.
everybody has their opinion. But if he doesn't owe them anything, then anything that he does give them from his personal page is a gift. It's out of his
I
kindness
agree
because
with
he
that
doesn't owe it
100%.
to them.
I
Now,
have to agree with that 100% because if the contract states and it lists the social media platforms, that's what's entitled to them. We may not like that, but that's just the facts, right? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
that's
That's just
the
the way
cold
it
hard
is.
facts in it.
That's because business is business, and people need to take their emotions out of the business transaction, in my opinion. Yeah, it's
Hmm.
really stinky to me, but whatever he does give them out of his own personal pay, that's his business. But legally, if it's not in that contract, then he's not obligated by law to do anything. That's why I think Mr. Patrick thinks that he's safe because this is not in the contract. That's
Yes.
why he's
And then
walking
think
around,
about, and then everybody says that Patrick owes them money, but then okay, let me ask you, because now I'm talking to somebody and you've probably investigated this more than I have. Like I said, I've skimmed through it because I don't really want in this, but I have seen some things here and there that's, caught my attention and made me make opinions on certain things. But let me ask you a question. In Eric's receipts of the transactions of let Patrick borrow money, then Patrick obviously has receipts where he paid so much of it back. And then, okay, so, and then think about it. So they're all supposed to get paid thirds, right? which
Right.
means Eric owes Patrick money too. So even if Patrick did owe what I think it was like $2,000 or $3,000 left, supposedly is what Eric was saying that he didn't pay the Whitakers. Out of the money that he owes Patrick, it's simple to take it out of there and give it to the Whitakers.
Right.
But even if he
Absolutely.
takes that 2,000 or 3,000 out, he's still at the end of the. Am I wrong or am I right in that?
No, I
Because the
agree with
content continued to go for a while until Eric got on there and finally shut down the Whitaker page. Nobody can comment or anything. So as long as that page was open and people were messaging and typing and liking and all of that, from how I understand, I've recently figured out how Facebook works on pay. You were creating revenue off of every like, every comment, every type, every post, every whatever. So as long as that was going, and that went on for a minute after Eric went back to Georgia, that page was still creating money.
Right.
So therefore, even if he takes that 3,000 or whatever that was left in the receipts that Patrick supposedly owed the Whitakers, then I say supposed, because again, I'm not there, I don't know, but even if he did owe them that 3,000, he borrowed it and he paid 5,000 and still owed 3 or 2 or whatever it was, because it's like a total of 7, wasn't it, or something? So he paid
like around
5,000 back because
7.
the receipt showed that he sent 5,000 back, so he owed
Yes.
like 2. Okay,
Right.
so
Right.
even if you took that 2,000 out, I'm sure Patrick is still owed money. Has Patrick been paid his part? So, there's a lot of wishy-washy on, is Patrick the villain or is Patrick also a victim? I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
we don't
know.
know. We don't know. And that's the thing too. Like we don't know what that's the problem. We don't see what's in the contract. But I only see when we were getting, since we're talking about the finances, the only problem that I could see, and I'm not against anybody, I'm just for the truth. The only problem that I could see with Mr. Patrick is if he ever split the money 3 ways on any payments, they could intertwine that with business money. You understand what I'm saying? And I
Yeah.
don't know if there would be any legal ground on that. I don't know. But if it does only say what without excluding Mr. Patrick's, then I don't see him legally tied. And that kind of makes me mad too, because he did use the Whitaker content to grow his page, make money. So not that it makes me mad, it's like disappointing, I guess I
And
would
here's
say.
another view. Here's another view, opinion. And now, like I said, don't come at me. It's just a view.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a right view or a wrong view, and everybody has their opinions and everybody,
Yes.
but here's another view and take on this. So people were commenting about the reimbursement for taking Timmy out to say, go jet skiing. We all saw the jet skiing video, which by the
Right.
way is my favorite. I think I absolutely love that. But, what special needs person's going to get on a jet ski and live that part of life? I'm glad that he had that experience,
Oh, I do too.
but let's say the reimbursement part. So in certain contracts, right? In certain contracts, let's say I adopt or whatever. They give me a stipend. That stipend says you are to pay for the kids' needs, right? Electrics included, bills, water, whatever. If they want to go to the movies, obviously that's in there. If they want, that's the money used for them. So in this contract, depending on how it was written up, you know, I personally feel like, okay, so the trip to go jet skiing costs $500. We're going to split that in thirds. Eric's going to pay a third, Patrick's going to pay a third, and the Whitakers are going to pay a third because
Right.
that was content created. But depending on how it was written up, it might come out of the Whitakers because the more content created makes the Whitakers more money. And it all depends on how it's written up, whether we like it or not.
Right.
That might be how
That's
it's
what
done.
we
Now,
don't
now,
know.
me personally, I'd have been like, okay, well, when we create this content, Eric's making money, Patrick's making money, the Whitakers is making money. So yes, it costs us $500 to do it. We're going to split that 500, 300, and that's 3 ways, and that's how it's going to be. So it's going to come out of everybody's pocket in order to make more money.
Right. And
But
that would be a legitimate way, but we don't know.
exactly. And that there again is based on how things are written, and it's not based on how we feel, because we each would probably run that whole differently. Some people were like, no, I would give all of it to them. And that's fine. I understand. That's a good idea. And then some people are like, you got to make money to create money or whatever, and there's that too. So, like I said, it's all opinions and stuff. Like, who really knows? I don't know.
Donna actually reminded me of something too, because I do remember this being said in a video. It wasn't like written down, I don't think, on his little chicken scratch, Eric. Eric deducted the money from that 4K that he claimed to give him from the Airbnb leftover, Remember, he only gave him 1K instead, not 4K. So remember, he also gave him the leftover portion from that Airbnb fundraising that he had.
But did you watch? So who does Patrick owe Eric that money or the Whitakers? No, he doesn't. That was donated. When Eric came on, Eric asked for donations to do the Airbnb. You know what I'm saying? To do that.
I don't think that should be paid back money. I'm sorry.
It's not. It should not be paid back money because it was everybody's donations to do for Eric to live. So when Eric at the end had what he had, and he said it in his video. That's not Patrick's fault. Eric said it in his video. He said to all of us looking and viewing that day, he said, I'm going to give this to Patrick so that he can get insulation and stuff for his house. That was Eric's choice. That's not Patrick's choice. And Patrick should not be held accountable for that $4,000 that was left over that Eric could have sent back or did whatever else with.
Or give it to the Whitakers. Like, a lot of people can tell you what they think should have been done with that leftover money, but it wasn't done that way. And everyone in the chat was saying, yeah, give it to Patrick for his. Remember, everyone liked each other at the time. Okay, everyone liked each other at the time, so it was okay until it's not okay. And now they want to go down to every freaking 50 cents to say this is this. And that's how the investigation is going to go. Unfortunately, they're going to go know where every penny of every nickel that was spent, and they're going to see the transaction. And in my opinion, if they do a really good investigation. But for me, if it's donated money, they came to a decision on donated money, then I don't think anybody is responsible for that to give that money
back. I see in the comments where somebody said on Toddy's Live, Patrick stated that he owes them $7,000, in which he might. But if Patrick hasn't been paid yet, how can he give that $7,000?
I think maybe was it out of the pay that he was, because he agreed to give them some portion of his pay from Facebook. I'll have to go back and watch. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that. Was that like a written agreement or was that a verbal agreement? And if so, he may be holding it. Like, I really do think that he may be holding some stuff, because here's the thing. And I've heard this. Well, I heard Jessica talking about it, and it's not the first that I've heard it from. Like, so okay, I'm just going to ask. I'm going to put this out here and people in the comments can talk. Please don't come at me for it. It's just an idea. Okay, so who should the money go to? Because here's my thoughts. In the original with Mark, when Mark came in and he filmed everybody, and I think I counted like 7 family members, that $150,000 should have been divided by 7 family members. I'm sorry, because there were 7 family members who you filmed. So all of them should earn whatever they're going to earn from it, right?
Right.
So in this statement, but the 7,000, let's just say Patrick does have 7,000 put up for him. Say he does. Who does he give it to? Because the 3's not home now. So does he give all 7,000 to Betty? Or does he contact the state and he finds out, hey, like, can I make a trust fund and like give this to y'all?
Well,
and
here's
then,
my opinion on it. If we're going to stick solely to the contract, because we're going back to the contract about where the money is owed from what area of social media it's owed. So we need to stick to the contract. Whoever made the contract, that's who needs to be reimbursed. If the other 3 were not included in the contract and underneath contract, then that's unfortunate. And that sucks big time, right? But whoever's name is on that contract, it's got to be given to them. If it's Betty and Larry, then that's who the money needs. And it's unfortunate. It really is, because Timmy and was a lot of the content, and it's terrible. But the way the judge is going to see it is, we owe the people that are in the contract, if the contract is even legit, because you're making a contract with someone that may not know what she's signing. And I'm talking about Betty. If Timmy signed it, is he really at a mental capacity to understand what he's signing? Here's Donna. Donna's up here. Okay, you can turn off your camera, Donna. Okay. All right.
What I wanted to say was, remember when Eric said he gave Patrick $4,000 left over from the Airbnb? but he really didn't. He borrowed the Whitakers' money from the previous month, borrowed 4,000 or 3,000 of it. He claimed that Patrick owed the Whitakers money. So when he said he gave Patrick $4,000. He really didn't. Held that money back that Patrick owed the Whitakers, and only gave Patrick $1,000 for the insulation and stuff for his house. So, Patrick, I don't feel owed the Whitakers any back money that he had previously borrowed, because Eric made sure to get that back.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know what my mod's doing. I mean, I can pull up the receipt if I have to get in my email, because I do have the chicken scratch where it's all written down and this, that, and the other. But a lot of information came from just videos, because I like to talk about things that I can show up here and be like, okay, here's where it's broken down, here's where it's at. And I wasn't prepared to pull the receipts on this today. I'm pretty sure I have it in an email, but
That's why I
I would
like your show.
I would like to, I like to do that because we forget there's so much information and so much clouding that I want to
Specifically,
show.
Can I bring up a subject too? Do you guys
Sure.
remember okay, so Eric showed like the receipts for the GoFundMe or whatever for the Airbnb, right? And do you know that, so we're talking about people taking donations, who took what they shouldn't take, right? So we don't really know on Patrick's side. I haven't seen much, but Eric himself volunteered some donation things for the Airbnb, right? So did you read the notations in that? Because I read the notations, and on a few of them, it's like, do whatever for Airbnb, for travel, for food. But a few of those said for the Whitakers' needs. So people were donating not just for the Airbnb, they were donating for the Whitakers' needs, or to the Whitaker. If you go back and read some of those, and that money itself, whether it was $200 or $20, should never have been used in the Airbnb or anything. That should have been set aside and been like, hey, you know, while I had this donation thing coming on, I saw some of y'all had sent such and such for specifically the Whitakers. I have that money set aside. And there was also money in there that said for Eric. I saw it on one of the things that said for, not for Eric, but for Patrick. To help Patrick. Somebody had donated something that says to help Patrick. I saw that. All of that should not have been used for the Airbnb. If we want to go by logistics and what that receipt says, if somebody donates something and says this is for Patrick, well, that $30 has to go to Patrick. If somebody donated, you know, $100 in that time that the window was open to donate, and he was accepting donations and said this is for the Whitakers, that's not for the Airbnb. That's not for your food. That's not for your travel. That is for the Whitakers. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
that Patrick, it was paid back what he had borrowed from the previous month's YouTube money. That was paid back. So if Patrick owed anything, if his personal Facebook is included in that contract, then he only owes, like he said, $1,000. He filmed Timmy, and he spent hundreds of dollars on Timmy. I mean,
You're
I don't.
cutting out, honey. So if you can get, I'm not sure if you're in a bad area, but if you can get somewhere where so people can hear you.
It's my ear.
Is that better?
Yes.
Is that better? Okay. It was my
actually,
earbud.
That's fine. I was trying to look
Okay.
through my downloads because I have a lot of stuff downloaded on my computer. I want that doggone chicken scratch.
Yeah, I
Okay.
feel like Patrick only owed, you know, that 1 month, because he's not done any content on the Whitakers since. So if he said he was going to give him the $7,000, I feel like
I found it.
But here's the thing. I think also that Patrick is looking out for the Whitakers by not handing them that $7,000. And here's why I think that. Because Betty's lost enough, especially income. They get SSI. Now, that's not SSDI, what we work and pay into to get. That is, you can't earn money and draw SSI. They limit you to the amount of money you can have per month. So if he gave him $7,000, that would cut Betty's check right out. She wouldn't get it. She wouldn't get it until that money was gone.
Yep.
And who knows if she'd get it back if she was to keep getting that. She loses her health insurance, and at her age, she can't afford to lose her health insurance.
Okay, I think I found it, guys. Now if I just got to know how to pull it up here. Guys, I'm not handy with this, so we'll do our best. Okay, but I found it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear everybody. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So let's see.
I think it would be a disservice to them right now to get that big lump sum of money unless the right thing to do,
especially while they're being scrutinized right now.
Yeah, Eric should give that money over to somebody that can purchase them a modular home and have it put across the street, so that she can bring her family home.
My biggest heartbreak in this, and this is just my opinion in it, my biggest heartbreak is watching them be promised a house.
Yeah.
And then having their family ripped apart.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think this was Eric's plan from the get-go. I'm sorry, but
I do too.
He's a greedy.
So I have this receipt, guys.
Grifter.
I have this receipt. I can't see what's going on, so everybody mind your be nice. I'm talking about the chat because I'm behind, and I want to read this. So this is what I have from Eric. This is from Patrick to Eric. Yeah. It says, I need you to send me $7,479.93. That will be what I need for reimbursement. And also, I will have the Whitakers part of their money to hold on to, which will leave you a total of $5,954.52. That's your pay for the month. That's not a bad payday, bro. That's what you get to keep. Once I get the money from you, I'm going to get the trust website and everything set up. I told you I'm going to pay Sean some money, but I'm going to take that out of my cut so nobody even has to worry about that coming out of their chunk. It says trunk, but I think he meant chunk.
Yeah.
That's going to be all on me. I just feel glad to do it. It's going to be $500. So in this chicken scratch here, it doesn't really say much. You know what I'm saying?
No, there's another one that talks about the money left over from the Airbnb like this, where he says he gave Patrick 1,000 instead of 4,000.
There is,
so that he could.
And then there's a
put
receipt
it back
showing
in the
that
Whitaker's
Patrick
money.
gave Eric $5,000.
What's
there's
that?
There's a receipt that shows that Patrick also sent Eric
he paid him
$5,000.
Yeah, I remember seeing that too. Boy, I wish if I look some more.
So regardless, if you just think about the number that we just saw, 7,000 and whatever, and we think about the 5,000 that we know there's a receipt proving that he paid it, right?
Right.
Now Eric may have or may have not. She said she saw a receipt where Eric said, "Hey, I'm keeping this for and paying the 1,000." Now I'm pretty sure I saw that, but I'm not exactly sure what it said. So either Patrick is completely paid up, or he only owes like maybe $2,000-$3,000, or right at 3,000. So either way, if he's not been paid, Eric still has the damn money that he could just take it out of.
I agree with that. I agree with that. He could just take that out of Patrick's cut, because at the end of the day, Patrick is entitled.
He does need to repair his home. I mean,
yeah, and he's sitting there. Everybody's all upset that the Whitakers are sitting without their money, but Patrick's sitting without his too. And and like I said, is Patrick a villain or is Patrick a victim?
He may be.
Yeah, and there's so many different
opinions
and ways, and there's no. And over here, we give opinions. We don't just run someone across the coals. Oh, we'll go ham on somebody once in a while, but then we always bring it back to let's really discuss what's going on.
And we're throwing out different scenarios in the playbook here. We're all talking about it and throwing out different scenarios in the playbook.
Absolutely. And this doesn't mean that just because your mind goes there, doesn't mean that you're a cheerleader for either person. Doing the right thing is what's important here. And no matter what
Yes.
that looks like, okay, it doesn't
That's
matter
that's
who
how I
the
feel.
you know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it too. Like, and I keep saying that. People are like, "Oh no, you're Patrick. I'm no. I don't even know these cats." I'm saying the right thing for everybody involved. But I still have a hard time believing that
Get
Mr.
down.
Eric created a contract that was fair. I have a hard time believing that for
I do
me,
too.
in my opinion.
I have an opinion on, and I'll say this, publicly. I have an
Get down.
opinion on Eric, and my opinion is not good on Eric. And it, besides the money,
Mine
besides the
either.
contract, besides the money, my opinion comes from when I watched Patrick with Timmy and them. Patrick was out. He was doing whatever. Patrick, I think there was maybe one video that Patrick had posted. I think it was like the bathroom issue. But other than that, like mostly it was Eric going into the Whitaker's home going, look at
No.
the excuse my language on here and things, and turn your ears if you don't want to hear it. But look at the pee on this. Look at the poop over here. Look at the roaches here. Look at the bugs here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It was so nitpicky and picking that family apart and negative. And at the same time, he's like, I'm going to make your life better because I'm going to get you a home so you won't have to deal with all of this. We won't have to
Yeah.
deal with it. I'm going to get you caretakers so Ray won't sit and pee and poo. And I'm going to get you, Betty, we're going to do
And-
this. But then at the end of the day, none of that was done. It was all empty and broken promises, and the family got ripped apart. And had it been done and was done, because why did they here? Let me ask
We
y'all a
wouldn't be
question.
here today.
Why did they need a $250,000 home? Why could they not?
Right.
Why could they have not had Clayton Homes? We have a place here in West Virginia called Clayton Homes, and they get repos. They get repos all the time, double wide
Yep.
repos. Why could they have not went to Clayton Homes and be like, hey, you got any repos? Like, we just need a 4-bedroom, because anything is better than what they were in, right? Anything is better than what they were in.
And I agree with
Why
that 100%.
could they have not just went and spent $30,000 left on somebody's repo because that's what they owed on it and they didn't pay it,
Right. I
and then
agree.
pay another $20,000 for Clayton Homes to haul it in there and set it up? And then you would have
Yeah.
had money to put an actual sewer in and all of that, because
All new
you're
furniture.
not sending the Amish all this
Right.
money for a $200,000 log home with heated floor. What in the
Right.
world?
And I went down
$500,000
that. I wanna
home, honey.
I wanna welcome
$500,000
Jessica
that
to
would
the
have
panel.
costed.
So I want to welcome Jessica to the panel. She just jumped
Hi,
in
I'm
here.
Jessica.
Hi,
I'm also in
everybody.
West Virginia, only about
Girl.
35 minutes from the Whitakers. I
So
live
that's a
in
touchy
Charleston.
subject with me with the Amish because they do their own banking system. They have their own bank. And I think
Yes.
that's what was going to happen. I went down that rabbit hole. I researched it all and said and it'll make their profile, their banking profile, look very healthy and wealthy with the donations going in there to the sum of $250,000.
Yes.
Okay. In my opinion. Okay, that's just
Mine
my
too.
opinion. And that's what I think the Amish was included because I looked in your guys' area, like what
Mama
you had
Bear,
just said.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Mama Bear, you're exactly correct. I'm
No.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You're exactly correct. Okay, so first of all, you have to know better to do better. And if these life skills were never taught to anybody, you have to think Betty has lived in survival mode since 13, 14,
Absolutely.
when she's had them.
Absolutely.
Yes.
The only thing she promised her parents was to take care of them. And that might have been by whatever means Betty had, living off of checks and what help she had. Because you have to remember, Kenny went on his own way for a while. Some of them went to prison for a while. Larry had a wife and a family for a while. Some of the family members weren't so slow, so they went and did their own thing. And it's just been Betty who has been in survival mode. Take care, take care, take care, take care. And the poor woman is probably worn down. She's probably just worn down, never really having an emotional support system, never really having someone to confide in, to comfort her, to snuggle at night, to cry on, to whatever. It's been Miss
Her
Betty.
emotional needs, in my opinion, haven't been met on a consistent basis. There's
Exactly.
generational trauma.
So
Let's
you have to
remember-
know better to do better. And if you were never given the skills, you were never given the equipment, the tools, the knowledge to do better. And I don't want to throw our state of West Virginia under the bus, but these MFers have known about their situation and this family for a long time. Tell me
Yes,
why
ma'am.
they've never sent caregivers in there to help Miss Betty while she was
Yes,
doing all of
ma'am.
this. But
She had a heart attack. Let's not forget that too.
Yeah, she
And if you
did.
notice Mark's videos, that house didn't get bad until after she had a heart attack. I mean, that's downtime majorly and no help. I mean, she did the best she could.
Yeah, she did. And I believe 100% that she did the best she could with the skill set she has given. Okay?
Yes,
And the
with no
financial.
help.
And I also think that the state knew about it, but they didn't want to do anything about it
They
because I think
didn't.
it's a very poor county and they didn't have the resources. I've
Eric's
done,
forced their
you
hand
know,
to do something.
they
He forced
absolutely,
them.
because too many people seen it. Like there would be all kinds of ruckus. Okay,
Yes.
there was that has millions of views. People, okay, how would you like to have a million people show up in your county talking about and going national
Basically,
news? No,
a
no,
million
it's
people showed up at the Whitakers, basically. I mean,
well, yeah. Anytime it
that's
went
what
live,
happened.
it's exactly what happened. They didn't have a choice, in my opinion. You know,
Yeah, and and I'm not saying that the conditions they lived in was good. Please don't come for me and be like, oh, she's making all these excuses for Betty because she doesn't
no,
care how they lived. I do care.
no, we
I
do.
do care how they live, but what I'm saying is we're all out here throwing shade at this person and that
They're
person and
accustomed
anybody
to.
who tries to help or anybody who tries to clean or anybody who tries to explain the actual situation. And people are like, all of you live there, right? You live there 30 minutes away from there. How come you didn't go help? And you want to know why? Because our entire lives of living here in West Virginia, we were told you don't go up odd. You don't go up there.
You
You don't
don't.
mess with them Whitakers. You
No,
don't
that's
bother
right.
them.
You might as well go to Lincoln County.
And as a kid, when you're groomed to believe this growing up, because all the elders knew how that family was, knew what they were going through, but all the elders back then, it was like a code in Appalachia. You just mind your own
You
business. They're surviving. We're surviving. They grew up in the poor. The boomers did. The poor, the poverty. They went through all of that stuff. My dad told me a story about eating a burnt potato once. He came in from school, from work and all that, trying to help his mom. She had a bag of potatoes. She gave one to each of the kids. He stuck his in the fire, fell asleep. He woke up. He was so hungry, he ate the damn thing. All these kids, they grew up like that, right? They grew up here in Appalachia like that. So it was, you leave them alone in their hardships and they'll
you
leave us
really
alone in our hardships. So that
girls,
was groomed into the rest of us to not mess with them. And it
people
wasn't,
don't even go into the hood,
So,
like
so
the hood
on
in
I'm gonna say
Chicago.
something on
Don't
all
even, you know
this.
what I'm saying?
So
It's
and
true. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say something on all this. So me and Elizabeth were pretty close. She's hella cool. I love her. I didn't know anything about West Virginia until all this stuff came about. I looked up West Virginia on YouTube, and after talking to a bunch of people, and it's crazy how it is down there. So what she's
It
saying
is.
is true. Like there's so many people and so many families that are just like the Whitakers. It's
yeah,
not just them. So when she
I've
says that,
personally seen it.
they just look away, there's a lot of families that they look away. You can look it up yourself on YouTube, people. Go look it up. West Virginia, poverty.
Well,
Also,
I'm going to
you
tell
really
you
do.
that I'm doing work behind the scenes with somebody that needs help. Okay. I'm not announcing who or what help. Okay. But there is someone and I've been trying to do the legwork for this person because of phone reasons. Okay. I called that certain counties and they cannot help. They can't help. They have no money in those
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
counties.
poor. We're
They
poor here. We're
referred
yeah,
me.
absolutely poor. We are,
yeah.
we are,
They
our
referred me
schools,
to
our schools are
Charleston,
nothing.
and
Rake's family, yes, they are on SSI. None
They
of them
they
worked
have
and
they
paid
have
into
no
disability.
they have no type of support systems down there at all. No nonprofit. It's like
oh,
when they try to get nonprofits opened up, they get shut down too. Like it's like they don't want them. Certain like places don't want them down there, and it's crazy.
and in my
Um,
opinion, now this is going to be a little bit of conspiracy theory, but there's some things that are going to be happening in West Virginia. I think that they're trying to drive people out of those areas with lack of funding because they want the land for a particular reason. Um, I've been doing work behind the scene. I know how hard it is for someone just to get freaking basic needs with help with it because I've been doing the phone calls on making and trying to get this person help. And it's crazy. It's absolute. I've never heard, I didn't realize, I'm just going to be honest with you, ladies. I did not realize how much West Virginia has been left behind. I didn't
Yeah,
realize it. I
we
yes,
didn't.
have. I'm helping a family right now. I took them to try to get assistance with getting their electric and water help assistance on paying it. There's no funds. There's no help. She was told no, that they don't have the funds to help pay her winter.
And don't
heat
go to
bill.
churches around here because I'm telling you, a lot of churches
No,
can't
they
help
don't
you
help.
either. And
They
I don't know if
cannot.
I don't know if it's they don't want to, or I don't know if it's they don't have funds either. I don't know.
They don't have funds. I mean, people
Well,
here
I was told there's just
barely
no
get
funds.
by.
You know, I was
And
told that there's just no funds,
yeah,
and I've really been trying to help.
what we were told when I took her was that well, they asked if she was a veteran, if she had a DD 214, and right now the only funds available are veterans only. There's no emergency leap or whatever that's called. There's none of that. There's no funds available in it.
And it's really
So
sad. It's sad
Yeah, I don't
because
think they're doing winter leap this year. I don't think so.
no.
there was another content creator was going over some things in West Virginia, not just the odd area, just West Virginia, and there is a video out what the plans are for West Virginia, and it's startling. I haven't went over it. I have it saved to go over sometime because I've met a lot of people from West Virginia now on social media, and I feel for them. I'm like, hey, you guys pay attention to this right now. It's happening. Okay. Make sure you guys go to your public meetings. If your town has a meeting, go to it. Get your guys, and I'm not kidding, get yourselves informed about what they're about to do to your land. Okay. I'm just putting it out there. The information is out there if you look for it. It's and I think one of my mods knows exactly what I'm talking about because a lot of people have been doing some research on it. And whenever we have enough information, we'll bring it up and we'll start reviewing it. I don't think it's fair. I don't think that some big organization needs to come in and destroy your countryside. That's not the America I live in.
Not far from where I'm at. For the last probably 3 years, they've been building this $1 trillion resort. And we have the closest tourist attraction that's big is Snowshoe. It's far from Snowshoe. There's nothing for people to come to want to stay at this resort for them to be building it here. I don't know what this
Well,
video
there
is you're
will
talking
be,
about,
honey.
but
I'm just going to tell you, there will be. Okay.
yeah, I'm interested in seeing this video you're talking about, but
Yeah, I'll probably do it after Thanksgiving, because this content, with the Whitaker family, I only do so much on it because then it's almost makes it feel like I'm exploiting them. Even though I don't share them on my platform, I only talk about what's going on around them. But then whenever I start getting a grungy feeling of my own self, I move on because I don't
I'm gonna do
do
some
it for money.
research.
But do some research on it. Do you guys want to continue on watching this the rest of this with Toddy and this gentleman? What
Yes,
do you
I'd like to listen to this gentleman.
I'd like to
Actually,
make some comments on this stuff too.
yeah.
Okay, so here we go.
Between Patrick and Eric is, on my view right now this morning, is Eric probably ran off with 150,000 or more.
I agree.
Okay. Patrick
Fast.
only ran away with 50,000.
No.
I don't know that he
Facebook.
made that much, but I would go to between he ran off with their money and that's enough.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
listen to me a minute.
Well, I'm gonna have to say this again. It's technically not the Whitaker money. Okay, I know people are going to be upset about that viewpoint, but whatever the contract says, so I just got to keep saying that.
Yeah,
And
we
I
just
find
discussed that. We just discussed all the
yeah,
possibilities in the realm of that money. And I don't think a lot of people, and I hope that us talking about it, the three of us, four of us up here talking about it, gives a perspective because we're all getting along very fine and we each differ a little bit in how we feel about it. So that's
well,
really
yeah,
good. I hope it
no,
gives people a perspective to be open-minded and look at it in
right.
different points of view and angles because we're all just speculating. It's all
Yeah,
speculation.
this is all speculation. There's no facts. And that's why I just have a conversation with people that I don't want people to think the same as me because the conversation gets real freaking boring. Okay. So this isn't an echo chamber over here.
You got June, July, August, September, October, and November. That's 6 months. in just one increment when he's trying to pull the guitar there. Let me go ahead and tell him about the guitar.
Okay.
Patrick goes to a guy, says, I need to borrow $5,000 from this guitar. And the guy says, well, how are you going to pay me back? So he pulls up his Facebook account. I know this for a fact. And he shows the guy that he's got $30,000 coming from Facebook on the 21st of last month. Well, the guy got kind of suspicious of everything. He said, no, I can't do that.
Right. He wanted him to give him the guitar on just trust that
So
he would, when he gets paid, that he would come and pay for the guitar. He has the money, but it's coming. It's
Yeah.
coming. Right,
He wanted to start a little show up and show people he got a $5,000 guitar. So I was talking to Ernie yesterday, and I'm starting to tell Ernie.
And it's guitar, guys. I know that Justin has an accent. He's
Pause
saying
that.
guitar. Sometimes
Pause that real quick.
Yep.
He said, and I was talking to Ernie. What?
Right,
You was
and
talking to
sorry.
who? What'd you
Right,
say? You was talking to who?
Right. I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Then I need a screenshot of that. I can't. It's bad. It's come to this with me. I have to freaking see the proof, like a recording, him admitting, you know what I'm saying? Anything. And Ernie, I don't trust Ernie. I just don't, because of the video that he gave to another content creator. And if anyone would have done some research on that alleged content creator, he was a greenhorn. Like, seriously, he did not know how to make content. He didn't know how to use StreamYard. We got into a big argument over here over that video. Like, it was bad. Okay, it was so bad. And that's why I don't trust Ernie, because why put that out there? Why put that out there? So here is a $10 super sticker. Happy holidays, y'all. Be blessed. Oh, I love this. Be blessed. Stay safe. Remember, self-care is important. Absolutely, Marshmallow. Thank you so much.
You stay blessed too.
You make sure that you eat all the turkey you can handle. I'm not upset at all, Lady K. I'm struggling with mankind. I'm tenderhearted, and this hurts. Yeah, I know it. So I don't trust Ernie. Anything that Ernie says, I got to see double receipts from you, bro.
Yeah. Well, this guy just said, and I know this to be a fact about this guitar. How does he know it to be a fact? Because I will tell you what I know to be a fact, and I'll stand 10 toes down on it, because I was either there and visually, physically seen and heard it, or I researched it enough and have the receipts to it. So how does this man say that he knows this to be a fact? And then he says, I was talking to Ernie. Okay, let's continue.
Right.
Let's see what
Let's
else.
continue and see what else this guy has to say.
Sounds like gift card, but it's a guitar he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm just old Georgia boy originally. But I was talking to Ernie yesterday, and
But anyway, about the guitar, you were saying about the guitar.
Yeah.
So the guy got suspicious.
And he backed out. He just said, I can't loan you the money.
Right.
So I was talking to Ernie yesterday, and when I started telling Ernie the story, he said, Justin, I know the exact guitar you're talking about. He is dying to get that guitar. So I know that you know what you're talking about.
Right.
So it's just all kind of stuff that's starting to circulate that puts Patrick basically in the same category as Eric is.
I understand.
And the second time I talked to Patrick, he said, I need to get out of here for a while. Why don't I just come down to your house in Florida and stay with you for a couple of weeks? And I'm like, you don't want to do that, Patrick. You're under investigation. If you start leaving the state, no matter for what reason, they're really going to look at you then.
Right.
Have
you ever given
this tends to make me believe this guy and Ernie are working behind the scenes. Okay. Because they're both from Florida. I don't know what part of Florida, but for some reason I'm beginning to think that yeah. Okay, let's continue. Wow.
Have you ever given Patrick any money?
Eric.
Have you ever given Patrick any money?
Not Patrick. He's asked me for money.
Okay, but you've never given him any money.
He was 3 payments past due on his truck, about to be repossessed, and his truck payment was like $800 and something a month, a little over $900 counting the late charges, and he was trying
information that was already
get
out
me to do that.
Okay, but you did.
And that one Sunny chick, she came out with all this weird whack information. So, and that was said, right? Like, she overheard a conversation.
Yes.
How
So
disrespectful.
that's like recycled money. It's like, believe me because I know this, and it's stuff that's
Right.
already been heard. So then it makes him seem more believable. But is it stuff that he firsthand? You can't. That's recycled information. That's let me whisper in your ear and you tell it to 20 people down the thing, and then when that last person comes and tells you, you're going to believe that person because 20 other people already know it. It's recycled information.
That was about the
Patrick
same
hasn't
time I got
confirmed.
him in contact with Patrick.
So you got this guy in contact with Patrick?
I sure did. I sent you all the screenshots of how it all went down.
Okay, to my email or?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Girl.
I got receipts on everything, baby.
And
Okay.
Jessica knows me. I'm a receipts person. Am I not, Jessica? I'm like, okay, you're
Yep,
gonna have to
and
tell
I
me.
am too,
Like,
and I
when
ain't
she
gonna come
tells
at you
me,
unless I
so
got
like
it.
I talk to Jessica. And I know a lot of people have feelings about Jessica, but me and Jessica are pretty close, and and she knows how I feel about everybody, including Patrick. And her and Patrick are kind of close, and me and Brian are actually kind of close. And I know how Jessica feels about Brian, but me and Jessica, we get along because we're very honest with each other. We're very honest with each other. And I'm not going to help you hate somebody who hasn't hurt me. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you don't like somebody, you're plenty obligated to
We're not going to collide because of who we hang out with. We're not going to sit there and argue with each other because she likes, she's cool with Brian and I'm cool with Patrick. We have our own relationship. We have our own relationships with, I have a relationship with Patrick. She has a relationship with Brian. That's cool. We don't mix our relationships, our friendships.
No. And when we come to each other with something, I'm like, hey, let me discuss something with you. And I go to her on a lot of things that I hear around here about the things that are going on or the information or whatever, because I tell her these things because Jessica has a way to find a receipt. She has a way to go in and infiltrate. I'll be like, listen, because I live local. And I'm like, this is what's being said. They're saying this. And I don't know, so she'll go in and she'll find the receipts. And I'm like, okay, well, I need to see the receipt. And she comes with proof because I'm a very, don't tell me it's real unless you can prove to me it's real.
So I'm going to read these because some of the phone numbers are on these receipts, guys. If I have permission to read them, unless it's for my information only, I will not bring it to YouTube.
Nope, you could just black out the numbers on there, and you could show whatever you want. I give you all permission to show those.
I want to make sure that it's okay first, and
yes, ma'am.
Because I don't want to, cause anybody any situation or not have permission. So I just want to make sure, see which one. There's phone numbers on here that I will have to.
Yeah, just black out the phone numbers if you can, and we're good to go on those. I just wanted to show you that this is the real deal. This isn't nothing fake. Here's the with the phone numbers and everything. It's real.
Right. Maybe if I just enlarge it, I don't have to take the time to, because Patrick Roark's name isn't a problem. And a lot of times I can post the receipts on my community tab too, because people, not that I want people, hey, Wise Angel, they're interested in that video that you shared me and I watched. If you could maybe put you can't put the link, but anyways, I'll get with you, Wise Angel. People normally, I want everyone to see these receipts because I don't want to just just have everyone believe me. You know what I'm saying? So let me see what I can share instead of taking the time here to.
So
Are these messages?
I'm just going to talk about this guy for a second. So for the longest time, when I was first mod for Patrick, I had noticed that he was on the Whitaker group commenting, saying that he had sent all this money, thousands of dollars to Eric, that he did it through his kids. So he didn't have the receipts, that he was dying, that he, that there was the investigation going on and that he wanted justice, and he was trying to get a hold of Patrick. And everybody just kept, like talking crap to him because that's how that page was. Well, he came over to our page that, me and Patrick had made for him. And he had tried making posts on there. Well, we have to accept the post, and I kept deleting his post. I wasn't accepting any of them. And then I told the other mods, I'm like, don't accept any of his posts. I took a screenshot and I sent it to Patrick. He was talking about wanting to pay for a lawyer, wanting to pay for them to get into a house. He talked about a lot of stuff that he was going to pay for everything. So I was, told Patrick, I was like, hey, this guy's offering to pay for all this stuff. Like, he wants to help the family. Let's let him help if he's actually going to do that. He said, he's dying. Like, this is what he wants, to do before he passes.
Right.
So I passed on his information. And at first, Patrick was like, hell no, like, block him from everything. So I went and blocked him from everything. And then all of a sudden, Patrick came back and said, go ahead and unblock him. And I'm like, what happened?
So this is Patrick from this first guy. I'll read the first message here, because I don't have to edit anything out.
Okay.
So this is Patrick Roark, and I'm assuming to this Justin guy. Okay. It says, so after I looked at your page and see your pro Eric, pro Creepalacha, pro Precious Combs, why would you think I would want to talk to you? You sent Eric money for the green building down at the Whitakers, and it wasn't even in his name, nor did he purchase it. I did. Maybe you're just part of a scam. So this is how this started out. This is from from Patrick to that Justin, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me do this, and then I will. Oh crap!
I'm being able to breathe.
Let me bring you guys back up here so we're all even here.
Oh.
Why? Let me see. There we go. All right. So let me go back here and look at the next one.
No.
I will edit these guys because I have to take the number out. I will just, you're going to have to take my word on it until about 30 minutes after this stream's over, and I will make a video with the edits in it. Okay. I have to download it. I have to do, okay. And I'm not that quick. It says Claw, and it does say Justin Morris up here. So that's his name at September the 18th at 7:32 p.m. Call me urgent. Justin Morris. Help is here. Call me, and with money sign and help. Please call. Missed call. Please call me. So that's the next one. Okay. So the guy's really wanting Patrick. So it says, with this okay, Justin Morrison, this is in a chat. I can share this one. I have no problem sharing what I can, but this is in a chat. So let me bring this up to you. Okay, add to stage. Now I can share this one because there's no information. It says Justin Morris. I'll be up on 10/6/2025 to pay an attorney and figure their house out, and this will stop all the talk at the end of the investigation. Eric Carroll will be going to jail. Patrick should be cleared of any wrongdoing. So this is him clearly in chats. Okay. So that shows that he was clearly in chats trying to swindle his way in my opinion. So for me, I have a little bit of a problem because, and then this one here. It says, I'm Justin from Florida. Will someone close to Patrick have him DM me? I'll fund the Whitaker family a place to live with new furniture and get it done fast. I've tried for a month to reach him. Anyone, please. So right here, let me show this one. Wow. Wow. Who is this guy? Like, that's some pretty...
So did he show up on October 6th to do what he said he was going to do?
Yeah, did he show up on October 6th, ladies?
No.
Okay, so here's this one. It says, I'm Justin Morris from Florida. Will someone close to Patrick have him DM me? I'll fund the Whitaker family a place to live with new furniture and get it done fast. I've tried and tried for a month to reach him. Anyone, please help.
Now, let me ask you all a question. In the video where he's talking to Toddy, I'm assuming he's sitting on his porch. Does it look like he has millions of dollars?
Well, and to me, it doesn't even look like he's in Florida, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know. because I'm in Florida. I am in Florida. Okay, for like the next couple more weeks, I'm in Florida. I don't know. It just didn't seem like Florida, but maybe I don't know. We don't have porch lights and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Well,
That's
maybe
what
he
I was
doesn't.
saying to someone this morning because it was really dark when he first got on, and then didn't it started getting lighter or brighter? And I was like, "What time is it there?"
Yeah. Let's. I don't know. I don't know. Let's share this tab instead. I'm
I'm
confused.
sorry, but I'm just so sick of this shit.
Right? I don't know. I mean, Toddy, I
I had
hope.
so many more screenshots. Let me tell you this. I had so many because we investigated this guy before we even passed anything on to Patrick. I had about 20 screenshots of him commenting, and I deleted everything because my phone was too full. If this would have happened like last month, I would have had so much stuff on him.
Wow. So
That was
Time
just some
Traveler
chat.
says, I know nothing. He just supports the channel. Thank you, Time Traveler. He said, I don't know nothing. I'm just showing some support. I appreciate you. Well, let's listen to what this old guy got to say. This old gentleman here. You know, I don't mean to call you an old guy, but, you know, I only call it like I see it.
Didn't.
No, absolutely not.
This is a trip.
Right.
This was just right after I started talking to him, Tubby, but he did end up conning somebody to make one payment on that truck. So that truck's probably 4 payments past due right now. Well,
So I have
probably not because he got his
Well, you
money on
don't
the
know
21st.
that.
So I doubt he's behind now.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
So you have a lot of information about the fact that somebody made a payment on his car for him and stuff. How do you know any of this? And I understand if you can't give out
Right.
sources, but I mean, you just know a lot of things. And I got to be honest with you. Let me say this.
Okay.
Justin and I want to tell you. Yeah. Okay, Jenny, hang on to this. I do want to say this because I need to be fair to my subscribers. Justin and I have been back and forth where I blocked Justin at one point from my phone because we couldn't.
Never mind. I'm going to
seem to. I thought Justin was full of shit. First of all, I want to be clear and I want to say why. Justin's last name is the same name as my late ex-wife. His first name is the same initial. And Justin started reaching out to me about the time that guy with that channel with the son. I don't want to give him any names. So I wasn't sure who Justin was. And he had a lot of information and I was like, no, I'm being played here. And then he sent me something and I went, wait a minute, this makes sense. Let me take the call. Let me go ahead and take the call. So I just want you guys to know that I was very, very, very suspicious of Justin. And but I totally believe him now.
So he showed a receipt where he gave Eric $500. Has any sir, can we see how you gave him? Was it Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Zelle?
No, someone asked him for a receipt in one of the comments and he said he had his kids send it.
Well,
Okay, but if his kid sent it, your kid should have a receipt. When you send money, when you wire money, there's always a receipt. Even if you send it money, Western Union, money order, all of that, there's a receipt.
And it's going to say to Eric Carroll, right? It's going to say to Eric Carroll. Okay. Come on, man. We need to. Okay, before we give you any credit of anything, we're going to need that receipt, honey bunny. Okay. Now you done made me get my damn fan out. Okay. My little hand fan. Pop them if you got them. Okay. Shit.
He has been on the phone with Betty. He's been on the phone with Larry. No. He's offered me to introduce me on the phone. And I told him I did not want to be on the phone with any of them. I didn't want to be involved like that. So, I know that Patrick for a fact does know Justin because I asked Patrick about Justin a long time ago. So yeah, I have to say that I did. I was questionable at first, but I got to also be honest with you. I was picturing a smart ass kid, not a grown man who has his own ailments and stuff, who's trying to just help the family here because he's a good guy, you know? Anyway, so that's what I just wanted to say that.
And that's what
I don't think he's a good guy. I think he's a clout chaser. I think he's a clout chaser. I do not think he's a good guy. I think he's a clout chaser. I think he says, hey, I've got this money. I'm going to come in. I'm going to help. And I think he gets Larry and Betty on the phone. And I think it keeps him company. Maybe he's lonely. Maybe his kids are grown up. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. But what is that called? What's that called? Savior complex. And then there's like grandeur complex. And then there's, all these different, maybe he has a little something there. I don't know. It's an assumption, but you cannot come in and say, hey, I live in $100 million home. I'm dying of cancer. I have no one to leave it to. What do you mean you have no one to leave it to? I'm going to help these Whitakers.
Wait.
Okay.
He just said he had his kids send it to him. Let me tell you what, if my kids, if I had $1 gazillion and I told my kids, well, children, way my desk's gonna go is that all this beautiful stuff I am sitting around here is gonna go to the Whitaker family. You are not getting a dime. You don't think my family would be like, what the hell? Okay, no. Come with the $500 receipt, bro. Come with it. Hi, Stacy. It's good to see you. Like, nah, my family gonna be pissed the hell off if I give anybody. But I told my kids, if there's 1 penny left of any money I have, I miscalculated, motherfuckers.
Who
Just
knows? He may figure.
What's that?
He may figure. Said, who knows? He may figure that with the thousands and thousands of people who donated, they'll never find where he said he gave 500 because a gazillion people donated $500.
No, he's gonna have a receipt. His family got a receipt. We want the receipt. Okay, that's all we
Yeah,
want over here.
right.
If you don't come with the receipt, then piss off, pisser. Okay, period. Milky Way
Right.
says this sounds like an African prince scam. Damn. Okay. No, sir. We're gonna have to. We need that before you get back on anybody else's YouTube channel, sir. Get with your kids and tell them
Okay,
that. Hey,
can I legally fix something in the comments? Okay, Betty has to be out of the home in 2 weeks. Okay, let me tell you something about West Virginia. So, okay, a lot of people were like, "Oh, it's gonna get condemned. It's gonna get condemned." I hate to break all y'all little hearts and all the little countries and all the little states and wherever y'all are at. It is not going to get condemned. West Virginia doesn't do that. It's very hard to condemn a place in West Virginia, like extremely hard. And they're not going to condemn it just because the sewer's running into the creek. And I don't care how much y'all don't like it. I do not care how much y'all don't like it. Don't come at me about it because I don't care, because it happens in West Virginia all over, everywhere. And West Virginia is going to tell y'all, oh, we don't like it. We don't want it to happen. But guess what? And I hate to break y'all's hearts again. It happens. Period.
And you know what? I'm going to have to agree with not that I like it. Okay. But it's the truth. And the only reason why I'm saying that it's the truth is because me working behind the scenes with someone, it is what it is there. It is, period. And just
people
because
in
it's
West Virginia live in survivor mode. A lot of people, unless you have money, if you're fortunate to have money, and some people around here do, some are up on the higher end because of maybe they're a mine boss or whatever it is. But if you're fortunate to have money, then you're fortunate to have money. But most of us, and I'm not poor, but I do live paycheck to paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Like I have everything. I have a very scheduled, okay, the electric's going to be $300 this month and the gas is going to be $200 this month. And my husband's paycheck is this much and this is how much I make. And this is where it's going to. It's going to go here, here, here. This is what's left for food. We're going to take the kids out and do a couple little things here because I have this little extra pocket money. And then this is what we're living off of for milk, cigarettes, and whatever until hubby gets paid again and I get paid again. You get what I'm saying? Like, so yes. No, I'm not poor, but I get it. It's all scheduled out because that's how you have to live here in West Virginia with your money. You got to be very peculiar, very particular, because it's a poor area. It just is that way. It's that way. So everybody in West Virginia lives in survivor mode. It's just how they do. They'll get online and be like, "Hey, I need a twin size bed. Anybody got a twin size bed?" I did that here not too long ago because I needed a twin size bed before they will go buy one because somebody might be buying one and they might have one that's kind of new, whatever. But I had a friend that needed one and I was like, let me look online and see, because bartering and trade is still a big thing here. People will barter and trade because they're in survivor mode. It is what it is.
Someone said to Google his name.
Yeah,
a Whitaker name. Jack Whitaker here in West Virginia, a relative to them, won the third largest Powerball jackpot.
I knew that man before he passed away. I knew Mr. Jack Whitaker.
A lot of his family passed away after that from various reasons. But
well, one of our chat members said that her son just won $5,000 off a scratch-off ticket. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Turkey
that's
for
what
everybody.
Made me think of Jack Whitaker.
Let me tell you, you guys got that calendar popping. Okay, that's what I would do. I'd write down my bills are due this. The calendar says this is what's going to be paid this week, next week, and da-da-da. The calendar always stayed full on how I needed to pay my bills. I understand that. And a lot of people, they don't live their life like that. A lot of people are live in metropolitan areas that watch, I think, this stuff go down, and they just assume that the Whitakers can go to the local food bank 3 times a week and get what they want. They just think that they can go over here and get iHeap, okay, that helps pay your electric bill, and the funds are going to be there. That's not the way it is in every place. And I'm going to tell you this. I know this is a fact because I have went to just one county over from Odd, and I'm trying to help someone, and it is so difficult. They sent me to Charleston, West Virginia, which is 3.5 hours away. And I'm only learning this stuff because I'm trying to help someone. Okay. And it's been very, very difficult for me. And I just relay back the information. But what they're saying is true. Absolutely. And I wouldn't say that if I haven't had my own experience.
And if I may, can I correct something else too that everybody I see come up? We want to talk about the SSI, SSD checks. So the Whitakers receive SSI, not SSD. SSD is something that you pay into when you work, and then you receive the benefits later if you become disabled. SSI is something that you get when you have an intellectual disability, which is the new word for MR, and we don't use the word MR, but intellectual disability. So I'll educate you while I'm at it. So these people are dealing with intellectual disabilities. That's what they're forms. So they get SSI. SSI, when you live in a home, the minimum of West Virginia SSI is about $800 to $900, depending. So when one person in that home gets the full check, the second person, say a husband and wife, they do this with husband and wife quite often. If you marry your husband, you don't get your SSI check. It's based off of his income, and they will lower it. And some people don't get it, and some people only get $200-300. Although you're entitled to the SSI, you would think, because you are disabled, that's yours, right? No, it is actually based off income in the state of West Virginia. I don't know how other states go. I'm only talking to you about West Virginia SSI and how it is based here. So when you have Betty living in a house who gets an SSI check, you have Larry living in a house who gets an SSI check, and then you have Lorraine, Kimmy, and Ray all getting disability checks, right? Each of those checks are not going to be $800 or $900. They're going to be deducted, reduced. So no, they weren't getting thousands of dollars in SSI like everybody's claiming.
It makes sense. If someone would think about it, it would make perfect sense because someone has to be the head of the household, and then other people are going to be dependents, and that be seen like as a state, even though they're adults. Betty is, say, just hypothetically speaking, Betty's the head of the household. The dependents that live in the home will be considered not her dependent where she can claim them, but someone that lives under her. And then they were going to get a reduced check, if that makes people understand a little bit more about it. Because I looked into the little bit of that too.
Yes. So a lot of people are under the belief that, Betty was getting like $800 a piece. No, not necessarily. And I wouldn't know exactly how much they deduct it for each because, that's litigation. But you can say, maybe Betty was getting the main check, $865. That's what my daughter gets because she is autistic. So she gets a disability check, and it is $865. And she's 20. And by the way, she did try working, because they let like people with disabilities try and get these jobs at like Burger King, sweeping or whatever. So she tried working, and they did reduce her check. They took money out of her check because she was working. They told her that she could work. And then when she went and worked, they took away from her check for working. So that's how West Virginia works. Okay. So I just want to let you know, like I said, I'm not going to come on here and assume or tell you all something. I'm going to tell you facts, what I factually know. And that is how the SSI works. Now, do I know exactly what Betty was making? No, but I am going to tell you that I know for a fact that she was not getting $865 per person in that home. It would have been lowered per person. Maybe like the next person would have gotten 7, the next person would have gotten 6, the next person would have gotten 5, maybe $100 lower. I don't know exactly how that would have worked, but I do know that they lower it per person in the same household.
Right. Yeah. And some people may think different of that or have a different experience, but looking into things, just like Timmy can't fix his own food. Okay. So he's not going to get the full amount of benefits. They have to say they eat it because do you fix your own meals together? If you do, then you are someone's dependent. If you can cook by yourself and you do your own grocery shopping and your own cooking, then you are self-sufficient. Then you are not going to be underneath someone that you're depending on someone. Okay, let me just clear that up. And I'm not here to argue with anyone about it. Okay, no mean to be rude, but different states have different laws. It's just the facts of life. It just is. All right. I'm not here to, like the chats, relax.
Yeah, I don't want to argue either. I just wanted to put it out there because I've seen a lot of it, and I just wanted people to understand from someone who lives right here. I live, like I said, about 35, 40 minutes from them, and I live right here. I live one county over. I live in Fayette County. They live in Raleigh County, and it's about a 35, 45-minute drive, depending on weather, time, whatever. But I go to Raleigh County quite often because Fayette County doesn't have a mall. And Fayette County, so I spend a lot of time in Fayette County. It's just the way of West Virginia. You have to go counties over to enjoy amenities. So, I just wanted to explain from someone who lives here, and Donna's up here too, how some of this works here in West Virginia. And the thing about Betty, I forgot. Let's go back to that real quick. The thing about Betty having to be out in 2 weeks, that's what I was answering. She doesn't have to be out in 2 weeks. I don't know who said that to you or to whoever or however that rumor got started. But so the thing is the sewer company, the city came down and wrote them a letter, and I read it. Betty let me read it on the porch. I read it. So I'm stating fact to you because I read it. Again, I'm not going to tell you something that's not fact. I read the paper. Betty gave it to me. I read it because she doesn't quite understand legal terms. I went to school for criminal justice, so I understand a little bit about stuff. So I read it, and it stated that the house wasn't condemned or nothing like that, but that if they did not get the sewer fixed, they would be susceptible to fines and penalties coming down from the city. So it wasn't like, oh, you have to move or you can't keep pooping in the water out back. That's not what was said, because this is West Virginia. It was said that you could be facing some, criminal charges, some tickets, some fines, some whatever, And then if you don't pay that and you don't deal with that, then that could lead to warrants. You get where that goes. But it's not, hey, you got to get out. You can't live here. And this is condemned because, your sewer's not running right. That's not how West Virginia works. That's not how they roll it.
Now, in Cook County up in Chicago, I travel back and forth from Illinois to Chicagoland area to South Florida. So in Cook County, they would shut your shit down for something like that. Like, no, but that's a different county. Not West Virginia is a lot different. Okay, it just is. So people need to keep that into consideration whenever they're like, well, that's not true because my county would shut it down. I get that. But the way of life, I live in Southwest Florida, it's part of the year, and Illinois part of the year. The things are really different. Okay, they just are. I can't help it. Okay, get with your governor if you don't like it.
Honey child, that's where I'm from. I'm from Huntington.
Let's keep listening to what this guy says. Oh Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. This guy here. I knew my spidey senses were up. I'm like, I have to go see what everyone's thinking about this because I'm not getting a good vibe from him and I don't know anything about him.
I thought I was being played.
Hey, you got to be honest.
And I got to be careful with what I put out here for people the best I can. Did you give Eric money?
500 towards the building. They found out.
I've lived there my whole life, time traveler.
I just, this whole deal, there's so much stuff on the internet and people making comments and, I don't comment that much, but I commented a pretty good bit yesterday because of what people were saying. I just couldn't believe it.
I need a receipt on that. I need a receipt for the 500 towards the building to Eric, because I know for a fact, coming from the girl who sold Patrick the barn, the building, that was Patrick's credit card that was used. It's in Patrick's name. It came right out of his bank card. It's out of his account. So I need a receipt from this old man here saying that he gave Eric 500 and that 500 was for that building and that Eric gave that money to Patrick. Come on now. I don't know.
I don't know. I have the receipt here. I was shown the receipt. I don't show it because it has a lot of credit card info. It has too much information. If I redact it, it'll be the whole damn thing. I'll be to see a big black screen. Except
is that Jessica's receipt? Is that from Jessica?
No, it's from Patrick.
Oh, it's from Patrick, where it came out of his account.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying where this old man's claiming that he gave Eric $500 to give to Patrick for the building.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm like, I have the receipt from
So
Patrick.
I need this old man's receipt showing that he gave Eric that 500 and the conversation stating that he said, "Hey, I want you to give Patrick that 500 for that building." Come on now. I don't believe that.
We don't believe it. We got to see it, sir. And if that's what people were saying, that his family sent it, his
I was
kids
there
sent it.
when Jessica confirmed that she had gave the building to Patrick, but he paid for it. Not Jessica. You're wrong. Lynn. I don't want to say her name online, but yeah. My daughter's confirming. Hey, I was standing there too when that conversation went down.
And
I'm on live. I don't want to say some names.
And I seen the actual receipt from the company that Patrick. Everything's in that isn't Patrick's name. Okay, people, I've showed that to you guys. So I'm not yelling at my chat. I'm yelling at the damn computer. Okay, at this guy. We need to see your receipt that you sent Eric Carroll $500 to give to Patrick for this building. And you can get it. Shut up. Yes, you can. Before you get back on this platform and spewing any more bullshit, we're going to demand that receipt. Yes, we are. We sure are.
See the family back together. I have no way to make any money off this. I'm losing money.
Right.
I'm not asking for nothing. I don't need nothing.
Right.
I think you asked for some airfare or something, didn't you? That's what the girls are saying.
No, he asked.
And if I could get Brian to send me those receipts, because Brian has the receipts on those ones. Supposedly, I haven't seen them yet. This is just what Brian had told me about this man, because this man not only reached out to Patrick, not only reached out to Eric, but he also reached out to Jessica, right, Jessica? And Brian.
Yeah, and Brian. But in this live, he also asked for donations for the lawyer, even though he says that he would pay for the lawyer.
Right. Yeah. So there's too much wishy-washy. I don't care if they've been talking to content creators for 6 months behind the scene. It's called a long troll. He's long trolling people.
That's what I think.
Let's listen.
So you're willing to, let's get it straight. So you're willing to pay for the rental home to get them situated and get in. You shared with me, and we're going to talk because you didn't say that I couldn't talk about this. Okay. You shared with me that your assumption is that they bring in a decent amount of money for the SSI payments.
Yes.
Okay. And that should be able to sustain them, which makes sense to me. But then we had a conversation where you said to me, hey, they need a 3-bedroom place. And the reason is because they need 24-hour care.
That's right. We're going to do that.
Yeah. So
SSI
that's not
are less than $1,000 a month.
How in the hell are you going to pay for 24-hour care? Who, this guy right here?
No.
I got to go back 10 seconds. Or 20. Here we go. No,
it's less than $1,000 a month.
But then we had a conversation where you said to me, hey, they need a 3-bedroom place. And the reason is because they need 24-hour care.
That's right. We're going to do that.
Yeah. So
we're going to do that. What do you mean you're going to do that? Do that 3-bedroom place, or
because I think, if I'm not mistaken, now correct me later if we find out in this video that I'm wrong. I think he's planning on coming and staying with them himself.
What?
To help them is what I think. I heard from someone, read from someone, saw. I don't know. That's in my head somewhere. Just let's keep watching and see if that comes up. But
see, I've got like halfway and I was like, oh no, hell no. Nope. We gotta go. I gotta go talk with my friends because okay.
That's not any kind of insurance. Nobody's asking for any money or anything.
Nothing.
Right. So, but at some point you said you were going to ask for money for what?
No, that's for the attorney.
Okay, but okay, go ahead.
That's it. Everything else is going to be paid for. Everything.
Okay. So and it'll be after when does the attorney come into play?
After I get them in the house.
Okay.
Get in the house and have it inspected, then that's when we're going to get the attorney.
Okay, so the attorney is really just the person that's going to take care of their money.
No.
Okay.
The attorney's going to take care of Lorraine, Ray, and Timmy in court.
Okay.
For Betty.
Okay.
That's the main thing. There'll be 2 attorneys.
They have somebody.
And then there'll be 1 attorney that fights for their money.
Okay. So isn't there?
You said it might have just been the batteries, maybe.
They have somebody. Wouldn't the state give them somebody to represent them in the court?
Oh, no. Okay. So here goes the thing with West Virginia. Here we go with court-appointed lawyers. So you get a court-appointed lawyer if you are convicted of doing something wrong. If you're not convicted of doing something wrong, you don't get a court-appointed lawyer. They didn't bring any charges up on Betty. They just took and you know what? Thank God. Thank God they didn't. In my opinion, thank God. Because Betty,
Right.
as much as she's dealt with, could you imagine? You're charged with neglect and elderly abuse and
Right.
da 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 da. So now you're going to jail. What?
Right.
What?
Right.
They just took the family. They took the family in the least amount of way that would create harm for everybody. That
Right.
without
Right.
causing more. So therefore, Betty didn't get any charges. Without
Thank
any
God.
charges, you cannot get a court-appointed lawyer.
Okay. Okay. Because, like some cases, now this is only with children, they get like a litem of court or something like that to
The
represent
guardian ad
them.
litem. Yeah, the guardian ad
Yeah.
litem.
So, but I don't know anything about adult protective services.
And
I've never heard that.
the three do have a guardian ad litem. They'll have a guardian ad litem too. I'm a foster mom, by the way, in case y'all didn't know. The three will have a guardian ad litem. They do. They will have one that will go into the court and help, manage whatever's going on with them, decide if a group home or an elderly home, or maybe the state can afford a home and put all three in together with care. I don't know what they chose for them or the path that they did or what they did. Okay,
Right.
baby. So I don't know what they chose, but a guardian ad litem will come in and work with, the adult protective service worker and all of that and create a care plan for them.
Well, that's good to know too, because they need someone that's going to look out for their best interest. Not saying that the state won't, but sometimes people can slip through the cracks. With someone looking out for them, then that's good. Oh, this guy here, this guy here.
An attorney that isn't Betty's not entitled to any kind of assistance with an attorney?
No.
Okay. I know that the
Okay,
three will
Google
be
this
represented
guy.
by an attorney.
Well,
That's what I'm
one
about to
attorney
do.
will be paid for it. It'll be paid for it because he'll charge 30% of whatever he wins in court for them,
For the money from Eric.
for the money.
Right. But somebody's got to be willing to take that.
Yes.
Okay.
And then
Yeah,
the
'cause
second attorney,
Right.
3 that's in custody right now, it will not be paid for. Gonna need help with that.
Okay. But that's going to be after
That's
Betty.
gonna be after the house. I'm really trying my best to make sure that a lot of people don't know where that house is,
Right.
because this is going to start all over again, all over, and I don't want to see that.
Yeah, well, nobody wants to see it, and the thing is that there should be something that is very explicit about, like, you got to have signs up or something. Obviously, I mean, like, I don't know, but
We stop that real fast.
Yep.
it's just
So he
I'm
said
sorry.
the first attorney will get 30% of whatever they get. So what is he talking about there? Is he talking about going after Eric and Patrick?
Yes.
So why would he need funds to help with the other lawyer? Why is he even questioning money after that?
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Because the first thing that should happen is a pro bono lawyer. Nobody's doing this. Nobody's out here searching for a pro bono lawyer. A lawyer that knows
Because
that
nobody
money's
wants to take
sitting
on the
there
case.
and will take on the case and get paid from what's sitting there.
Well,
Right.
me and you, Elizabeth, know why. Because nobody in West Virginia want to take on that case.
No, nobody out here. I know. Me and you tried looking for a pro bono. We did
Can
that.
I
We
ask-
did that.
Nobody wants to take
Nobody
on the
wants to touch it.
case.
May I ask you why no one wants to take on the case?
Because of all the internet publicity, all the wishy-washy, all the back and forth, all the you're
It was
doing this
very
wrong, you're
hard for
doing that
Sunny to
wrong.
find the lawyer that she found for them. She was turned down by a lot of people. And when she finally found the lawyer that she did find, he told her, I don't want anybody knowing that I'm taking them on.
Got you.
Oh, just like the girl with the building. The girl with the building, because of her company, she doesn't want me putting her name out there. She doesn't want involved in it. I did check it and it is real, but she doesn't want involved in it because her company doesn't want that.
Right. And I completely understand that. So the attorney that Sonny had got a hold of and that accepted it, that attorney office no longer wants anything to do with it, or
They don't care about the money. They don't want nothing to do with it. Yeah.
okay, so they backed out.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. That's unfortunate because they do need some sort of reputation, in my opinion. This guy here needs to back up. I don't trust this guy at all.
A good lawyer would go after the money that's owed to the Whitakers through whatever content creators. I'm not going to say it's Eric. I'm not going to say it's Patrick. I'm not going to say whatever content creators. A good lawyer would go after the money. And then after they got that money, They would help the Whitakers set up a trust and all of that, and they would help them. I don't know if the three should come live with them. I don't know, but maybe establish some type of visit, care, meetings. I don't know. Right? Okay. And then help the Whitakers get into a home or whatever, better living than what they're at right now. But then, that same lawyer should turn around and go after the state. I would go after the state, and I would go after the state so hard for what has happened to these. Not only are they elderly, but they are disabled. And then you have Timmy, who's not elderly, but he is disabled. And no one, they turned a blind eye. We're all guilty of it. We turned a blind eye. But all of us were conditioned. The state has a job. They are mandated reporters to do something about that. And they never did. And a good lawyer would go after all of that too.
And I also think that their name needs to be trademarked like a Disney name. You know, like you cannot play this shit. You cannot rerun their stuff. It needs to be their content from what's already out here on the internet. And also what's been working behind the scenes with the governor of West Virginia. He didn't even know about the Whitakers. Okay. And he does now. Let me tell you, he does now. And there's trying to get a law passed because no one else needs to be put in this situation. Something that could be called a bill that's going to be brought in front of the Congress or however that goes. But it's like a digital dignity law, because this should never happen to anyone again.
No, Eric should have never been allowed to take a camera in there and go, look at this piss running down his leg.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
That's a dignity thing. Now, if you scan the camera and the camera catches something, whatever. But he literally pointed out stuff. He literally physically pointed it out, spoke about it, and talked about it. Or these people who you claimed you were there to help. That's what I don't understand. He claimed he was there to help. We're going to get you a house. We're going to get you this. We're going to get you the care. You guys need this, need this, need this. But in the whole time he was doing it, he demeaned those people so bad too.
Absolutely. That's why whenever I was brought to my attention, like, hey, you got, the Whitaker came across my thing. And I'm like, so I got with my group of people and they're like, this is bullshit. And that's why I started reviewing it, because I'm like, they're exploiting this family. They're absolutely, Eric Carroll exploited this family, period. And that's my opinion. Okay. I keep saying this. I don't think Patrick's intentions was to do this in the beginning. He got in over his head. And that's my opinion. Do I like everything Patrick's done? No, I don't. But at the end of the day, I think he listened to Eric Carroll, and Eric Carroll drove the bus off that damn mountain, honey. Okay, he did. And that's just my opinion. And if there's anybody that is big fans of Eric Carroll, I'm sorry about your luck. But that's my feeling, because he was the one that had the content creation knowledge. He came in blowing freaking smoke up everybody's ass, and look what ended up happening. And that's my opinion. And I have no problem, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again.
No, I always welcome somebody to prove me wrong. I mean, he can come in and prove me wrong. He can get right up on here if he's watching, or any of his buddies that are watching, and he can come in here and prove me wrong right now. I prove me wrong, because I would like you to prove me wrong. I would like you to, because that means you're not as bad as I assume you are.
Right. And he hasn't. Are you speaking about Mr. Carroll?
Yes.
Yes.
Or Patrick. There's some things about Patrick. I have my opinions about Patrick, but it's based on a holler boy kind of West Virginia kind of these men around here kind of way. You get what I'm saying? Do I think that Patrick ever intended to walk into that family and rip them apart? No. Do I think Eric did? Yes. Do I think that Patrick might have caused harm unintentionally in whatever was going on, like getting over his head or inviting Eric in or whatever happened? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. As a personality, do I think that Patrick's a holler boy and just a little shithead? Obviously, he's a West Virginia Patrick. West Virginia, country cornbread shithead. He just is. He is, but that doesn't mean he's a horrible fucking person. Excuse my language.
Right.
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
I
I'm
have
alive.
5 brothers, so like I said, he reminds me of my brothers. They're cocky, they're arrogant, they just are. They're country. I grew up in the country, and my brothers walk with something about them like they think their shit don't stink. Well, let me tell you, now I'll tell my brothers this. Yes, you do. You smell like cow shit, you asshole. But at the end of the day, they don't mean harm. They just don't. Okay. And have they gotten over their head on things? Yeah. And I think that's what happened with Patrick. But and then I go back to the same thinking though, Patrick, you seen it going off the fucking mountain. Why didn't you pull the brakes, man? Like, why did, and I don't know if he tried and it just didn't work, or I don't know. But then that's where I go back with Patrick. I'm like, Patrick, damn it, why didn't you pull the brakes on this, man, when you seen shit not going right? And he may have tried because, like I said, I'm not behind the scenes. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. But that's where I get a little disappointed in Patrick myself. I'm like, damn it, Patrick. But we're going to keep listening to old boy here. Oh, I'm out here to save it, out here doing God's work.
Yeah, I want to hear what he has to say. I'm interested.
Like,
yeah.
Okay, so it's nothing about the money, so Betty shouldn't be locked out. Okay. If it's about the money, shouldn't Betty be getting looked out for? Yeah, well,
Yeah,
no.
but let me explain this to you now. It ain't only renting a house, it's paying for that house every month, probably for 4 or 5 months, because the other ones won't get a check until they actually come back home. So as long as they're in state custody, they do not get a dime.
Right, because it pays for them.
Yeah.
Right,
And,
right.
and then when they go back home, then they can get their check, and then Betty will be able to pay for everything.
Yeah. Well, except for somebody living there 24/7.
Well, no, but probably gonna need just a little bit of help with that. Not a lot, but maybe just a little bit. But we're gonna figure it out.
Right. And when you say we, you mean you and the other fella?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
we're gonna figure it all out. We got it all figured out except for the attorney.
Right.
For them. That's the only thing, because we really don't know exactly how much money this is gonna cost.
Right.
Well, I'm saying 12,000. It might be more than that. I have to wait and get there and figure it all out. Because
right. And when are you going?
I wanted to go this weekend, but no later than next weekend.
Okay. All right. And usually if an attorney is helping with any benefits, they have a cap of $6,000. I don't know what that means.
It's a retainer fee. It's a retainer fee.
I guess benefits are probably
like a retainer fee, right?
SSI or something like that.
Well, they all get a SSI check.
No, here's somebody in the comments writing this. They're saying usually if an attorney is helping with any kind of benefits involved, they usually cap out at about $6,000.
They don't need no attorney to get their benefits. They've been getting the benefits.
No.
Okay, so they're not going to charge them more than 6,000, is what he's saying. If you receive, they can't charge them over 6,000. It's a cap. They got a cap on charging somebody who has benefits of disability or something, so that they're not overcharging someone who can't afford to pay for whatever. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I'm understanding what he's saying now.
Yeah, I am.
What they're saying is usually if somebody's on benefits, then they will get some sort of attorney. I think that's what she's thinking. I think that's what Janae is saying. She just went in and had her SSI thing yesterday. She wrote in the comments.
Yeah, but the thing about it is what she's talking about. If somebody's new trying to get on SSI that has not been on it, then the attorney can only charge a max of $6,000.
Right. Not my monkey. I'm right there with you.
Okay.
Because they all are on checks right now, other than the 3 now, and it goes to the state.
Right. What's your feeling about? So somebody's writing here. There are 2 siblings, a man and a woman, who should help them as well. Like where is Kenneth in this? Where do you think Kenneth is in this?
I think that Eric poisoned him.
You've shared that with me. You definitely have shared that with me.
I'm going to say it right here. I think he poisoned him.
Poisoned him.
Maybe give him a reason to stay away, because Kenneth's really a pretty smart guy too. He really is. And
what did he say
there's
about
going to be a lot to come out of this.
So
you think Eric poisoned Kenny to stay away? Like mentally poisoned him? Like bribed him to stay away?
Something like that. So when I'm like, first I'm like, poison him. What the hell you mean poison the guy? But then I'm like, okay, who got poisoned? We think he's saying Kenny. So maybe he bribed him or threatened him. Maybe I don't know.
Oh, Kenny's decently smart. He still receives his own check, but I think Kenny doesn't want associated with all the drama that's going on. Kenny lives right up the road. He lives literally right up the road. When I was up there one time and I stopped at Patrick's because I took Patrick a couple cabinets for his house that I wanted to give him, and I stopped there. Patrick wasn't there at the time, but Kenny was sitting in the driveway, and I had a conversation with Kenny, and Kenny told me about his house and his four-wheeler and all of that stuff. Kenny lives right up the road, and when I was at the Whitakers dropping stuff off, Kenny's been there a few times. Matter of fact, he was in the background talking on one of Brian's videos. But anyways, Kenny comes around. He comes around. But Kenny doesn't, he's got a lot to lose. Kenny has his own like little thing going on. He's got his own little piece of property, his own little building that he turned into a mini home. He has like a little lawn service that he does. He doesn't want to associate it with all this because who's going to bring him over to their house to cut the lawns, which is what he does as a side job, because he only gets an $865 SSI check. So he does this little side job, and he don't come for me. I don't care that you have to report all your income if you're on SSI. You know what? I'm not the income report person. Don't come for me. But anyways, right. He's trying to make a little extra side money for whatever needs that he needs met. And he doesn't want, Kenny's not poisoned. He's just not deep diving in all of this, okay? But I can promise you, Kenny is around.
He's probably like, I don't want no part of this. This is too much for me. And he just wants to do his own thing. And because, he didn't move his place down the road. I don't know the reasoning behind that, but maybe he just needs a break. I don't know about that, sir. Okay, we're going to have to need a receipt on that, too.
But there's one family member, I'm not going to say who, that is involved with Eric with the
investigation.
APS and the investigation.
Yeah. Yeah, you shared that with me. Yeah, you shared that with me. Yeah. Wow. So we're gonna find out today if they're gonna have Thanksgiving.
Somewhere
and let me ask you, because this is gonna be the next question that everybody's gonna ask you. And
you're not gonna find out. And I hope to God you don't come on here running your damn. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
No. She put out
this. You guys know that there's a court order. There's a gag. There's a gag. There's a gag on Betty. She's not allowed to talk about the three. If she talks about them, she won't be able to see them. And I hope to God that if she does share information friendly-wise with this man about what goes on Thanksgiving, because she's supposed to be allowed to go see them, but if she shares friendly information, I hope to God that they keep their damn mouth shut, because this family don't need no more harm done.
Man, I think that's where this guy's getting his information, girl. I think that he's talking to Betty. He's windled his way in with Betty, and either they're, I don't know. Oh boy.
APS has a gag. APS has a gag. I'll let y'all in on that little secret, because the world should know. The world should know that if you hear something, please do not post it. Please do not, because there is a gag on the fact that, and it doesn't say that she can't talk to her friends, but if she thinks this man is her friend and she tells him and then he gets on here and says something, he could ruin. They
already let out the statement. And I just, we haven't got to that part on Tottie's today. She got back on after this video and released the information. So, this guy needs not to come back to the internet and share any more of what's going on with Betty. If there's a gag order, because I didn't know that either. I didn't
gag on the three. You could talk about Betty, you could talk about Larry, but you can't talk about anything that goes on if Betty knows, like in state's custody. Right. Like if she goes for this visit for Thanksgiving and she, she can say, hey, I'm allowed to go see him. Yeah, but if she goes there, she can't come back and say anything or give Patrick or Eric any information on, well, Kenny opened up a Christmas present and it was a shirt and it said hallelujah on the front. You can't, she can't do, right. There's like that kind of, but she can say, hey, yeah, we did have a visit. That's about the basic of what she can give. That's it. Right. Because they're in state's custody.
Right. And that makes perfect sense. But I don't.
For someone to be her friend and to know that, because if he knows this much, he has, and if he's going down there or he's going to go down there and he's on the phone with them, then he knows that part too. He should shut his damn mouth.
Yeah, we're going to have to ask him to shut his mouth. Sir, shut your mouth.
Elizabeth, he should also know that they had told her that she's not getting them back.
Exactly.
And when the state tells you that you're not getting your kids back or you're not getting your family member back for whatever reason, you're not getting them back, even if you fight them. Because fighting the state, let me tell you this. I was a foster mom. Elizabeth is a foster mom. When the state takes your kids and they say they're taking your rights are taken. There
Here's
is
the
no
thing. A lot
fighting
of
them
people
back.
doesn't know Betty didn't have rights. She didn't have rights.
And
The kids were never really fully put, and we call them the kids, although that's her sister and stuff like that. They call them the kids. They were never really fully put into like physically, like go to court and sign a guardianship paper that says Betty Whitaker is the guardian of such and such, such and such. It was never actually physically done. The state just gave her as a caretaker. SSI can what is it called when you are the overseer? An overseer, yeah. When you're the overseer or the payee. Okay, so SSI just gave Betty like the payee, the overseer, and you know, everybody in the state, the DHHR and all that stuff kind of went along with it because she was the overseer of the SSI. They were like, oh, okay, so now she oversees the food stamps and blah 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 blah. She's head of household. So that is kind of how that went. But physically, Betty never actually had guardianship. So when they came in and they took the kids, we're going to call them the kids, when they took them, like I said, Betty didn't face any criminal charges. They never gave Betty criminal charges. Betty could have faced criminal charges. We all saw that. We all saw it. Let's not play pretend. We all saw it. There's things they could have charged them with, but they didn't. And it was kind of like a quid pro quo. Like, hey, Betty, we understand. Life wasn't great. It wasn't grand to you. We overlooked you, and a lot of bad stuff happened, and a lot of this quite isn't your fault. Like, it was just victim of circumstance on what fell on your lap that shouldn't have. Okay? So they were like, we're not going to charge you with anything. Okay, so then when they took them, they were like, okay, but because of what happened, we now know that you're not physically capable of taking care of your family adequately enough. Let me use the right words. Okay, so that's kind of how it went. And then they said, but we're going to give you visits. When she went over there and talked to them, we're going to give you visits. But because these people are in West Virginia State Care now, they are ours. They're, you know, we're the custodial guardianship of them now. You are kind of like on a gag order of what you're allowed to say about people who are intellectually disabled, and what you're allowed to do in order to continue seeing your family, right?
Right.
That's kind of how all of that went, which is why they didn't get a lawyer, a court-appointed lawyer, which if I got accused of child abuse and I went to court and I couldn't afford a lawyer, they would give me a court-appointed lawyer, but Betty didn't get one, okay? So follow along with me because I'm not lying about what I'm saying to you. This is how this went. Betty didn't get one because she was not accused of anything, although she could have been. She was also not the legal guardian of these three, although it was assumed she was for years and just kind of swept under the rug and allowed to go. And again, that's a state issue. They did that, which is why I said a lawyer could come in and probably help Betty, maybe sue the brakes off of them for everything that went on with her. But anyways, that's how that went. That's how that went. And I heard that man say that, and when they talked about Thanksgiving, and I said, oh, shit. I'm sorry for interrupting again, but I want everybody to know out there on the interwebs that if you do talk to, because a lot of people call Betty, a lot of them call. If you're calling and talking to her, I can't stop you. I don't know who she calls and talks to, but just know that you should not be putting things. If she trusts you enough to talk to you and she confides in you as a friend, please don't put that information out on the interweb.
Absolutely. I agree with that too, 100%. And I don't encourage anyone to call Betty. Like, she has enough going on. I wanted to say hi to Toddy. Toddy is in the chat. I'm going to drop her a link because of, you know, that's only fair to do. If she chooses to take the link, we're going to.
I love Miss Toddy though. She has called him out though. She has questioned him, and I like that.
Yeah, we're gonna. I dropped the link for you, Toddy. If you want to come up on the panel, we'll continue on streaming this. Everyone does have a right to their own opinion. This is just speculation from our interpretation of the video. But she always has a right. There she is. I think Toddy one skipped entered. Where's she at? There she is. There she is. Hey, girl.
How you doing?
Girl, what in the hell?
What? I just turned this on. So you got to talk to me. I just turned this on. Honestly.
Okay. So we're reviewing your guest here, and we have a lot of questions about
Okay.
him. Not you. Okay.
No,
Like we've
no,
been
go ahead. Okay. Yeah, no, no,
not-
no, no, no. I'm happy to answer what I can answer. Absolutely.
we're not, obviously you're invited him up, so we're not questioning you. We're just questioning the things that he's saying and all that. So we do have a few questions, and I wish that, you know, did he happen to show, well, first question that we had, and maybe you can answer it, is did he show you the $500 receipt that he sent Mr. Eric for the building? Did he show you that?
No, he didn't show me that receipt because I didn't know that he actually gave him money. I read it in my comments, in my chat while it was going on. A woman named Ridiculous said that he donated money. So that's when I asked him, did you give Eric any money? And he couldn't read my comments because he's an old guy. He couldn't read the comments. And he said, yes, I donated $500. Now, let me tell you what I did see was I saw something from Patrick saying that he donated the $500 to Eric. I saw that text message.
Right. Yeah, we've
So
seen
Patrick
that.
said, yeah, so, but I mean, that's what I saw. That's what I saw.
Okay.
So Patrick did confirm that this man donated $500 to Eric.
Okay, so what was the question about then? I didn't see the.
No, it wasn't a confirm. It was just from all of us sending the screenshots of him claiming that in his comments, because he had messaged him asking him like, why are you coming at me? You're literally over there on all these other pages, and you sent someone $500 for a shed that I had bought, is pretty much what he said in that text.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So there's still no confirmed that the money actually got sent to Eric. So Toddy, I'm sorry, honey, I love you by the way, but this man that you were talking to, I fully believe that he is a scammer.
Well, you
maybe
can
not.
believe that
I don't think that he's scamming for financial gain. I think he's scamming for clout, sweetheart.
Oh, so okay, so it's not true that he's been an investigator for 25 years, and it's not true that he's spoken to every person, and he's getting information not from Betty. Okay. He's getting information from people's supervisors that are actual supervisors in West Virginia that are in charge of the three. Now, I know that for a fact.
How do you know that?
I know that because of the people's names.
Right. I have such a hard time believing that, not you, him.
I understand
that because it is a protective adult services, and they know how popular the Whitakers are on social media. And I don't know if they would just come out and give that information to an private investigator.
I'm telling you the people that he spoke to are these people. I'm not saying what he spoke to them about. So how does he know the supervisors' names and stuff if he hasn't spoken to them?
Well, Toddy, I could go and search up West Virginia detective's office and look up names and give you a whole bunch of names too. I could do a lot of research and do a lot of different stuff as well.
So you just, here's the thing. We're not going to agree on this. And I get why. And I don't want to get into it with you. I understand.
The thing is, Toddy, is I have proof of everything, and it's not just my proof. Is there's other people that have proof of him talking to other people about the same thing.
So here's the thing: he reached out to me a million times too, and
he reached out to a lot of people a million times.
He's not telling the truth, though. Maybe that's why, because he's telling the truth. I didn't reach out to him, and I told you guys why. My ex's last name was.
You don't have to get mad about it, Toddy.
But here's the thing. Jessica, I don't want to fight with you about it. The problem, I think, is Alexa, stop. The problem is that now Patrick's being called out, and this is a problem for you, in my opinion, because I know that you care for Patrick. I'm not saying Patrick's a bad guy. I'm saying Patrick needs to pay them, just like Eric needs to pay them. And this guy has nothing to do with it, except all he wanted was he was trying to do something with this family. And he said, hey, How much money are you going to pitch in? Is it a lie that Patrick tried to get $5,000 from him from a guitar? Because I just had that verified. So, I mean, it can't all be
Claudie, if
one
he's
way.
gonna help like he's been saying for the past 4 months in all his comments, then he should have already done it. He should have already paid for the lawyer like he did in that message that I sent you. He should have already done it. He shouldn't be on here explaining himself to anybody, just like everybody else has been doing and not doing anything about it.
Well, but
If
that's
I
not
was
true.
going to help the Whitakers and I really was going to help them and I had the money, I would have done it, dear. I wouldn't have said anything to anybody. I don't have to explain shit to nobody.
Okay. All right.
That's
Well,
help. That's helping somebody.
Okay,
Me
so
going on
why
here
don't
and
you help
saying,
them by
well, maybe down the line after I get them a house,
Hang on. We
I'll
got to
ask
talk.
for donations.
Hang on a minute, guys. We have to talk one at a time.
Jessica,
So,
why don't you ask Patrick to help them by giving them their money? By him giving them their money. Well, you want to help them? That's a good way. I would ask him, but he doesn't answer my calls. You're in his ear. This is only going to be a benefit for him, and it's the right thing to do. Now, Eric should give him the money too.
right. Jessica.
So that needs to be done. Justin doesn't owe anybody anything. This guy is dying. And he's still fucking smoking because there's no more cure for him. Okay? So is that a fake too? That's a lie too? All the cancer stuff's a lie too, right?
I don't know.
Nobody knows who this guy is.
Hey, hang on. We are not questioning this man's and his health condition. We're not questioning anything like that. And I wouldn't allow that to happen.
It was questioned earlier about
I don't know
about like his money and stuff. You know what
well,
I'm
we're
saying?
going to question his ability to do what he says he's going to do.
Yeah. So
I'm not going to question a man's health. I'm not going to
No.
question.
No. But this is
The thing is, Toddy, is just like how he got mad because Patrick wasn't doing what he wanted him to do. And Patrick said, so, you know what? This is the holidays. Like, I'm over at my family's house right now and you're calling me a million times and you're sending me a million messages. Fucking stop. And he sent him a rude message. It's because he was fed up. Just how like he's fed up that you were sending him a million messages, probably about the money.
I wasn't sending him a million
listen, Toddy, because you did it to me too. I would say something to you, and every single time you would ask me about the damn money instead of responding to me.
I am more than
you didn't get your way, just like he didn't. You stomp on your feet and you're making a fucking scene. Get over your fucking self, Toddy.
Hang on, guys. Toddy, you guys, we're not going to get anywhere. You guys can disagree with this, but I'm going to tell you that we're not going to get anywhere if we keep yelling. So everyone's going to, you got to take your emotions out of it.
Yeah, we've all had different opinions up here and we've all been calm. Y'all got to stay calm. You can have a different opinion. Stay calm.
You are absolutely. This isn't an echo chamber. We're not all going to agree on everything, but we don't need to scream over and scream at each other because that's, and everyone's going to think that Jessica is this way, Toddy's this way, this way. I'm not. Listen, let's watch this first for a second, just 5 seconds here, because we need just a palate cleanser. I think people are upset and there are emotions. You got to take your emotions out of it, guys. You just have to.
I only own one platform. I have Facebook, my own Facebook.
Okay, let's relax. Dwayne Motorboat always does the body good. All right. So, but my question is, I need to see receipts from the man. Did he pay for the $500 for the shed? That's one thing he didn't share. He's been communicating with other content creators for several months now and hasn't done anything but communicate. All right. There's been some promises made that haven't been fulfilled yet. Also, there's some information that he has shared here that only certain people would know. Some people in the family. And that bothers me whenever they're in adult protective services. He's came out and now he's sharing this information when there is now, we know, a gag order on Betty. She isn't to say anything about things. Okay. We also know that Patrick has his own personal Facebook page. We think that he owes them money because it's Whitaker content. We got to get back to the contract. Who social media platforms were involved in that contract? period. That's who owes the money from those social media. That's what we have to look at the legal end. We also have to look at the fact that everyone's emotions are involved and there's team here, team there. We need to go back to what's right and what's wrong here. And people, okay, let's just go there with it, okay?
Yeah, no, I was talking to my Alexa. My alarm went off, and I wanted it to stop playing the music so you didn't get a copyright strike.
It's okay. It's okay. So you know, we can go ahead and continue on listening to Toddy. And like I said, I'm not discrediting Toddy. She has people up, they tell their story, and that's what she does. If she gets defensive, then that is something that she has a right to do. And we're not going to attack anyone else on here, ladies. It's Thanksgiving. Let's not yell. All right. So we're going to continue on listening to this. If you need me to stop, say stop, and I will.
Well, I just wanted to say something. Wait,
Mhm.
I just wanted to say something.
Go ahead, Toddy.
So my thing is that Justin doesn't owe the family anything.
No.
And, you know, and Patrick needs to pay them, Jessica. Like, why is that hard to, why is that hard? First of all, I never texted Patrick crazy ever. I don't care what he says. I'm happy to show you those messages. I could send you those receipts right now. So that's not true, because
before that question gets answered, may I ask you a question, Toddy?
Can I finish? Because I'm pretty sure you got the last word in last time, because I got muted, which is fine.
Yeah. I'll mute again if you guys don't.
But listen, hey, sure, I get it. I'm fine with that. But he needs to pay them, because he said that he had their money. He said he had their money, and the first thing was he wasn't going to pay them because he was going to see about he was afraid that BJ was going to take the money. That he said right here on Lady K's live. And
as he should be scared.
And that's not his money to do that. It's their money. They earned it. Then what's the difference between what Eric's doing? What's that difference, Jessica?
This is Elizabeth. This is Elizabeth speaking, honey.
Okay, so so what's the difference between what Eric's doing? What's the difference between what Eric's doing and what Patrick's doing? Neither one of them are giving these people the money that they desperately need.
Well, she's going to answer that, but I would like to say this. I don't know whose social media platforms are in the contract. And I hate this to say this. I hate it with every ounce of me. I hate it. They're going to say this, but I'm going to say it. If Patrick Roark personal page is not in that contract, at the end of the day, legally, Toddy, he doesn't owe him nothing. And I hate to say it pisses me off.
That he had his, but if you go back and listen to the live that we had on your show, he said that he had a 50-50 contract with them. He had a 50-50 contract with the Whitakers. People in the chat that were there, can you please verify that?
If he owes the money to the Whitakers, then there is no, he needs to give it up, just like Mr. Carroll. But if it's not in the contract legally, there's not a damn thing no one can do about it.
Well, what I'm saying to you is he already said that he had a separate contract with them, and it was 50-50, and it was right on your, it was right on the live stream with you.
No, I do believe that was said once. I do believe that was said, but then I also think that I saw a follow-up to that somewhere, or it might have been just a private conversation in, video chat, whatever. Something about the contract, I guess, before Eric came in the picture, I guess when Patrick went down and started with the Whitakers and stuff, I think that was a verbal something between them. And then when Eric came in and Eric did an official contract, I think that kind of null and voided what Patrick had originally spoke to them about. If I'm correct, maybe Jessica can enlighten us on that, but I think that is what I had followed up on.
So his page is not in any contract, any at all. He has a verbal contract. He said that he would give them money, that it was never promised that he was willing to give money from his page to the Whitakers.
That's not what was said. I mean, what he said, and he actually sent me the screenshot to prove that he had the money in there, and he told me what he owed them.
I know, and he's proved to everybody, even to the news, even to the news, he showed. Okay, listen, I've let you talk, and you sit here and talk over me after. Listen, I have been in mute this whole fucking time, Toddy.
Yeah,
listen,
she's been
I'm not
muted.
going to be spoken to like
Damn.
that. You know, I'm not
Well, you know, I have sat here and been on mute this whole damn time, and I can't even fucking get fucking 7 words in. Holy
But
shit.
that's not what he said. He said,
Be respectful and let me get my fucking turn in. God damn.
Let her have her turn, Toddy.
Like, I might as well be down in the comment section. Anyways, like I was saying, he has a verbal agreement with them. It was never anything in any contract. He didn't know anything about contracts until he had Eric come along to try to help him with his stuff. He's not good at talking, obviously. He's not good at explaining stuff. He's from West Virginia. He's not the brightest light.
Let me say this real quick. I'm going to ask the people that are in my chat, and anybody that's on my panel, I'm going to ask you to show respect. And whenever I go to somebody else's house and watch them, I respect their panel guest. I don't care what side of people you're on, who you like and who you don't like. I'm going to ask you to kindly respect the guest on the panel. If you don't like them, then write it down on a piece of paper and mail it to them. I don't know what to tell you. But if you have questions, they'll answer it. But we're not going to keep flooding my comments with what a piece of crap this person is, or she's this, or don't stop that shit.
Yeah, no. And Toddy wouldn't agree with that either. They might have problems with each other,
I'm
but
not even,
we're not going to agree with degrading people.
Reading the comments. I'm not even reading the comments. I don't even care what they say. It's not a big deal to me.
So if there is an illegal
So
contract, then he
I
doesn't
understand. I understand that he says he owes them money. He has said this over and over. He said this to the news. He showed them that he was going to give them $14,000. That's how much he's racked up already. And it's still going up. Do you think he's not going to give them that money after he's been showing all this? He absolutely is. He's not lying about it. He's trying to figure out a way of doing it so that the state doesn't take their money and be like, oh, mine. Because that's what's going to happen. Because the contract, yeah, Betty's on that contract and stuff, but everybody, I'm pretty sure, is part of that contract because they're all being filmed. So if you go read contracts about being filmed and stuff, they're all a part of that contract.
Mm-hmm.
They're all a part of that contract. They're all being filmed.
Mm-hmm. So let's just say, for instance, Patrick has $14,000. Let's just say, that's figuratively speaking. And you have now filmed Betty, Larry, BJ, Lorraine, Kenny, Ray, Timmy. Now you have to split that between, what is that, 7 people? You have to split that between 7 people, that 14,000, and find out who gets what of what, because yes, it depends on what's in the contract. They're all being filmed. Who's in the contract and what's in the contract. Obviously, at the time, Betty had control over, she was the payee, the overseer of the threes financial. So Betty would have obviously had at the time gotten the bigger portion of this. But now that 3 of them are in state's custody, where does that money go to? Who does it go to? Do we give it to the DHHR, or do we give it? And I'm going to assume, I assume I know where these people are, because, like I said, I've worked for the state. I worked for several different facilities, which is why I want to know who this what the names are of who he supposedly talked to. But anyways, I'm going to assume I know where they're at. I believe I know where they're at. I'm pretty sure, not like particularly what house, but what company they're going through the adult services. Because there's a particular company in the state of West Virginia that works with people with intellectual disabilities. Some assume that they're with them. So, do you give it to that company? Is that company have like a bank that they would hold it and then divvy it out monthly based on a stipend of, okay, well, you got your check, so this you're allowed to make an extra $20 this month without them taking your check. Is there how does that work? I think that's what everybody's trying to figure out.
Right.
Well, everybody could do that, I guess. We could do that with Eric too, and we just won't pay the Whitakers, and everybody will fall under a loophole. I've got to go. Not because I'm being rude. I do feel like you guys are here for damage control in regards to Patrick. And that's fine.
I
That's
think you
fine.
missed that I'm not a fan of Patrick's that much. I think you missed that.
Yeah, we've
well,
been talking about all of
again,
the
I
players.
didn't catch again when I came on. I said that I honestly just came on. I saw a live stream. I saw my face on it, and then I said hello to people, and you said you'd drop me a link, and I came on not even knowing what you guys were talking about. That's the God's honest truth. So I came on totally cold, but I knew it wasn't going to be 100% good because Jessica and I have emailed each other. So, but I still was happy to come on.
Well, I appreciate you coming on.
I mean,
and I like to hear everybody's side of the story.
I want to
And
catch you up, Toddy, real quick. You just came on, so I came on first. So I saw her airing this. I know of this guy. I know that he's contacted several different creators. I know what he's promised. I know what he said he's going to do, and I know the things he's asked. I saw receipts and things like that from people's text messages corresponding with this man. And I came on because I am in fear that this man is fibbing, maybe not all, but some of what he's saying is fabricated for clout purposes. I don't think that he is trying to get financial gain out of anything. I do think that maybe in his illness, in his elderly, I don't know, he has some kind of savior complex or some kind of complex of something where he is just trying to infiltrate and feel valid. And I don't think that he is going to be able to offer what he is saying he is going to be able to offer. I think that a lot of it is a scam for clout purposes. I'll say it that way because I think that's the safest way to say what I'm trying to say. I don't think that he's going to try and get them for money or anything like that. I don't think he's trying to get rich off of anything. I just think that he's coming in with like schemes of grandeur. I can do this and I can do that and I can do this, but I don't think he can based off of what I know.
Okay, so let me.
Why I was trying to ask you if you had any receipts for certain things that he's claiming.
Yeah. So, just what I had said. But there's things that that I know that I've asked not to know because of things that I don't want to say by accident. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's very tricky. It's very tricky because of Betty's little gag thing. You can't say certain things right now.
But here's the thing. This is, and this is totally what I believe. 100%. I do believe that there is a no contact order. She hasn't seen them. She's not able to visit them on Thanksgiving, and she's 2 weeks outside of what they said she needed to leave that house. She should have left that house 2 weeks ago, and it's just a matter of time before they physically remove her from that house. So
who's going to remove her? Who's removing her?
The state is removing her from that
The
house.
state, like Adult Protective Services, is going to come take her?
I don't know who exactly is doing it, but I know that she's 2 weeks out from that. So
no, I know that. I know physically I physically read the court order paper on what was said about that.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you what I heard, and I have no reason to tell you something that's dishonest or something that's untrue.
Right.
So
Toddy, I
I'm
want
telling
you to make sure that we were actually concerned because we're like, I hope this guy isn't long trolling Toddy because we respect your content. All of us said that. We enjoy what you put out, and we're kind of looking out for you too, just to be, because I know that you feel like you've been maybe ganged up on a little bit, but we're like, no, Toddy, you're missing the whole point.
No, I'm not mad at Toddy at all.
No. Hey, we hope that she's not long trolling her, because then, that's bad, because we do respect your content and we do respect the work you put into it, period, like Toddy or not. And that's what we had set up here, the people in the chat. So
right.
I want you to understand that. But we're just afraid that this guy may not know exactly what he's telling you to be the truth. We don't know. We're not behind the scenes, but the people that are on my panel, one of them has direct contact and does go to the Whitaker family and has read certain documentations firsthand. And so now I'm in like playing ball here. I'm like, which one? You know what I'm saying? This guy that's
trust me, it's the same situation with another family member that's talking to another person. I mean, there's unfortunately, and I can't give out that person's name, and not because I don't want to, not because I don't want to prove my point, but because I promised I wouldn't. So here's the thing. I mean, you know, we're all looking for people to do the right thing here.
Yeah,
That's,
that's
I
what we're
think
doing.
that's what the common ground is with everybody on this panel and
Absolutely.
everybody in the comments. We want everybody to do the right thing here. So the only thing that we can do by that is by us doing the right thing. And I think Patrick needs to give them their money. Whatever they do with it, they do with it. He's done with it. He can have such a future. He doesn't need that dirt. As I would say that to my best friend, man, get rid of the dirt, go forward. You don't want that on you. You don't want that on you. Okay. That's what I would say to my best friend. That's the truth. And I
Runaway
feel
truth. That is accurate.
and
Sorry.
and and Eric Carroll needs to do the right thing too. And how this all happened was because people were sitting here deciding what is best for this family, and look at what happened.
Yeah. It's
You know,
terrible.
and I feel like in a way, we're still kind of doing it, even though the damage has been done. I think all of us want what's best for this family. We might not agree with what is best for the family. Let's put it there. We might not all agree with but we all from our hearts want what we think is what's best for this family, for this family. We can all agree on that. Yes.
Oh, absolutely. I want the best for
Yeah,
whatever
absolutely.
the best is, even if it's the three that need to stay in and be
Exactly.
taken
I
care.
agree.
That it is what it is. But that
Exactly.
needs to be met as well. And at
Yeah.
the end of the day, if there's a contract and the judge sees that it was a legal binding contract, then that contract needs to be fulfilled on every party that was involved. Plain and simple. We might not like the contract, but it's a
Right.
legal binding contract in the name of the law. And
Well,
that's what we need to stand by.
Well, I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've heard from more than just Justin, but from other people in the area as well, that there is definitely going to be indictments like the second week of January. So how long do we have to wait really before we start reading it in the newspaper?
Right.
But
And that's whenever they
that's based on if the investigation has had. Okay, so West Virginia moves very slow on that, and that's based on if the investigation has went far enough for them to gather enough information and to bring them into indictments. And I think West Virginia has 3 indictments they're allowed once they start an investigation on you if they're going to indict you. So they could skip January's indictments, and you won't see them till spring. Indictment.
That's what, just because there was and that happened in another case. We were so expecting an indictment to come on these people because of the evidence, and it didn't happen. Okay, it was until later it happened. All right, and because they didn't do it the first time that they met. So I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm saying that there is nobody that knows what's on that docket for that.
Right.
They just don't. It's impossible to know. That's why I can't take, well, that's what it is, and that's what they said. No, it's not. It's a possibility. There's a potential because there is an investigation, but ain't nobody seen no damn docket. It's just not going to happen that way. It just doesn't happen.
You also have to be arrested and charged.
Right.
You have to be booked at least. Like they can release you on an ROR that day, but you have to at least be booked. And I don't think not one person has been booked yet on anything pertaining to this case.
Right. And that's why I kind of have a problem with someone to coming up and saying things of a matter of a fact. A matter of a fact, there's going to be an indictment. No, there isn't a matter of a fact. They're going to hold their little indictment procedures at the courthouse, but it doesn't mean that Eric Roark and Eric Carroll and Patrick Roark is going to be involved in that in January. That's the way that the courts there rule, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be involved in this one. And that's what a matter of a fact to me. I don't do that because no one knows. That's what I'm saying. False information. Stop it.
Mm-hmm. Which
Not
is,
to body,
and
God.
that's what I was saying back to, like, who said that Betty had to be out in 2 weeks? Because I read the paper that the city sent down to her based on the sewer. Her house is not condemned.
No,
It's not.
but okay. So what I said was that she's been in the house 2 weeks longer than she should have been. Not that it was 2 weeks at the time you read something, but because I don't know what you read, but that she's been there 2 weeks longer than she's supposed to be there now. Like 2 weeks ago, she should have been out of the house.
No, so it said by October 30th. The paper I read said by October 30th. And it didn't say that she needed to be out of the house. It said that she needed to fix the sewer. And that if the sewer was not corrected, that she would be facing possible charges. They can't kick her out because of the sewer. They just can't. That's not how West Virginia works. But they will start to bring down maybe criminal charges based on the fact that the sewer's running into the creek, blah, blah, blah. And then, once you get those charges, who's going to pay those fines? Can Betty pay those fines? And if she can't pay those fines, then, you don't show up to court, you don't pay your fine, you get a warrant. And that's how that trickles downhill and turns in something small into something massive right there.
And another reason why she needs the money. Another reason why she needs the money, my friend.
Absolutely. I agree. She needs some payment from, we need to start with that contract. They absolutely need an attorney, because that contract is a legal binding agreement, in my opinion, unless the judge says it's not. All right. And they need the money from that contract. We need to start there because apparently Mr. Patrick isn't finding a way to give them the money. Okay. We need to focus on what's in the contract and get that in front of a judge as soon as possible.
So I agree with that. I do have to take my dogs out. It's
I'm
darker
sorry,
than I want it to be. No. I appreciate you guys. I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. And I'm cool with everybody. I mean, I don't have a problem with anybody on the panel. And by all means, do what you got to do over here to Justin. But, just make sure it's done fairly. That's all I ask.
No, we're not going to do anything to him.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Exactly, Rakes. You are correct. West Virginia will not remove her. They will not remove her. The only way she would get removed from that home is, like I said, if she can't pay the legal fees that do come from this, the state will come in and arrest her. Or if whoever the land lease property owner, because I think there was a debate about where the trailer sits exactly, decides to give them an eviction notice. And in that case, they would have to go to court and they would get the 60-day, 90-day thing. It's wintertime. West Virginia has a law. They don't put you out in the winter. So, so the paper that they're talking about is the one that said at the end of October that the end of October, they had to have figured out the problem with the sewer running into the creek. There's a simple fix to that. Get them a porta potty and put it in and turn their water off for right now. That sucks, but
right. That sucks.
I don't, it's a simple fix, a temporary fix. It's not a permanent fix. Should you say that?
Right.
All right.
Thanks, Scotty. Well, happy Thanksgiving.
Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving in the chat. Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. All right.
You too.
All right, honey. You too.
Take care, guys. Take care. All right.
Bye.
Kick me out, please.
Yep. Got you.
All right. Bye-bye.
I know it's so rude. It says kick guests. It's like, yeah, but I don't really want to kick anybody, but okay. No, you know what I mean? All right. So we're going to continue on listening to this. It got a little heated. It's all right. A lot of us get emotional and it's okay. I mean, it's just, we're women, we're ladies. All right. And that's just the way it goes. So we're going to go ahead and.
And I don't know what she's seen based on her view. If she did see things that she can't show us, then maybe she has a different opinion.
Right.
And but based on what I've seen and what I've read and what I know where I stand with it.
But with me, I'm strictly going to stick with what's on black and white paper with the contract. I will go back and listen to what Patrick said. If he said that he had something with.
Well, you know what? I'm not even fighting for Patrick. It's just this guy, how he came about and what he's trying to do right now. It's just all sketchy. Like he's promised, and he's not following through with nothing that he's ever said.
But for months now, right? Because that goes back a couple months to what I've seen, like these text messages. So we're going to go ahead and listen to what he says now. Lord help me.
I know you've spoken to Betty and everything, but and Betty said that, yeah, she's capable of, doing this, but you have your questions about, is she actually capable of, she's got to leave. I mean, do we know that the house, she has to leave that house. Am I correct?
She's 2 weeks past due right now. She's scared they're going to come tell her to go right now.
Right. And she doesn't have a place to go.
No.
Right. So,
and I don't think the county's pushing that because they know the whole predicament about everything.
Right. So your plan is to go there when you go there and rent her a house like right away.
Yes.
But that house there might not be that perfect house with three bedrooms. Or is it just a house for Betty right now?
No, it's a house, 3 bedrooms.
For all of them,
gonna be
right? So that
set
they
up.
can come home to
Absolutely.
it, right?
I want
Yes.
to get ready where APS can come in and inspect it.
Right.
And so it'll be inspected and go back to the judge, set up a date and a time for another hearing, and boom, they're
Right.
out.
Right.
That's all I want to see, Tommy. That's
All
it.
right. I know that's what you want to see, and you don't want anything in return. I know that.
Well, I told you the first time we ever talked that I
See, he actually, for me, what I'm finding is that he's speaking as a matter of a fact, and he doesn't know anything as a matter of a fact. You know,
He keeps talking about this 3-bedroom house as if he's. Is it only me that assumes that does he already have this 3-bedroom house? Like
right?
The way he speaks of it is that they have it. They have an idea of where they're going to get it. They've looked into one. That Betty absolutely has to. And here it goes. Like, I'm not saying Betty's wrong. Maybe Betty believes she has to be out in 2 weeks. Although I did explain that paper to her, but either or, to avoid legal damage, maybe she
Right.
should remove from that house, and it would be better and healthier and more sanitized, whatever. But is this guy capable of doing this? Is he going to
Right.
do it? Or is he talking all of this, getting everybody worked up for this big plan that he can do it? And then here pops the question. Now
And
we
here
need your
comes the
help.
bomb. Then here
Now we need
comes
your
the
help.
right. That's what I'm afraid of too. I mean, that's been in the back. As we go through, I'm like, oh boy, getting everybody worked up. It's like the build up to the the middle of the movie that keeps you in. So let's see what it
stay in
says.
the background. I
Right.
don't want known. I don't want any recognition at all. But what Patrick has done,
Yeah. No, I know.
48 hours, is just put me out there.
Yeah, I know. That's why this came up the week. I was getting so much information that I was like, wait a minute, let's just go live. He was like, I'm ready to go live now, and I'm like, well, let's not do that. And then there was just so much information coming up that I was just like, all right, let's just go live, and who's ever on, we'll catch it. Who's ever not, we'll catch it later. But I know that listen, I get it, because what's come out now, and I'm gonna be the first one to say it. So those of you that are naysayers about me and Patrick, what's come out now is that Patrick's actually tainting the situation, making it worse by pushing good people away, or not even being. Now, listen, I'll give the benefit of the doubt and saying, well, he got screwed over by Sonny. Then you have somebody else continue with the fight to get the Whitakers together. If you can't do it, reach out to one of your many helpers, and there's good people that want to help him. I know this because they've reached out to me. Right. So, but what he's doing, he's making the situation worse. Patrick, I know you don't want to hear it. I know now my opinion or your opinion of me doesn't matter because it's not in jive with yours, but you're making the situation worse. And there's only so much erasers you get in life. You need to fix this before you run out of eraser, buddy. You're a young guy. You want to go forward. You want to look back and say, I did do the right thing. Not because you were forced legally, not because you looked at dickhead Eric and said, hey, he didn't do it, so why do I have to do it? Because you're a better person, I thought. That's why. That's why. So, and that's what I got to say about that.
I will say this: if Patrick will come forward by Sunday, I told him by 10 o'clock last night, but if he'll come forward by Sunday, no later than Sunday, I'll still take him on and we can do this together. If not,
Oh wow! So he gave him like an ultimatum. I don't think he's gonna. Oh boy! See, this is who is this guy? Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm like an ultimatum.
he's done.
Right.
I have no faith, confidence, anything in him. Period.
Right. I understand.
All right, I need to ask your viewers for a favor, Tommy.
What's that?
I need them to contact Congressman, Senator, Commissioner of Raleigh County, West Virginia. I need them to at least make a couple of calls to each one of them, asking to please send the Whitakers home.
No, I'm not going to ask any of my, please, this is on someone else's channel. I will never encourage anyone to contact any state facility or anyone on behalf of anyone. We don't know the whole story. APS is going to APS. The judge is going to judge, and we need to butt our asses out of it. So please, anyone that's hearing this on my chat, I am not going to run a number. Don't let West Virginia, okay?
Okay, Sonny.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, honey, let West Virginia, because baby, we're from all different. We have all. Here's the thing: we have different perspectives from our own life. Okay, we don't know the law in West Virginia. We are not the law. We are
Each
just
area that you live in is a culture. It's a culture. Each area that you live in has their own culture. The way it works, the way society works in your area, the way ours works is different.
Absolutely. And we may not like it, but that's life, man. Please. So I'm not going to encourage anyone. I might go past this like 10 seconds because I don't need to hear this.
If you want to send me the information, I am happy to put it up. We're not asking, absolutely. We will, I'll definitely put about getting together. I keep saying that.
Exactly.
I didn't think you were Shorty Pie. I wasn't really speaking for you guys. I wasn't really, I guess I shouldn't have said that. I'm lazy. Okay. There we go. I called me out on it.
I've got one more message for Eric Carroll. Eric, you have a chance to make all this good.
Look at
Regardless
this guy.
if you pay him the money today, tomorrow, next week. It's not going to make any charges go away, but it sure will help your case. So please, for the mercy of your family, do the right thing.
The mercy.
Man up, do it.
I mean, here's the thing. These are the same people that asked their viewership to kind of like do the right thing. Here's the Whitakers. Look at how everything's shit. We could do this by them. And it's the same language. Just look at what you've done. You've taken all the money and you're just hoarding it, living your best lives. And that includes Patrick too. Because Patrick had windows. Why don't talk about what happened with the windows that Betty told you or Larry told you, somebody told you?
2 weeks ago, he passed right by our house, which he has to get to his house, with his windows in the back of the truck above the cab of the truck, right past their house. 2 days later, it was completed. He put windows all the way through his house.
Yeah.
That don't come
Okay.
free. That had to be at least $2,500, $3,000 worth of windows.
Right.
I would like to know who this. I got
Did he
a
just
lot
say
of.
we? Did he say we passed right past? So was he
Right.
already here? What did he
So,
say? Rewind that real quick. Did he say we?
We're gonna go back. All right, let's play.
Language. Just look at what you've done. You've taken all the money and you're just hoarding it, living your best lives. And that includes Patrick too. Because Patrick had windows. Why don't talk about what happened with the windows that Betty told you or Larry told you, somebody told you?
2 weeks ago, he passed right by our house, which he has to get to his house, with his windows in the back of the truck above the cab of the truck, right past their house. 2 days later, it was completed. He put windows all the way through his house.
So that leads to tell me, I think he said that he went past. I don't think he said he was there. He's talking to Betty and Larry. That's where he's getting this information from. I mean, he says it right here. Let's do it again.
About what happened with the windows that Betty told you or Larry told you, somebody told you.
2 weeks ago, he passed right by our house, which he has to get to his house, with his windows in the back of the truck above the cab of the truck, right past their house. 2 days later, it was completed. He put windows all the way through his house.
So yeah, he's getting his information in, from my opinion, from the Whitaker family directly, because he just said it. He just admitted it right there. Betty, please, honey, do not say things that's going to get you into a situation or not be able to see the kids. Okay. Oh God. And man, shut your mouth on YouTube, because you're going to maybe get her in a situation she can't get out of because of you.
Yeah.
That don't come free. That had to be at least $2,500, $3,000 worth of windows.
Right. All right.
I've talked to Betty every single day for the last 2 weeks.
Right.
Whether it be once a day, twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. Because I'm having to really work with her. I can tell in her voice that she just don't want to depart from anybody, from Barry, from BJ to. She just don't want to. Can I tell them the story about the van?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I tell you anything about generational trauma? See, here's the problem that I have. You're not, in my opinion, sir, she needs a qualified therapist to work with her if she's going to have to leave that property. Okay, because it's going to be traumatic for her. It's going to be traumatic for Betty. Any way you look at it. And you're not qualified. I'm not qualified. No one that I know of is qualified to handle Betty and her emotions. She needs someone that's qualified.
I now have a whole new developed opinion theory. I have a whole. Would I be going out on a limb to say I think someone might have a little crush on Miss Betty? But keep going.
Let me tell you, that's been said in my chat So, and I didn't want to put it up there because I'm like, oh, I don't want to embarrass Betty. You know what I'm saying? But someone
Hey, Betty's
early,
Betty's a pretty little woman.
right? I don't want to embarrass Betty, you know, because I want to protect Betty. I'm like, Betty, somebody like you, honey. Okay. But somebody had said that into my chat earlier, and I was like, not that I was skipping over it, but I was reading it. I was like, no, I'm not going to embarrass Betty. Bless her heart.
Good.
Let me tell you all the story. I'm on the phone with Betty with the paperwork to get to the judge. Her and Larry's going to take it down to Raleigh County Courthouse.
Okay, so let me just put this in context. I kept saying something wasn't done in time because of the Thanksgiving, and that's what's taking so long. This is what it was. So go ahead.
So anyway, she got everything done that night. I'm on the phone with her. Her and Larry's going to be at the courthouse, Raleigh County, at 8 o'clock the next morning. Well, time went on. I didn't hear from them by 2 o'clock that afternoon, so I called her. She said, no, Justin, we were going to go. And BJ said she needed to leave 15 minutes, and she never came back. So then I turned around and called back at 5:30, still not back with them. So they did finally turn the paperwork in this morning. But that wasn't only
yesterday morning, guys. Yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning.
Go ahead.
I've been up all night. Y'all excuse me. I'm still thinking I'm working on yesterday. They turned the paperwork in, but the paperwork wasn't only for Thanksgiving. It was for their visitation. And they've had that paperwork 2 weeks. They should have had that paperwork filled out the same day and carried to the courthouse the next day, 2 weeks ago. So she finally told me she had the paperwork, and I helped her with it that night, which I think was night before last. And that's what BJ did, disappeared with a van. And they did get their gas tank back yesterday too, Toddy.
Yeah, I think I read that somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, they got it back yesterday, full of propane.
So, and was it was BJ that brought it back?
Yeah.
So here's aggressive right here. You had said something about him.
Yeah.
Justin, so he's in the stream. So why don't you just tell him? Yeah.
I like him, man. He's a good guy.
Yeah, you said he put out a video.
Let me tell you what, you ain't ever going to hear anybody say that they like Lady K, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't put up with nobody's shit. Okay. They're like, nah, they stay clean away from me. I'm like, I know you do, honey. Okay, I know you do.
Oh, yesterday that I hadn't seen yet, right?
Oh, yes, beautiful, man.
Yeah.
He's dead on it.
Yeah, he
plays no games. He does not play any games.
So people are asking, like, why do you think Betty would delay? And he says he appreciates your kindness, sir. That's what he wrote back.
Yeah.
Why do you think Betty held on to that paperwork for so long?
I'm really not understanding that part. She said 3 or 4 different things to me about that. I don't even want to talk about it because I don't know which one of them are true.
I understand.
It's not true. I think she gets a lot of guidance
Right.
from Mary and BJ.
Right.
And I don't know, I just get the feeling that they're pulling her in a direction that she don't know about.
Right.
Like they're trying to keep from them coming home so they can all 3 be together. I promise.
Is that what you think? You don't think that Larry and, well, okay. What about, but you think Betty does? Betty wants to be with them, right?
Oh, absolutely she does. But they know that they're not going to have a home when this is said and done and over with.
Right.
So I think they're trying to put the guilt trip on her, and we don't understand why everybody gets us. And look at what's happened. Who wouldn't be?
Yeah, because you're dealing with someone that has an active addiction in drugs. Of course she's going to lay it on Betty, and that's just my opinion. I think BJ needs rehab. If there's still a breath left in you, there's still hope for you. Okay? And I know that some people don't like BJ. I'm not a big fan of BJ, but I'm not going to smash her to the wall because she's an addict. There are people that have recovered fully, and they're good people. And if there's still a breath left in you, then you can get it. BJ, get your ass to rehab and take control back over your family and protect them from bullshit. That's what my request is to BJ.
Against them. I mean,
right. Do you trust Larry?
No, I absolutely do not.
And why?
Well, I know some stuff that I don't want to go into on here, Toddy, and it's pretty bad.
Okay, fair enough. Listen, fair enough. Somebody dared me to take my hat off, so I guess they must really like me. So, I mean, just for me to take my hat off, that's what they put in a comment about getting, they think maybe my hair, but anyway.
Very first video.
Yes.
I got in touch with him pretty fast. And I'm the one that gave him the idea to go down to the Whitakers and talk to him because I was concerned about how they were really doing.
Right. Well, how did you know about him? He was already talking to him.
Well, no, he was not. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
He told me that he was gonna probably try to go down there, that him and BJ had went to school together. And I said, well, this is what you need to do.
But how did you know about him if he hadn't already been online?
Because he talked about the Whitakers. He didn't have no video.
Oh, okay, okay. He spoke about them. I understand. Right.
So when I approached him, he told me that him and BJ had went to school together. And I said, well, how about doing me a favor? And you'll probably help them out a little bit too. Why don't you go down there and see if they'll let you do a video on how they're doing? But I said, you got to make sure of this. You got to make sure that they say they invited you into the house.
Oh boy, this guy here, slicker than hell.
You won't run into
Nickel
no kind of
slick.
problems. And if you remember on that,
That was one of the very first things. Yeah,
That's
that was one of the very first things. Yeah,
That's right. And that's the reason she said it twice. She said it clear.
right,
And that's the way I wanted it.
right.
And then we got the firewood.
This guy's pulling all these strings behind the scenes. Oh, that's probably why he doesn't come over here, because he ain't gonna pull no strings over here, honey. Okay, hail to the no. I mean, I am nice, but I'm not dumb. You know, and Brian Cody, in my opinion, he just doing whatever Brian Cody does. Okay, I don't even know if he on a whole nother plane over here. But I'm like, nah, no. Why content creators? Don't easy. Okay. Wow.
Got some groceries and
this is amazing.
Handled all that. But
So were you behind that firewood and groceries? Were you behind that?
not those particular ones that Brian took himself. But
Right.
we get some firewood and a few groceries for him.
Did you?
Right,
Can I see a
okay.
receipt on that? How'd you do it? Don't come out here and say you've done something if you can't show us a receipt.
Yeah,
bro.
I'm gonna need to see that too. I'm gonna need to see that.
We're gonna have to see the. Okay, let's make us a list. Shit, where'd my? I have to keep me a pen and paper handy, honey. Okay, and Mr. Dude needs to show us $500 receipt, right? 500 receipt, and we need now. We have wood and food. That's what he said, right? Wood and food.
Yep.
Wood and food from this guy. So we yeah, sir, you're more than welcome to come on over here, honey. Okay, we don't bite, and we ain't gonna nibble either. Let me tell you that shit right now.
And so then what happened between what did you start seeing in Brian Cody?
Well, let me tell you
What haven't we seen in Brian Cody is the question now. Thank you, AD.
You don't have nothing on your boots, do you, AD? And when Gary come in the pictures, he told the Whitakers, I'm going to help you get a vehicle. I'm going to help you get a heater. And I'm going to help you get a propane tank.
And he did that,
the propane tank and the heater belongs to me, but I'm putting it in your house. And he said, the only way I'm going to do this is Brian's not allowed at your house, and neither is Patrick.
So I wonder if that's true. Can we see a receipt on that? Wow, you're making some pretty bold statements here, buddy. Wow. So did you reach out to Gary too?
And
Interesting.
if y'all agree to that, I better not catch him there. And that's how that come about. That's the reason Brian made the video saying he was stepping away from the Whitakers.
Okay.
Can anyone confirm that? Because that's interesting. Has any of you guys, anybody else heard this?
So Betty did tell Brian that he couldn't talk to them anymore. She didn't say exactly why. She said it's from APS told him that.
Oh.
He didn't say that she said it was from Gary. So that right there is not exactly true.
Got ya. Okay.
Elizabeth knows more about that. Like I said, she's more of the Brian, and she's not here anymore.
Yeah, she must have. Hopefully I didn't kick her. But I can, if she wanted to come up. And I think she might have a baby. No,
Yes.
you have a baby. Okay.
She has a little boy.
Yeah, so if she's busy, hey, baby, family comes first. This guy here's a trip. So we have a list going now, sir. We're going to need these receipts. Mm-hmm.
So just some guy that they met online that promised them something and said, hey, I will do this for you. However, the stipulation is that nobody's basically to film you is what it sounds like, right?
No, Gary went to their house.
Okay. See, we know none of this, so this is awesome. This is
Yeah,
some okay.
this wasn't no internet stuff.
Yeah.
Gary actually went to their house
Justin Morse is an internet guy.
to propose this to them, and they had sent the proposal. Brian was said, "Go." And see, technically, the Whitakers are not allowed to even talk to Patrick. They were instructed, no more videos, no more Patrick, no more Eric. You're not allowed to have any contact with
So,
them.
I got kicked.
Elizabeth-
Sorry.
oh, I'm sorry. If I kicked you, I apologize, honey.
I
didn't
don't know
mean
what
to.
happened. I don't know if the baby. I don't know if the baby hit the phone because he was up here playing with me, or if I got kicked.
Okay, so we have questions. Oh my goodness, we have. So he's saying that the Gary with the propane tanks in the van contacted Brian Cody, and there was a like, you can't go back to the Whitakers because I'm gonna do the Whitaker stuff. Or no, I'm sorry. He told Betty that Brian isn't allowed back, or he's not gonna help him. Basically,
Okay,
and
so
Brian,
it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with, again, Betty has a gag order. So in order to, I don't know who's on here saying that Betty's not seen the kids, because she has. So there you go. But anyways, she
no,
was
they
told.
said that earlier. They said that she's not seen the kids.
Okay. She was told that in order to see the kids, that Betty had a visit. She had a visit. I don't know how many visits she's had, but I know for a fact she's had one, at least one. But she was told during when she went in and sat down about the visits and about talking and seeing them, that she is not allowed to do any recordings. She's not
Right.
allowed to talk about the 3 in custody. It's not like allowed to be on the internet and all that. And that's fair. It's fair because they
Absolutely.
are in the state's custody. They are in the guardianship, the care of, and for their best interest. They shouldn't be exploited anymore. They shouldn't be, so she was told this. So when Brian
She might have
Elizabeth, we
first.
lost you.
Yeah, we lost her again. I'll drop it again in case you can't see it in the chat.
No, she's still up here.
Am I
We just,
here?
I think she.
Yeah, you're still
am I
up here.
here?
You just cut out. Yeah.
Okay. So, Brian came to me about this and said, this is what's going on. Betty can't blah, 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 blah. Right? Because I knew about their visit that they were going to have with the state to see the kids. I knew about all of that. I knew that they were getting a visit with the kids. I knew about all of that. But it was all kept hush hush because, first of all, everybody's in their business so damn much that when you put something out on the internet, we didn't want to ruin it.
Right. Absolutely. Someone would follow Betty. Okay. They would follow her. I can see someone following freaking Betty to the damn place. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
So there's things that some of us around here locally knew, but we just didn't say anything at the time. Right now, I can say it because it doesn't matter because it's over and done with, and I'm not putting anything out there that concerns the 3
Right.
in any way that I don't know where they're located at. I don't know who they're with. I do know Betty had a meeting, and Betty was told to not do videos and things like that. So, or anything that would put the 3 in a way that they would be exploited, right?
Right.
So that's why, Brian, out of respect, isn't going down there and doing anything. I think Patrick hasn't done anything because, they're trying to not void the chances that Betty has at seeing her family,
Did you hear what this guy said? I'll rewind and so you can hear did you hear what this guy said?
What do you say?
Okay, let me rewind it so you can listen.
To their house.
Okay. See, we know none of this, so this is awesome. This is some okay.
Yeah, this wasn't no internet stuff.
Yeah.
Gary actually went to their house to propose this to them, and they had sent the proposal. Brian was said, "Go." And see,
we film you.
you get a vehicle. Your folks do your AD. And when Gary come in the pictures,
there you go.
He told the Whitakers, "I'm going to help you get a vehicle. I'm going to help you get a heater, and I'm going to help you get a propane tank. But the propane tank and the heater belongs to me, but I'm putting it in your house." And he said, "The only way I'm going to do this is Brian's not allowed at your house, and neither is Patrick.
So that's what allegedly Gary said to Betty.
Okay. Now, I mean, okay, so is Gary like the dictator of this and he's saying that he said this, or did Gary also know the information that I'm telling you and Gary said, "Hey, maybe I can help them really listen to what the state's telling them and be like, "Hey, if you do this, maybe Gary was trying to reinforce what
Right. That's a
what
possibility. I can see that. Okay,
I'm
that's a
not
good
going to
way to
say
look
that
at it.
maybe Gary didn't say that to them. Maybe he did, but I'm not going to say that they're not going because it was Gary's word. No, it was the state's word, and we all knew that. But maybe Gary's trying to reinforce it. Maybe if he did say something. If he did say something, I don't know if Gary said something or not.
Got you. Okay, I could see that. That's a plausible.
And if y'all agree to that, I better not kick him there. And that's how that come about. That's the reason Brian made the video saying he was stepping away from the Whitakers.
Okay. So
Huh.
so just some guy that they met online that promised them something and said, "Hey, I will do this for you. However, the stipulation is that nobody's basically to film you," is what it sounds like, right?
No, well, no, Gary went to their house.
Okay. See, we know none of this, so this is all some. This is some. Okay.
Yeah, this wasn't no internet stuff.
Yeah.
Gary actually went to their house
Mhm.
to propose this to them, and they had sent the proposal. Brian was said, "Go," and see, technically, the Whitakers are not allowed to even talk to Patrick. They were instructed: no more videos, no more Patrick, no more Eric. You're not allowed to have
Aha,
any
they were
contact with
instructed.
them.
I told you I was
And
telling the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely, and I can see that. I mean, I can see that 100%. They're in protective custody. They shouldn't be even have an opportunity to blip anything about the three, in my opinion. Wow.
At least they contacted Patrick 4 times, and none of them.
Okay.
But the investigator said no contact. He told the Whitakers that none. Not allowed at your house. You're not allowed to talk to them in the supermarket. No contact. And if they try to approach you with any money or anything, don't take it. Do not take it.
Okay, so there you go. That says a lot to me right there. They probably, wow. Okay, let me add her back to stage.
I
That
have no
right
idea.
there tells me a lot. They're instructed to not take any money from anybody like Eric or Patrick. And I'm going to just throw this out here. I don't know if it's a fact, but I'm going to assume that the investigators told Patrick and Eric not to give them any money.
So here's the thing. And this is solely an opinion based on the fact that I've studied criminal justice and I have a little bit of education behind me on this in the criminal area. So if I owe you money, and that's up in debate, right? It's in debate on how much I owe you.
Right.
Do I owe you this or do I owe you that? Or do I owe you this plus this or does me taking you on this vacation also count towards that? Okay. So anyways, so when you got something like that up in debate, and we're not talking, a couple $100, we're talking thousands, maybe
Yes.
double-digit thousands. I don't know.
Right.
Triple-digit thousands. I don't know. I don't know how much they got paid. Okay. But so if that's all up in debate, and I don't know where to turn this money over. Now the state's involved. Now the cops are involved. I don't know what to do with this. That's called litigation. Everything is now in litigation, right?
Right.
It should be.
Right.
It should be in litigation. So where do you go from that? Like, are you supposed to wait until the investigation is over? Because until the investigation is over, how do we know how much is owed or who took what
Right.
or where it's at, right?
Exactly.
So it could be a felony charge, depending on, is it grand? Is it grandeur? Grand
Right.
larceny, like, is it grandeur? Or
Right.
is it petty? Is it petty larceny? So there's like all these things that's up in debate while they're investigating. Is there going to be criminal charges? Is the case going to be closed? Do they have enough evidence? Can they prove it? What does the contract say? What doesn't the contract say? Who's owed money? Does the money have to be split between everybody that was filmed, or is it solely Betty? There's a lot of things that's sitting right there that can't be completely answered by us over here on the internet, and it really does need to be mitigated by professionals who can go
Absolutely.
over it and look at it and determine that. Do I have a little bit of education? Yeah. Can I tell you a little bit of what I believe or what I think legally wise? Yeah. But can I actually physically, without documents in front of me that I can view, go over, see where, what, and how things came in, went out, who it went to, where? No, I cannot tell you the vast majority of where this is going to go, who's winning this case, what money's owed to who. Like I said, is Patrick a villain or is he a victim or is he both?
Right.
Is Eric the cold-hearted villain that most of us assume he is, and he came in,
Like
deep
a wrecking
diving
ball?
and yeah, like, is that it? Are the Whitakers sneaky and conniving and doing some things that they, survivor mode? Hey, like I
Or is
said,
it all in one ball? All of it can be true at the same time.
exactly. Can it all be true at the same time? And that's what made this whole thing a shit show, is everything was poisonous. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't
Yes.
know.
And this is a good point too, Kim. And Cajun, I seen you in the chat. Hi, honey. It's all about whatever
Mhm.
contract they had, period. No legit contract, no money owed. Could that even come into play? We don't know. It depends on how the chat or the chat. It depends on how the judge actually goes over this and how the investigation goes. Some good questions though. And that's why it's hard to be on any team, because all of these things can be true at the same time. They all can be true at the same
So a
time.
lot of what this man has said has irritated me to my bones, but right now with what he's talking about, he is touching base on things that I do know to be factual. So at this current moment, I am agreeing with him on some of what he's saying, is currently that I do know to be factual, when it comes to that the Whitakers are not supposed to be talking about the three. They're not supposed to be being filmed. They were told not to, and things like that. That is all truth. That is all based off of court document papers. And it's funny, it's funny where Larry and them keep those papers, because I always giggle at where they're at, because it's totally accessible to anybody.
Oh wow.
It's not put away. Like someone could, yeah. So, but I'm not gonna get on here and say where it's at. But I always, I remember when I would go there and I'd be there talking to her or whatever, and they'd be like, "Hey, can you look at this?" And they would pull it out, and I would read it, and I would just think in my head, like, that's where you keep that shit. Like, that's crazy. But
Right.
to each their own.
God bless Betty.
To each their own. But and I've always tried to be fair to the Whitakers, and I will say this. That I'm not going to get on here and say that they are sneaky and conniving and that they're shady people. Am I going to say that at times when they talk to one person compared to the other, their stories vary and things? Yes, it can be wishy-washy with them, but is that a survivor thing, a trauma thing,
right?
Or is it a intellectual thing? Because we know that they aren't fully capable, right?
Right. And we've talked about that over here. We've talked about, like, Betty tends to agree with whoever's around with the moment, and we think it's kind of maybe a survival type. That's what she's done to get through her life. It's easier for that. She doesn't get
so what do they call that? Like that's like passive aggressive, right? Yeah, passive aggressive. Like,
and we've talked about that. Like,
to make yourself, it's an intimidation thing. If you make yourself seem smaller, you're more of a victim instead of a predator or a prey or something like.
Absolutely.
Like a bear comes at you, play dead. So when she's put on the spot of something that she's not sure if she tells the truth, is it gonna get BJ in trouble? Is it gonna get Larry in trouble? And is that gonna leave Betty all by herself? Is she going to be alone? Is it going to cause more trouble? So she's like, "Oh, what do I do?" And sometimes I feel like she's just like passive aggressive, play dead. Let's play possum. I don't know.
That's what we've talked a lot about over here, because watching them, and then we can counter it. We can find little things that just don't make sense, but we're not blaming her. We think that's her coping mechanism from whatever she's experienced through her life, and that's how she has made it through her life with this. I mean, there's a lot of trauma that's went on with Betty. There's a lot of things
And
that's
that's
happened
not me
within our
making
family.
excuses, chat. I'm not making excuses for
No,
her. And I'm
no.
not saying that the way she copes is right or wrong, or what she does is right or wrong. And, you
Right.
know, to be honest, I think that Larry does that sometimes too, especially when dealing with his daughter. Especially when dealing with certain
Absolutely.
situations with his daughter. I feel like sometimes, you know, I'm a parent. I'm a mom. I'm a foster mom. And I can tell you the amount of kids that I have raised, the amount that I have. And it's been a lot. I am 41 years old. I'll tell you all that too. But I go to my dad, who is actually my uncle. He raised me because my mom couldn't. So I was raised in foster care myself. But I was raised by my uncle. And sometimes I go to him and I say, my kid said such and such, and it hurt my feelings, and I was crying and I was upset. And my dad will go, "You're not a parent if you're not hurt sometimes, right?"
That's right.
And then sometimes I'm like, "I said this and I'm mad and da da da." You're not a parent if you're not angry sometimes. My dad tells me these things. And then sometimes I'm like, I just don't know what to do. And my dad looked at me one day and he goes, sometimes you have to pick and choose your battles. Is it really worth it? My dad has been my uncle, he has been my greatest carrier in life because my real dad never had anything to do with me. Matter of fact, he just passed away 3 days ago. He's a Georgia man. And I never even knew him. He knew of me, but I didn't know of him. My mom had died a long time ago, my real mom, and my foster mom, she passed away too. So my uncle has carried me through a lot of things in life, and I am who I am because of him. And I'm not a perfect person by all means. I tell you that now. I have walked a very shady life back when I was younger. But I spent several years changing myself and trying to make a difference in this world, and that's how I walk now. Trying to just I wake up with good intentions and I try to be a good person. I'm not always a perfect person, but I try to be a good person. But my dad has taught me a lot of things in life. And when I look at people like the Whitakers, I'm not a judgy person. I might not agree with how they live. I might think it's nasty and things like that. But I'm not going to tear them apart because of it. Because my dad told me that it takes all types of people in this world to make a world. All types. The good, the bad, the ugly, the short, the tall, the disabled, the perfect, the imperfect. It takes all types. And that's just how it is. And in life, sometimes you have to pick and choose your battles. So when we're dealing with Larry and we're dealing with his daughter, and there's a lot of things I could say about BJ. I've seen the nice side to her, and I like having conversations with her. But I also know that there is a shady side to her. And I know that there's an addictive side to her. And I have a brother that I just picked up from jail yesterday because he's dealing with addiction. And he's home for the holidays. He just came out of jail. And so I know, and I have a brother in the ground because of addiction. I've lost someone that was my best friend. So I know that even though my dad shouldn't have let my brother come there and be paroled there because my brother has done so much in his addiction to my father, who is 70-some years old. It is the holidays, and he let that parole officer parole him there. And my dad told me in that garage the other day before I went and got him, I'm going to give him another chance. But if he messes up, I'm going to send him out of here. And I just thought in my head, yep, you said that before, Daddy, but that's your son. So, and that is how it goes. It's how it goes.
And that is how it goes. That's real life, though. Okay. I have a lot of people in my life that they wrote a book. These women wrote a book together. They've all come together and they've lost children to addiction, grown children to addiction. And they gave them chance after chance. And it's a book about getting over it, coping through it. Okay. And there's very, very intelligent and a lot of pain in this book. I can't ever put it out here because I have too many damn trolls. And I don't want their beautiful book to be, raked across the coals because it's their story, So I listen to the people's stories, and that's why I always say over here, until you walk in someone's shoes like that, you can never judge. You can't. It's not your right to, in my opinion.
Because you don't know what it takes a person to survive. Whether we find it right or wrong, you're not in that moment with them, standing there, facing what they're facing, knowing what they're knowing, and going through whatever it was that they went through before that made them make the decision in that moment.
Absolutely. And, and we're not, and I don't judge the Whitakers by their house, but one thing I will say is if it was my family and I'd seen some knucklehead over there putting all their dirty laundry literally on the internet, I'd be over there in a hot damn minute, honey. Okay, we about to clean up first or get the fucking camera out of here. Okay, I would be protecting and that's why I'm personally disappointed in the Whitaker family that lives in that area. Why did you not stop this? Why? And that's where a lot of my questions lie, because I would
You
not.
can't have that. He'll bite it in half and choke on it. Okay. Sorry.
I would never, that's all right, honey. I would never let someone walk into my family's house and put all of their dirty laundry up there like that. I'm disappointed in the Whitaker family that lives near them. I would have chased them MFers off quick, fast, in a hurry, honey. I'm telling you now. Or we're going to clean up real quick, because you can be poor, but it can be clean. And
I'm
I think Betty was
disappointed on
overlooked.
any person that walked into that home, saw its conditions, and the first thing they decided to do was film instead of say, hey,
Amen.
before we start filming, let's clean up.
Absolutely. And we've talked about that over here too. Like, you're walking over the trash instead of picking the trash up, you asshole. You know what I'm saying? That stuff aggravated me.
More comments and more views if it's dirtier. That's why they fucking did it.
You know, they did it for the shock value, in my opinion.
That's because if you see all these people and all these content creators, they say, you know, if you take a picture of your house and it's dirty, you'll get 1 million comments and 1 million views and people criticizing you. You take a picture of your house clean and barely anybody says anything.
Right. So it was for the shock value, but look at it, what expense it cost these people. It cost them their family. And I grew up in the country and I have a large family. I would just be devastated if my dad was taken out of his home because somebody put his stuff on the internet. My mom and dad weren't dirty people, but what if they said I didn't wash my hands quite enough to tend to my dad in his hospice bed and he died in a nursing home? I would be downright pissed, because my dad is a country boy and he would not want to be any place but sitting on his front porch, smoking his cigarettes, diagnosed with lung cancer. But the last thing that old man did was smoke a cigarette, honey, okay, and died at 78 years old. And he did what he wanted to. And that would be a damn shame if someone took him up out of there because they didn't like it, because he was broadcasted all over the internet. I did content before my dad got diagnosed. I shut it down because I would never want to make a mistake and have my dad last year in jeopardy. Just wouldn't do it. And I shut it down. I had to start all over again, and it was worth it to me. But it's a damn shame, because these people have been ripped away from each other for content. That's what pisses me off. Okay, it just does. We may not like the way they live, but it's their way of living, and we don't have a right to judge anybody. But this West Virginia needs to be held accountable, in my opinion. But, you know, let's see what this guy says.
So, anyway,
wow.
Patrick's he's not going to do right. I can assure you, he's not going to do right.
Yeah. So, but what was the reason? Why do you think that Brian wasn't allowed and Patrick? Why those two specifically?
Is because Gary McCowan made the deal with the Whitakers that he's going to help them if they're not allowed back up there again.
Right.
Brian's not allowed there and Patrick's not allowed there. That's the reason Brian made the videos.
Right. But why do you think Gary did not want them there? I understand why he didn't want Patrick, because Patrick owes them money. But why didn't he want Brian there?
You put me under the bus now. I can talk to you separate about that.
Okay. That's fair.
I'm sorry, everybody, but
no. So did I. No. I'm referring to Shorty Pie here saying I had faith in Patrick. I said so do I. So did I.
I have a lot in him.
I know you did. I saw the messages that you sent and stuff to him that we read here earlier. All right, so we'll know about Thanksgiving probably in about 5 hours or so if they're going to be joined together as a family for Thanksgiving.
Yep. 12 o'clock, they said.
Yeah, and you'll let me know, yes, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The minute I get the word, we can either say hallelujah or we can say that's bullshit. One of the two.
Yeah, you could say that they had a visit, but please don't put any other comments on there. Don't talk about anything. Like, it's okay to say they had a visit, but it's not okay to put any other details or information. Where is Gary at? Gary! Because Gary, you're the one that's supposed to be protecting them from being blasted and all this so that Betty can see him. Like, is this guy allowed to do that? I mean, you got on to Patrick and Brian, supposedly. Hey, Gary.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
We're just letting this man.
We're just letting this man. Is there? Can you gag him? Can we get a gag order on this guy? Because to me, he doesn't need to be sharing the information, in my opinion. Yes, are we reviewing it? Yes, did I want to know about it? Yeah, I'm going to listen to it. But I could have done without it too. What I would like to do
It's
is
already
not
out
have
there. What are you going to do? Delete it? I mean, he already put it out there, so it's
right.
not hurting us looking at it.
Right. But what I would like to do is not hear anything about the Whitakers. So then that tells me a lot. That means that the state's doing what the state needs to do. Betty's doing what the Betty needs to do, and everyone's doing what they need to do because there's no content being made. There's no one coming out and talking on behalf of, because he almost spoke like he was talking on behalf of Betty. Betty needs this, and Betty does that, and Betty this, Betty that. So in my opinion, it's like almost coming out like he's speaking on behalf of Betty, which is the third party, and that could be a potential problem in my opinion. I don't know. I don't work for any kind of attorneys or courthouse. Let me tell you, I'm
I've never
retired.
talked to this Gary guy myself. I've never talked to him. So, but hey Gary, where are you at? And hey,
Gary,
Brian.
come on over.
I mean, Brian, you want to come up here and defend yourself? Because I know the reason why I came on here is because I know that Brian has had some contact with this man too, and I have seen the text messages and stuff between this man and Brian, and this man's claims of cancer, and I call it claims because I have not seen a medical record, and I'm not saying he doesn't have it, so please don't think that I'm
right.
But you know, so and his claims of having this money and being able to get this lawyer, and that he's going to get them a house, and the things that this man has said, I have seen. So yeah, Brian in the chat? Brian, you watching? You out there watching from a distance?
I'll drop you a link, and they know I will. But a lot of times, like I have a lot of people that watch from the bushes that I've known that create content for a long time with larger channels, and they have my back. And if they see something that's just not going to go right, they'll jump on, and they will ask the hard questions, because they know I'm trying to run a show in the behind, and they'll be like, "Oh no, girl, we got you," and they don't like that. They just don't. So they avoid me sometimes at all cost, unless like Patrick jumped on, didn't like the outcome because they were some hard questions, and that's okay. No disrespect to Patrick. Ernie will not come up here because I'm going to ask Ernie some hard questions. And it's going to start with that damn video. I want to know why, where, and how. Okay, where'd you get it? And he's not going to come up here. Brian's not going to come up here because of what of the little boot in the butt type of thing. I don't know what the hell they're going on with that. Wow. Okay, he's just not going to do it because I'm going to call them out, and I'm like, let's have a real adult conversation, and they're just not going to do it. They're just not, and I don't know why. They'll go on smaller channels, but they won't come on mine, but that's okay. Okay, people think that I'm brassy, that I'm aggressive. That's okay, but that's fine. I think that I've been very kind to people that's come up here, and I don't let them get bullied, and I don't let the chat overrun with hate. I don't. But I don't know. I don't know why they don't. But that's okay. I don't mind. I watch other people's content.
Do you want to let people know, Justin?
Easier for me than having to be nice all day.
Probably not right this second, but I'll add some more information in a day or two.
Okay.
And I do want to tell your viewers, thank y'all for jumping online, watching me and Toddy do this. And I'll show all of you, I'm not about wanting some money.
Okay.
I'm not wanting anything. I just want the Whitaker family back together the way they was. That's all I want.
That's what I want. The same thing. I want the same thing.
This is now on my thing, and I'll clip this shit till the cows come home, honey. Because if you come back out here in 2 weeks or whatever, talk about, well, we got us a beautiful home over here. It's brand new, furnished with brand new furniture, but we're only about $16,000 short. Here, send it here. Then we gonna have it. We're gonna have it. Then you better bring your ass over here. Okay. No.
Snuggle underneath me.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lady K, I just let Brian know that you offered him a chance to speak. Yeah, they did last night as well. We've let him know. We've let different people know. And I wait. A lot of times I'll wait 15, 20 minutes to see if they, get them in a space that they can. And a lot of people, they won't come up. I don't know why. I promise you, if anyone's that's on here that you want me to mute or whatnot, we'll mute them, and then we'll carry on with our business. But here's what I don't do, and they know that. People, I don't go behind the scenes and do fuck shit. I don't do that. It's done right here, so we can have it right here, done right here, right now. Okay. I don't go behind the scenes and kissy kissy. We don't do that over here. It is what it is. You know, I don't know. But yes, Brian, I'll drop the link again. Anyone that is in the bushes, Brian, even Patrick, wants to say anything with this guy, the guy here, this Justin Bieber, if he wants to come up.
Yeah,
He's more than welcome.
As always, I have faith. I have faith. I have faith in Brian. I'm like, Brian, come on, man. Like, just do the right thing. Do the right thing. Like, and when we talk about Brian for just 1 second, I do want to mention that he has not received a dime of money like Patrick or Eric or anything like that
I believe it.
that would be considered the Whitakers. You know what I'm saying? Has he reposted things and spoke about the Whitakers? Yes, same as a lot of people have. So
absolutely.
what? Was he invited down to the Whitakers for BJ to talk on camera and Betty and Larry to tell their part? Yes. And at first they were going to try and go in that direction where Betty and BJ and Larry had more control over what was being said and done. And Brian was going to try and do that, but then when certain court things came up, but see, Brian has known for a while that the Whitakers can't really be on camera, so it kind of came before Gary, which is kind of why what he's posted was what he originally recorded, and he had stuff that night that he just didn't post, and then he posted later, and so on. But as far as going down and re-recording or anything like that, he had not done that because we had kind of been in the know for a while, and I say we because that includes me, that they can't really be on camera much because of visits and stuff. So there's that. But as far as Brian goes with that, like as far as no one can say, oh, he's scamming the Whitakers or he's done this or done that. He was invited down there. I know all about that. That is true. He was invited down there because the Whitakers wanted a chance to try and kind of talk to the camera, to the people, and explain the way they felt and things like that. But it wasn't really a big takeoff moment there on how it was going to go. It's weird. And a lot of people attacked them pretty hard in their efforts of trying to talk. And that wasn't, I didn't think that was a good light. I didn't think that was cool. So there was that.
I think that Brian, I don't know how good or new he is to making content like speaking and not like something that he does every day, like with his drones or whatever. Okay, that's a little different kind of content. But at first I was watching him. I was like, okay, well, but he picked a bad time because people were like, we already got buffaloed by, they were assuming 2 people. Eric Carroll kind of started this, and now he's coming in. And I was very interested in what he was going to have to say about the Whitaker family because of the history that he said he had with the Whitaker family. And I was very like, oh, this is good. This is content. I want to hear what he has to say. And then it kind of moved in a different direction, and people's spidey senses went up. They're like, well, what's really the motive here? And then, then that's where I kind of fell off. And I was like, wait a second, like you were saying this and now you're saying that, and then the contradicting of things. And whenever you're on social media, you either have to stick to it or don't, and he kind of wishy-washy too much for me. And then
there you go. That was the word I was going to use. So even though I'm friends with Brian and we do have conversations and stuff like that, and it's more than just the Whitakers, we talk about other stuff too and all of that. Brian's never done no weird hanky-panky stuff with me. I'm married though and all of that, and I guess maybe he maybe I don't know, maybe he either respects the fact that I'm married, he's not interested in me, or he just knows it wouldn't fly. I don't know.
Right.
But so I know there's some stuff there with a few girls online that have, and I'm not going to call all their names out, some of them they just don't deserve that, and I'm not going to do that. And if they want to talk about it, they can.
More than me, you're saying. Oh, sorry.
Uh,
The whole boot with the thing is
Jessica?
just it wiled me out, man. I'm like, whoa. Like I think she'd long trolled him.
So the boot thing, I guess came from Jessica is a troller. Listen, she is of sorts. She's my friend, but she knows she is. She's a troller of sorts. When she's got to be, when she's looking for something. She
Right.
can do it. She can do it. She's capable of it. But the boot thing, I guess, it was supposed to be, I guess, in humor of a joke of I'm gonna put a boot in your ass, and then he was just like, there's a boot in my ass. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
And
I get it, but I mean, come on, man. Like, okay, I have some word of advice for Mr. Brian Cody. Brian Cody, no, she long trolled you, bro. Like, don't ever fall for that shit again. Okay, she trolled you to do something, and I'm going to tell you what. If you're going to do it, expect it to be up on the platform, because if someone sends me a picture of their wee wee, I'm blasting them. You sicko. Okay, I'm not doing it. All right, I'm not asking for pee
so
pee pics.
I don't know how the wiener thing came about, okay? But I will admit, so I was the one on the phone in the three-way
Oh Lord.
conversation that night that was asleep. It was me. I was asleep. So I had went out to I never go out. I have all these kids. I never go out. My daughter finally taught me, and she was like, please go out to the bar with me, blah blah blah.
Wasn't
Pikeview
it
Lounge was
Halloween?
having a witch party. So I went.
Yeah, it was
I went, and
party.
when I got back, I was I called Jessica Deb, and I was like, listen, because I was telling them, I never go out. So I got back and I was like all excited to tell them about my night out. Well, then of course I had drank a little bit. All the kids were asleep. I was in the living room talking to them, da 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 da. So then I went and laid in the bed, and my husband was laying there sleeping next to me. And I guess I fell asleep, but I think I remember Jessica saying, I think Elizabeth's like leaving us or something. I remember her mumbling something like that. And I was like, no, I'm here. And then I guess Jessica said that they could just tell that I was like out. I guess I must have been snoring. I don't
You're
know. But I
snoring,
was,
girl.
I was
And then you got the
unconscious.
pee pee. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the hell? Then the pee pee or the alleged or pencil. I'm going to call it a pencil. I don't know. I couldn't even bear myself to look at it, because I'm like, I'm going to glance. I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like, and then I put a thing over it, because we had to review that. We had to review that video. I mean, come on. But I honestly, I'm just going to put this out here for public. Okay. I'm gonna have a hard time believing that it was actually inserted. I think it was in between the legs to make it look like something.
It was not inserted, and that was one of the biggest things Brian's having a hard time dealing with. Is I think everybody thinks that he really had like a square-toed boot rammed up his booty hole, and I was like, "Listen, no, there's no way anybody could think that you shoved a square-toed boot up your booty hole." Like I was like, Brian, we've been friends for a while, and I didn't even want to see those photos, okay? And I saw them. I have now saw your derriere, so it makes things a little awkward.
I didn't
But
look, Ryan, I promise you, I did not look at your derriere. I didn't look. I took a little quick. I was like, nah, I'm cheating on my husband if I look at that. Okay.
But then I was kind of like coerced into going back and looking at it again, because he was tripping, and he was like, "You can tell that that's not in my booty hole. The boot's backwards. You can see the open." So I go back and I look, and I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, anybody who like examines it, Brian's gonna know it's not in your video." But yeah, thanks for like having me be your BFF and go back and examine a photo that I didn't want to see anyways. But yeah, you're right.
Well, and him and AD exchange words. He's going to come out with both guns blazing. That's what AD is going to do. That's AD's content. Like, you know what I'm saying? If anyone knows who AD is, they need to look at who people are getting up on. Okay, they need to realize that some of us over here on YouTube, I'm not a fact channel. I exploit the exploiters. That's what I do.
He's confused and hurt. He doesn't know exactly why Jessica posted him, like why she did that. His defense to me was that we were all on the phone, we were giggling, we were having a good time. I fell asleep, and they just kept talking, was having a good time, and that I don't know. And he just said it was a good time. Like whatever conversation was going on was a good time. I said, I don't know, dude. I was asleep. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of like
Jessica is here. She can ask.
I asked Jessica today, I was like, did he know I was asleep? And she was like, yeah, it was after, like, when I was like, oh yeah, she's definitely asleep. Then he like proceeded. Cause I was like, that'd be weird if he didn't know I was asleep. That's just weird.
You fell asleep. He was showing us his house. Remember?
Yeah. We were looking at the basement and stuff. I remember, like, there was stuff in his house, and then like some ball. He has some glass cobalt ball canning jars or something. Yeah, I remember. That's about all I remember.
Yeah, we were in the basement. And up in the attic,
Susan
and
came back and said Brian declines. No problem. I was holding my breath. Let me tell you that. Brian declined the invite, and that's fine, Brian. But I'm going to tell you that we josh around. No one actually thinks the doggone thing was inserted up the rear end. Okay, I didn't investigate it enough to say, oh no, it's not. Okay, but I'm going to assume that it was you messing around. The person that took the picture, which we still don't know who took the picture, was messing around with you. Okay, period. But you came out with guns ablazing. It was posted, and this and that happened, and that's the way it is. If you wouldn't have took it so serious and would have laughed it off, it would have been done and over with in no time. Okay, that's just the way
that's what I was telling. That's what I was telling Elizabeth this morning. I was like, you know what? When he messaged me a whole bunch of shit, calling me a cunt and this and that, and calling me a whole bunch of names and saying, go ahead, here's another fresh one for you, sends me a picture, then says, go ahead and post this one. You got full permission. And then I went and I posted them. I posted both. I was like, okay. So I posted them. And then, everything would have died down because I didn't post it on my stuff. It was just for a 24-hour, that thing on Facebook, your story. So it's not even like permanent. It was just for a little bit.
And that's what I said, earlier.
Not
Brian had asked me.
Looked at it, not too many people looked at it. But he decided to go and threaten people. Like, I got so many messages from people that he was messaging them. That weren't even involved. And I'm like, what the hell? Where did that come from?
Well, yeah, he's upset. And, I guess because
he wants to know why Jessica did it. Like, that's one of the things, because I asked him, I was like, what the fuck happened between y'all? Like, where does it all come from?
Playing the victim. He knows why.
He says she knows, and she's not going to share with us. If he comes up on here, maybe she'll tell him.
I already told him, loosey goosey. Loose lips sink ship.
Shoot, I didn't kick him off. I'm just struggling there. We can be in squares, I guess. So we can be in squares. Damn it.
We're touching a lot of subjects tonight on here. I think a lot of subjects that need it touched on, that actually, like, I feel like this is a very productive.
The reason why I actually did it, I'm not going to say why.
Okay.
Only one person knows why I did what I did. He should be ashamed of himself. He knows what he did. He should be ashamed of himself.
You heard that, Mr. Cody? Mr. Cody, see, you can come on up here and defend yourself, but you won't come, and that's okay. I wouldn't either, probably. Is he mad at her? Has you guys talked since then? Are you guys working it out, or are you still?
No, he called me all sorts of names. He threatened to sue me and press charges. Then he blocked me.
Got ya. Well, that's unfortunate, because he should have just laughed it off, because anybody in their right mind is going to sit here and be like, they're going to talk about it. But anyone in their right mind knows that it probably wasn't inserted in the rear. It was a joke. It was a ha-ha. But, you come with both guns blazing, people are going to come with both guns blazing back. That's just the way it is.
Well, I mean? after all that, he went and he blamed it on Patrick. He blamed it on Ronnie. He blamed it on, he said something to Elizabeth. He said, something to AD. He was just going crazy with everybody. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
This is me and him, and it's turning into me and everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, don't show your privates or any jokies like that if you're going to create content, because it may not turn up today. It may not turn up tomorrow, but I'm going to tell you, it'll turn up sooner or later. That's why whatever I say up on a platform is how I speak behind the scenes on people that it's not in my real life. Because I know, we've been around here long enough to know, whatever you say behind closed doors to someone on the internet is got all potential to come into the forefront. That's why I'm not real personable with people behind the scene if they message me, because I can't be. because I don't know whenever that person may decide that they're no longer my friend. And they'll be like, well, last year, you know what? She said that the pink roses smell like assholes. Can you believe she said that? You know, and I keep a steady rhythm at it. And that's unfortunate because I'm probably missing out on some really good relationships. But you can't trust people. What I say up here is what I say behind the scenes as well, because I've seen it happen in too many sectors on YouTube. Nah, I'm good with that. You know, I'm good with that. Now my mods are a little different. We know a lot about each other, but I've also seen people that moderate for channels turn on each other in a big way. I come from the drama community, and we just drag people from coast to coast. So drama is nothing new to me. So it's like, well, whatever. That's not the first ass I've seen. Poor guy. But I do feel bad for him because I just don't think he knew how to take it. And I do, I kind of feel a little bad for him. But hey, buddy, don't be taking pictures of your private areas.
Well, it looks like he took it pretty well. He got half of it in there.
Damn, girl.
He's gonna be like, I didn't have half a boot in there.
He definitely could have, right, Joanne? She goes, he could have joked it off, not got mad, and made it look like it was a real thing, right? The way he was acting.
You need to fix whatever you did, man, because I'm telling you, Jess is not gonna let you live this one down. I don't know what's going on.
No, you need to fix it. You need to get up here and say, you know what, yeah, I told you guys to act so mad. You need to switch this around, because, and honestly, people are pissed. Like they feel like they were taken advantage of. Like this turned him upside down. In my opinion, at least what we're reading in his comments, people are like, look at this. And then the asking for $1 type of thing really got people turned upside down. I'm like, whoa, mm-mm.
Yeah. And I try to, when I talk to him about certain things, he can explain it to me. He can tell me where his brain was and what he was thinking when he did whatever he did. And I'm like, well, that's not how people's taking it and stuff, and then he goes back and I think he tries to like fix it. But I don't know if he's
Yeah, but
very
the way he
good.
tries to fix it though is always comes off very arrogant. You're like, no, man, I had high hopes for you, Brian Cody, because I was really interested in the stories that he said he was going to say and tell about West Virginia and the Whitaker family. That really had me like, okay, we're going to learn more about the history, right?
He does have a kind heart. I'm not going to say that he doesn't. He does have a kind heart. He has tried to help people and has helped people. He does have a kind heart. That is true. But when he gets on there and he says certain things, and then you say, hey, and Jessica said the loose lips thing. We have said things like when he talked to certain content creators about certain things that he just shouldn't have. And then,
Right.
All of that got put out there and so on and so on. And then it was like, here we go with some scandal shit, like loose lips. Like you can't just be out here willy-nilly telling people every little small detail about certain things, or even I call it the bait and grab. Like, I'm going to tell you this, it's not true, but I'm going to see what you do with it. But
Absolutely.
when you bait and grab somebody, like people need to know you're baiting and grabbing, like other people, like you need to have your shit back. You can't just do it and not tell someone else, look, I'm going to bait and grab. So when this person comes up with this bullshit, I need you to back me and be like, hey, we already knew about that. Like, we already knew that was going to happen. Like, here's the text to prove that we were talking about it and that we were going to bait and grab.
Right.
You can't, there's certain things you just can't be out there doing. And I tried to tell him, like, you don't know nothing about being a content creator, and neither do I. But like when you put certain stuff out there, like sometimes you can't take that shit back. You
No,
just
it's like a rock. Once the rock's thrown, you can't take it back. That's just the way it is. And he does come across like an opportunist a lot of the times. You can't come out here and show us all your goodies and then say, I need $1. People are going to take that as, what the fuck? At least over here on where I'm from. I'm not from YouTube or Facebook. I know hardly diddly squat about Facebook. I'm over from YouTube. I'm venturing over to Facebook just because a lot of people say that they watch, but they don't have YouTube. They can't chat and stuff. So I'm like, well, I can dual stream from YouTube and Facebook, but it takes a time. to be able to go live on it. So, and that's the reason why I have no idea what I'm doing on Facebook. I don't know the players on Facebook. I have no idea who's who and what's what. I'm sure I'm going to find out real freaking quick, but I'm right over here on YouTube, and I have been for years. So, unfortunately, he's done something, and it came and bitten him right in the ass.
I gotta fuck her up, don't you?
And you have to have thick skin. You just have to have thick skin if you're going to make content. People make parodies of you, and that's will probably be next. He'll probably be writing some sort of animal with the boot, and I mean it's going to happen. All right.
Oh my! Could you imagine if one of those songs
Well,
with the boot came out? And
if he did come on here and do a video crying, he might get sympathy.
Well, not from me, because if you're going to say you're a content creator, then you're a content creator. Okay. And you're going to expect all of the stuff. All of the stuff goes along with it. Yeah. Like I have a lot of trolls. Like that's what they do. Like they go out, they're like official trolls. Okay. There's like 2,000 of them, and they kind of sit in the background and say, okay, who's messing with who? And we're going to go now. We're going to do the long troll with, and they do it, and they do it to perfection. All right. So he's probably got a few videos in the works. All right. A lot of his content creators over here, we have little groups of people that just go around and they troll people. If one gets picked on, then they're like, we're gunning for your ass now, buddy. And AD has them.
There's been times when, me and Brian's talking, I'll put it out there because I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. And just because I'm a very honest person, there's been times when me and Brian's been like, I think Jessica's recording. Because I know how she is, and he knows too. And I'm like, I think she just recorded everything you said. So why? Why in the world would you send Jessica a photo?
Right? I mean, why? Like, and then to blame it on no, I'm blaming you, grown man. Nobody made you do anything. You're a grown man. You put one boot on like the next. I'm just saying, okay? Ain't nobody made you do nothing, son. Okay?
So let me tell you this, lady. Okay, he told me one day that I don't ever want to fuck with you because you are like an FBI agent. You want information on somebody, or you want to see where this person's been or what they've been doing or who they've been commenting on. You just put it in this message area or whatever you're doing over there, and you pull out a whole bunch of stuff. I have a team of people.
Yeah. A lot of us that create content do.
I have a team of people, and I just put their name in there and say, hey, I need to get information on this person, and we all come together and we investigate the person.
Right. Yeah.
And we will come up with lots of stuff. And they're all from different countries, so they could pull up different information on these people and get different stuff.
Right.
Like they're like top-notch people. I mean, like we get down. But
I don't think if he comes, like they're saying, if he comes up here crying, if we respected him enough, he would get somewhere. But people are like, we're not going to be moved by tears.
No, I'm done with Brian. I'm over that. I'll let him live his life now.
She said, I'll let him live his life now. I'm not going to troll him anymore.
No, I'm done. I think I got a lot of laughs out of those videos after I made them. Like I had fun making those videos.
That's funny, but poor guy. Hopefully he learned a lesson. He learned a really don't be sending any pictures of anything nefarious through the interwebs. Once it's on here, it never goes away. And if you would look through AD's content, AD does what AD does, and he always has. And he's not going to change because it's Brian Cody. Just going to tell you, sorry.
I don't know AD. I don't know AD to know what's going on there or what happened there or what. Because the last I heard, I thought Brian did like a live on 80s.
He did, and he was pushing for people to listen to what he had to say and hope the good for Brian Cody, and then it all went to hell in a handbag, and that and then he texted some pretty threatening messages to AD over this boot in the butt, and he's not going to take it. He's not going to take it sitting down. I'll tell you that. You can't threaten people on the internet and then think it's just going to go away. Just not going to work for you. He may feel betrayed and maybe hurt because it was friends. Yeah. You may have thought they were friends.
If he was his friend, he wouldn't have went at him sideways. He would have said, hey, like, I'm not sure what's going on. Like, she did this, this, and this. I don't know what's going on. No, he like straight up went after him.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. But you know, AD's going to do what AD does, and that's his content, and that's his channel, and he'll run it any way he feels that he wants to. For me, I go after people. Don't send me weird shit like that. Thank God. I'm very happy about that.
I was
it's not.
tempted. I
Oh
was
Lord
tempted.
Jesus! Oh Lord Jesus! I've been like, what the hell? There's a device not connected. No, I gotta see a face before you're allowed to come up. Okay. Does anyone know? No. Let's see what she has to say real quick here. Okay. Hello.
Hi, how is everybody's day today? Good?
Good.
But so this is the new I'm trying okay. So what so what okay. What are you guys talking about? I'm sorry.
Okay, so if you're not really familiar what we're talking about, then jump back into chat and then if you have
No. No, why would
because you don't know what we're talking about. Like what?
Okay,
You want me to go through
I'm not sure she understands how YouTube streaming goes. First, you gather your information, catch up with what's going on, and
I
then
haven't even seen her in chat. I'm like, okay, like I don't mind if I'm not an open panel. Like, I guess I dropped the link for people. This isn't an open. There are some YouTube channels that are open panel chats. And she had to subscribe for at least 5 or 10 minutes, whatever it's on. But I'm sorry, my love.
She got the boot.
Yeah, she got kicked. But yeah. Anyway. If you don't know, I'm not going to spend 5 hours worth of conversation to catch anybody up. That just now, what are we talking about? We're talking about.
We've just been on here for 5 hours. You know how much stuff we have covered? We have covered a lot of stuff in 5 hours.
Right? Like, no, honey. Like, no, get back in chat. Her voice sounds familiar. Probably good you dropped her. Brutally honest, you know, I didn't recognize the voice, but she did show her face. But no, let me tell you, this isn't an open panel. Like, I dropped the link for particular people. That's it. All right. Which usually it's scheduled, but it's okay because if I'm going to talk about a situation and people, I'm always going to drop a link. And I expect that people are going to talk about me. If you call for me, let me come. Okay. If you calling for my ass, let me come. Drop me a link. I want to get up there and talk. And I think that's only fair. But that's how I do it. Not everybody does, and that's okay. But over here, if I'm talking, you're getting a link if I'm talking about your ass. And I drop one for Brian. I'll drop one for Patrick. I'll drop one for Ernie. I will drop one for that other guy that Justin. And only way he can get up here, though, if he gives me some receipts. $500 that he gave, and then the wood and the food receipt that he said that he gave. And I'm going to need to see all that. Okay, sir, before you even darken my doorstep. Come with the shit. Because to me, so far, and for me, with this new guy, this new player, he's talking to Betty and he's putting out too much information on Betty, in my opinion. And I'm not going to do that. We have no time for crap over here, Mom. Too much, Mom says. I tell you, girl, it's the night before Thanksgiving. So, girls, I appreciate you guys coming up. You're always more than welcome. I want to say thank you. I'm sorry I got so heated. And I also want to say thank you to my chat for being very responsible and adult-like with adult-like behavior. You guys rock. All right. Let me see here. Get these girls back up here.
I just want to say that I appreciate you letting me up. I was actually very nervous about it. I have been helping, and I haven't for a while. I stopped going down, and I have my own reasons why I stopped going down, and that But I was going for a while. I was doing some things, and I was trying to help in different manners and things like that. But I got attacked a few times. When I tried to help, I got attacked pretty hard. I got called a scammer when I told them that the Whitakers needed some lumber and some different things. I got told that, I got called a lot of things. And I was like, I'm not asking for anything. I'm just giving you a list of when I was at their house and I was helping clean. Like, there's things that could benefit them. Like, if I was just trying to put out there, like, if you want to donate, like, donate something useful. Let's not keep sending money and all this other stuff. But, So, and don't give it to me. I don't want it. Send it directly to their house. Everybody has that information now. It seems like everybody knows where they live. Like no. But, you know, so I got caught a lot of things. So I was very nervous coming up here and talking about some things, but
No,
I'm
we'll
glad I
keep it
did.
classy. I'm
I
glad
did.
you came up too, because it did answer a lot of questions, but we try to keep it not classy because we cuss and pelvic thrust and everything over here. But we try to keep it at least respectful, especially if someone has got the courage to come up on a live show and they speak their truth, then at least we can do as someone hosting and in the chat can show them common freaking courtesy. We don't always have to agree with everything, but we can at least show courtesy. And that's one huge thing that we do over here. And we want different opinions because it makes us think in a different way that we may not have thought of. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you girls being, you know, brave and coming up. I know it gets a little scary and we're not going to attack. If it does attack, then we'll just stop it right now. And that's for anyone, Brian and Eric and Patrick, anyone that comes up here. It's just what it is. And I appreciate you girls. I hope you guys have a great Thanksgiving. And this outro song I'm going to play is for the Holler Boys, okay? Because I think that Patrick and Brian are Holler Boys, and we're going to play a Holler Boy song for them as our outro. And I will hit everybody's donations that they give to the channel, their gifts on our way out. I want to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Make sure you eat lots of turkey and get real fat and sassy, honey, okay? All right, until next time, guys, take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Peace.
All right, you too.
Stay blessed. You too.